"I'll go first," said the King of Gales with a serious expression on his face, and before anyone could say anything his body transformed into a flash of white light, disappearing between the city buildings in a matter of seconds. Subconsciously or not, everyone's eyes fell on Bai Zemin after King Philip charged in a northeasterly direction to face the orc that was over 70 meters tall, and whose skin was completely green like jade. As for Bai Zemin, he was looking in the northwest direction from where the second giant creature was approaching. Seeing that he was silent, Liam pointed at the creature and said quickly, "Bai Zemin, that one is the leader of the mutant beasts of the southern part of the world. In contrast to the demon race, the mutant beasts and the other races are similar to us humans in the aspect that, in a sense, they follow a different leader depending on their location or place of birth. The same is true for the green orc that His Majesty Philip has gone to confront." Bai Zemin nodded, and subconsciously felt more relieved to know that the two giant creatures were not normal but leaders of their own territories. If those two third-order creatures were fries, then Bai Zemin hoped that he wouldn't meet the real leader. "In that case, I'll go before you," he said, and then muttered under his breath, "Crimson lightning flash." At the same time as dozens of snake-like lightning flashes appeared around his body and softly crackled, lightly illuminating the surroundings with their crimson glow, Seraphina's sweet voice sounded beside him. Phantom agility. Bai Zemin immediately felt a warm current of magical power and mana rushing into his system, nourishing his body and pushing it further. At the same time, a message from the soul record flashed in his eyes. "World Priestess Seraphina Di Gales has used a buff skill on you. For the next 20 minutes, your agility stat increases by plus 120 points." However, that was not all, since, as Seraphina's sweet voice continued coming out of her pink lips, the green messages did not cease to flash in Bai Zemin's eyes. "Bestial might. World Priestess Seraphina Di Gales has used a buff skill on you. For the next 20 minutes, your strength stat increases by plus 120 points. Inexhaustible. World Priestess Seraphina Di Gales has used a buff skill on you. For the next 20 minutes, your stamina stat is increased by plus 120 points and consumption is reduced by 20%. Bai Zemin felt a great boost of power as 3 of his natural stats increased sharply. He turned slightly to look at Seraphina, but given the circumstances, he didn't have time to praise her for her impressive skills. "Thank you, Ponytails. See you later," he said, soon disappearing amidst the constant flash of lightning that sparkled around his body. Ellis looked at Seraphina in silence, as Liam directly charged north to join the battle. Anna, who was also standing next to them, looked at the second princess with a very suggestive smile as she said quietly, "Seraphina, I wonder why you didn't use boosting skills on your father, His Majesty the King, but you did use on Bai Zemin." Giles came up from behind and put an arm around Seraphina's shoulders as if she were a drinking buddy of him, and said with a big grin, "Anna, you don't know. When a girl starts to detach from her father, it's because she's—" Bang! He. Giles' words were interrupted as his face went slightly pale and stepped back as he clutched at his stomach. Seraphina looked at him with a slightly red face and snorted, "Serves you right, you little punk." Without waiting for words from anyone, the blushing little princess also dashed off towards the distant battlefield. Giles quickly regained himself, and while gently rubbing the area where Seraphina had struck with her elbow earlier, he sighed, "My God, I truly pity the rider who dares to want to tame that wild pony." Backslash backslash backslash. Bai Zemin stopped about 3 kilometers away from the battlefield, where the soul evolvers of mankind were facing the creatures of other races, who were not only fighting against them, but also fighting each other. In front of him, a giant snake that could easily be considered a dragon stopped and stared at him with its golden eyes glowing in the darkness. The giant snake was over 800 meters long, and when it lifted its upper body, its height reached 500 meters with ease. Its entire length was covered by a thick scaly armor of shiny obsidian color, and from the inside of its mouth came a strange white mist that froze whatever it came in contact with. This was undoubtedly the largest creature Bai Zemin had seen so far. However, strangely, he did not feel any hostility coming from the creature towards him, at least not at a level high enough for a battle to break out soon. Looking in an easterly direction, Bai Zemin's eyes glinted uncannily, as King Philip did not seem to be fighting the giant jade-green orc either. He turned his eyes to the giant snake that was still staring at him and calmly asked, "May I know the reason why a third-order soul evolver like you went out of its territory and wandered into human territory?" Each apocalypse only affected the weaker creatures of each world, while the more powerful ones were largely unaffected, except for difficulty in controlling mana or increased fatigue due to the constant gravitational increase. For example, during the first apocalypse on Earth, the humans less able to adapt to mana were turned into zombies, while during the second apocalypse the unclassified beasts and goblins became even more berserk, attacking everything in sight or chasing the larger sources of power, as if they had gone mad in order to gain power and survive. As for Eventide World, which was experiencing its third apocalypse since the arrival of the Soul Record, the beasts and other low-intelligence races of the First Order had become as crazy as those unclassified, and this was precisely what made each apocalypse more challenging than the previous one from many points of view. However, First Order existences with developed intelligence like humans could resist the adverse effects of losing control over the mana they had more. This was their blessing and curse at the same time, since being able to resist meant that they would not go out hunting like crazy, thus missing the chance to become more powerful, but at the same time saving themselves from being killed by someone stronger. As for the Third Order snake in front of him, the creature had more than enough power not to suffer due to mana alteration. Therefore, the beast should have a reason to appear here, and judging by the way things were going, Bai Zemin estimated that a battle would not necessarily break out between the two sides, something he would welcome given the circumstances. The giant snake stared at Bai Zemin with its big eyes. After a few seconds, a distinctly feminine voice spread out to the surroundings. "Human soul evolver, let's make an alliance to get the treasure." Bai Zemin stared at the giant snake while blinking continuously. He didn't know whether he was more surprised by the fact that the giant snake spoke without even opening her mouth, or by the fact that she wanted to form an alliance with him, even though she could definitely sense that his level was only 50. However, what confused him the most were the words of the giant snake. "Treasure? What treasure are you talking about?" he asked with a frown. The giant snake also blinked at his question. "I can sense danger when I look at you, which means that you are strong enough to threaten my life if you and I were to fight. A rare soul evolver like you should have a high enough status to be able to get access to privileged information within your human race. Do you really not know what happens during the evolution of a world?" Bai Zemin's expression changed slightly as he realized that it wasn't all madness and slaughter when a world evolved. In fact, now that he thought about it more carefully, when the Earth first evolved, all living things received a divine treasure called mana, as well as the ability to strengthen themselves to levels no one ever thought possible. Did the Earth also give birth to treasure when it went through its second stage? Such a thought was naturally born in his brain, and once it took root, he could not get it out of his head. Because Bai Zemin had only been on Earth for a few days after it entered the second stage of evolution, he didn't know much about what had happened or what was happening. However, it seemed that when he does return, he will have more work to do than he originally estimated. Just as Bai Zemin was frowning with concern, the voice of the giant snake sounded in the vicinity again. "Judging by the expression on your face, it seems that you really didn't know. That's odd, but never mind. Let me explain." The Third Order giant snake's golden eyes glittered as she said in a clear and melodious voice, "When our world entered the second stage almost 5,000 years ago, an epic grade treasure was born after all the remaining mana and soul power merged together. Although it is not 100% certain, all the ancestors of every race estimated that by the third stage, the treasure that will spawn will be a legend grade treasure." Bai Zemin's eyes shone upon hearing the giant snake's words, and he subconsciously rubbed his storage ring. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 838 Snake Queen and Orc King. Legend grade treasures were so precious that Bai Zemin had heard from Lilith that even the higher existences valued them highly. Because a legend grade treasure was tremendously difficult to form, even Bai Zemin had never obtained one after defeating an enemy even though he was killing existences far above his level. In fact, if not for the Destroyer of Destroyers mission that the Soul Record had given him, and Shangyuan Bingzhu after crossing the spatial rift to Oblong World, he would not have his spatial storage ring, his only legend grade treasure. It was only natural that at the mention of a treasure of such magnitude Bai Zemin's attention would begin to itch. However, he needed to first confirm a few things, and as if a certain someone knew what he was thinking, Bai Zemin received the answer he was looking for. What the evolved snake in front of you is saying is true. Lilith's voice sounded in his ears. It's not something 100% accurate, and that's why I never mentioned it. Besides, let me tell you that in your world no treasure was born when Earth evolved to the second stage. Another reason why I didn't say anything before. Bai Zemin had a thoughtful expression on his face, and upon hearing Lilith's words, he nodded slightly as he also thought that it was better for her not to overload him with information that even she was unsure of. As the giant evolved snake looked at Bai Zemin with her big golden eyes, she thought that he was considering the possibilities before giving an answer to her previous proposal. However, the mutant beast was unaware that an extremely powerful being was very close at hand. Remember the mana tornadoes? It turns out that sometimes certain strange events take place when more than 5 mana tornadoes explode and release the mana inside them in relatively close proximity to each other. That released mana joins with the records of the world and of the existences that were killed to give birth to a completely new treasure. These kinds of events are unusual, but yes, they do happen. However, it is not guaranteed that the treasure to be born will be of legend grade. That will depend solely on the amount of mana and records absorbed during the explosion, along with the quality of both. In fact, another reason why the higher existences fought bloody wars with each other to obtain more worlds was precisely because the more worlds a faction controlled, the greater the chances of obtaining a high-grade treasure. However, Lilith did not mention this fact to Bai Zemin as it was not necessary for him to know such a thing yet, and in time, he would probably understand it on his own. After about a minute or two, Bai Zemin raised his head to look at the evolved snake. You have a name by which I can call you, else I can just call you Snake if that doesn't offend you. Hadohata. The evolved snake suddenly started laughing out loud after hearing Bai Zemin's question. Her laughter was so powerful that the surroundings shook, and the mist coming from the sides of her mouth became stronger as now even her body began to acquire an extra layer of frost. But oddly enough, it didn't seem to affect her at all. The snake used her big golden eyes to look at him as she said with her clear voice, "Human, you are really interesting. I have lived for over 700 years, but you are the third existence and the second human who asks if I have a name. Very well, even if you reject my offer to form an alliance, meeting someone as educated as you and the fact that you got a good laugh out of me has made the trip here not a waste." Bai Zemin maintained an indifferent and hard-to-read expression. However, the evolved snake would probably want to eat him alive if she knew what he was thinking. "My name is Mei Lin, queen of 30% of all mutant beasts in the southeastern part of the world. Make sure you don't forget it," said the evolved snake very proudly. Mei Lin had the qualifications to feel proud considering that 30% of all mutant beasts in the southeastern part of the world definitely totaled in tens of millions. However, what caught Bai Zemin's attention was her name. "Chinese," he muttered subconsciously as he looked at the giant creature a few meters away. "It's not Chinese, it's Mei Lin," said the evolved snake, this time clearly feeling a bit ticked off. "No, it's not that. Just forget it." Bai Zemin shook his head before moving on to the main topic. "Mei Lin, regarding your proposal from earlier. Have you finally made your decision?" Bai Zemin did not answer immediately and instead asked calmly, "Regarding the alliance, would you mind if other soul evolvers join us? Don't worry, they will also be powerful and won't be a burden." Mei Lin said nothing for several seconds. She raised her neck and lifted her head to look into the distance and said in a soft but clear voice, "Are you talking about Philip and Zilug?" "Zilug?" Bai Zemin looked back over his shoulder, and his eyes fell on the jade green orc who also seemed to be chatting rather than fighting King Philip. Since the evolved snake knew the name of the King of Gales, then there was no need to think too hard to understand that Zilug was the name of the true leader of the orcs in this part of the world. Bai Zemin turned his focus back to the giant snake and said in a firm voice, "I don't know about this Zilug you speak of, however. The King of Gales will definitely join us." After a few seconds of silence, Mei Lin gently nodded her big head as she said in a thoughtful voice, "That's good too. If Philip joins the alliance, then Zilug will have no choice but to enter as well unless he wants to court death. Besides, our chances of stealing the treasure will be higher that way." Stealing the treasure. Bai Zemin felt lost again as he heard mysterious and unfamiliar words. Unfortunately, this did not seem to be the time for questions as the earth soon began to tremble even more than it was already shaking due to the war that was occurring in the distance. "Which Mei Lin, it's a miracle you're still alive." A powerful, booming voice thundered in the surroundings. Bai Zemin looked over his shoulder and narrowed his eyes for a brief moment before his expression returned to normal. Even then, the muscles in his body tightened slightly and his entire being went into standby mode, ready for combat at any second. HMPH, I don't have any plans of dying before you die, Zilug. The King of Gales and the approximately 70-meter-tall orc approached. The king's body seemed to blink, disappearing from his previous position and appearing over 30 meters away with each step, a visual effect of his high agility as a spear user. As for the giant orc, each step he took was big enough to cover huge distances, even though his speed didn't seem to be his forte, so he actually managed to keep up with the king without any visible problems. Now that Bai Zemin had the chance to take a closer look at Zilug, he was a bit surprised to find out that the orc's body was not only jade green in color, but his entire skin seemed to be covered with rocks of different sizes that looked like real jades. Furthermore, the true leader of the orcs in this area of the world had a giant shovel on his back. Odd indeed. Zilug looked at Bai Zemin at the same time he was looking at him. After a few seconds, the giant orc said in a powerful voice, "Philip, is this the human you spoke of earlier?" "It's him, Zilug." King Philip nodded and said confidently, "What do you think? This guy will be our trump card this time." Without waiting for a reply from the orc, the king looked at the evolved snake and said in a friendly manner, "Mei Lin, it's been about 300 years since we met, but your size practically doubled, haha. Looks like you've been doing well." "Philip Di Gales, you sly old thing. Don't think I've forgotten how you stole that rank 3 mountain root back in those days and then ran off." Mei Lin snorted under her breath, but there was no antagonism in her words. "Haha, about that. I'll make it up to you someday, I promise." King Philip scratched his head a little embarrassed. To avoid wars that could lead to annihilation, all the kings of the kingdom had come to a friendly agreement with the different leaders of the different races that were within the territory they called their own. The agreement was very simple, and it was to avoid as much as possible that soul evolvers above level 50 tread on the borders of the territories, where the other lived, so that disastrous wars that no one wanted to see could be avoided. Bai Zemin watched the interaction between the two sides, and could not help but think in his heart, if the humanity on Earth that once ruled the world would also have to surrender part of its territory to the zombies. "No." Zilug's thoughtful little humming stopped Bai Zemin's thoughts at the same time as Mei Lin, and King Philip turned to look at him. "Zilug, what's wrong?" the king asked in a deep voice as he saw the giant orc's bizarre behavior. However, Zilug did not reply to King Philip's question and instead continued staring at Bai Zemin as he muttered to himself, "Clearly you are small. You're even only level 50. But why do I sometimes sense danger and sometimes not? Here you go." Swoosh. Just as everyone stood perplexed at the orc's strange musing, Zilug suddenly swung his right fist ferociously downward straight at Bai Zemin. "Zilug, are you crazy?" "Stop." Neither King Philip nor the evolved snake Mei Lin expected Zilug to launch such a sudden attack just as he seemed to be calmly thinking something, especially considering that he had traveled a long distance to get here in search of an alliance. Bai Zemin looked at the descending giant fist with no change in his expression. The ground beneath his feet sank, and the stones turned to dust even before the attack hit the ground as proof of how terrifying the giant orc's physical strength was. His right fist clenched, and at the same time as his left foot stepped forward, his right foot stepped back. Without activating skills and without any fancy moves, Bai Zemin punched fiercely forward using directly 80% of his total physical strength. Under the surprised eyes of King Philip and the evolved snake Mei Lin, the two fists collided, and a powerful explosion resounded noisily. The shockwave forced both of them back as they did not expect this kind of result at all. Rumble. Amidst the lightning flashes of mana in the sky, the atmosphere rumbled loudly as a result of the clash between the two powerhouses. The visual impact of seeing a small human of 1.8 meters tall with his arm extended forward and successfully stopping the giant fist of a monstrous orc of at least 70 meters tall was simply shocking and suffocating to anyone who looked at it. Bang, 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 bang. After 2 or 3 seconds of stalemate, Zilug's right arm faltered, and with nothing else to do, he was forced to take 5 steps back before finally shaking off the full damaging force of the opponent's punch that traveled from his fist to his legs, subsequently destroying the ground with every step he took. As for Bai Zemin, he did not move from his previous position. However, he did not take the previous clash as his victory, and as he looked at the broken skin on his bleeding fist, a flash of shock shone in his onyx-colored eyes. //////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 839 Body Transformation. Bai Zemin was very confident in his physical strength, and at the same time his confidence in his defense was very high, especially after he evolved his second-order silver skin skill to the next stage, third-order golden bones back to the 5 silver pagodas in China while still inside the Weaver Ant Cave. Golden Bones, third-order passive skill, level 1. Your skin becomes so tough that now no pre-evolution weapon outside the annihilation category can break through your defenses. Rank 0 weapons are unable to cut you, and rank 1 weapons are 40% less effective against you. The hardness of your internal organs is multiplied by 2 times the previous stage, and your bone skeleton is now equivalent to a gold skeleton, which multiplies your natural defense x 5 times. Automatically increases your stamina stat by plus 700 points permanently. With the skill Silver Skin evolving into Golden Bones, Bai Zemin was confident that a mere punch from a third-order existence should not be able to hurt him when he had responded to the attack using 80% of his full physical strength. However, to his surprise and disbelief, his right fist was bleeding, and the skin on his hand had indeed been shredded to the flesh. While it was true that the giant orc had had the advantage in the previous clash, as he had struck from above down, which added gravity and weight to his already terrifying physical strength, Bai Zemin had not expected this kind of outcome, especially since the other party had not activated any skills. Hadohata. The powerful laughter of the Orc King attracted Bai Zemin's attention, and looking forward, he saw that Zilug was looking at him with his big sky-blue eyes while his right arm was shaking repeatedly. Zilug looked at Bai Zemin and said with a very friendly laugh, "Human boy, not bad. When that old human king named Philip told me earlier that he had a good addition to our alliance, I had high expectations. But when I noticed that you were only in the first order, I admit I was disappointed and even felt betrayed. I mean, who in their right mind would expect a level 50 human soul evolver to have enough power to fight the strongest in the world? Don't you agree with me too? Ha ha ha." The Snake Queen Mei Lin and the King of Gales looked at Zilug with wide eyes. Neither of them knew whether to call the Orc King stupid or smart for what he had just done. "Well, now that everyone here knows you're this powerful, I think even that witch Mei Lin will feel more comfortable trusting your tale on the battlefield, don't you? Pahahaha. Zilug, do you want to be frozen to death?" "Oh, don't be such a bore, old bag. We older folks need some joy in our lives, don't you think?" Bai Zemin ignored the 2 existences of different races and went back to looking at his right fist, where the blood ran smoothly even through the combat gauntlet. With a complicated sigh, he activated blood manipulation and soon began to feel a slight stinging coming from his fist due to the rapid regeneration of the broken or damaged tissues. He had been too arrogant to think that a soul evolver in the intermediate levels of the third order would not be able to hurt him in a head-to-head attack, at least not a warrior, since mages were a separate story. However, the wound on his hand had opened his eyes again. Zilug seemed to notice Bai Zemin's confused look, and with his experience of over 700 years, it wasn't hard for him to understand what the young man was feeling. His previous attitude changed as his voice became serious and deep as he raised his right fist and calmly said, "Human boy, even though I have little idea why you are putting on that kind of expression, let me tell you that you have nothing to feel bad or disappointed about." King Philip and the evolved snake Mei Lin held their breath for a few seconds when they looked at the thin but still clear dark crack on the giant orc's jade green fist. Unlike Bai Zemin, the 2 of them had a better knowledge of Zilu, therefore they knew what that crack represented. "My passive skill, Jade Body, not only increases my physical strength more than you probably think, but also my natural defense, also more than you probably think," said Zilug in a low but deep voice. He retracted his fist and looked at the crack there as he slowly said, "This is the first time in at least 2 centuries that my defense is broken in this way, not to mention the fact that the one who did it is none other than a first-order soul evolver who did not activate any skills, and no offense but, of the human race whose physical bodies are pitifully weak in comparison to us orcs or evolved beasts. If you're surprised, then how do you think I feel?" Bai Zemin shook his head and said nothing about it. Even though what Zilug said was true and made a lot of sense, Bai Zemin's goal was just too big. Therefore, being hurt like this by someone within the levels he believed he was capable of overpowering was a strong wake-up call. "Then why don't we now discuss regarding this alliance everyone was talking about?" proposed Bai Zemin, not wanting to linger too much on the previous topic. His priority was the treasure that could be born. Even if it wasn't 100% certain, the possibility of obtaining a legend-grade treasure was something Bai Zemin was definitely not willing to overlook. Before that, King Philip looked at the evolved snake and pointed back. "Mei Lin, aren't you able to do something about that?" Mei Lin raised her head to look to where the King of Gales was pointing. The sound of constant explosions caused by the activation of magic skills or powerful physical attacks reached her senses, proof that the war between humans and the other races was still going on. She shook her big head and her soft voice came from somewhere. "I'm afraid that's not possible. Even though those mutant beasts are indeed my subordinates, and in normal times they obey me, I can't defeat the soul record. Now that those unclassified and first-order beasts have lost their sanity from fear of what is to come and from the wild mana, they will not stop. They will continue to attack whatever comes their way, whether human or not." Philip Bai Gales looked at Zilug in silence. There were also orcs among the existences fighting in the south direction. "I can do nothing. I'm as helpless as that witch in this matter." Zilug shrugged indifferently, knowing what King Philip was asking with his eyes. The King of Gales nodded as he let out a heavy sigh. "I understand." Because of the alliance for a common goal, Mei Lin and Zilug would not attack the human soul evolvers. However, they would also not allow Philip to attack the mutant beasts and orcs that were fighting each other and the humans deeper to the south. This was because, although those mutant beasts and orcs were no longer under their control, when things calmed down everything would return to normal, and if even one of them managed to survive, it was practically a given that such an existence would have already evolved into the Second Order. As rulers, Mei Lin and Zilug knew how precious Second-Order soul evolvers were, and therefore would not let anyone casually interfere with the possible birth of one. Of course, they also wouldn't interfere in the war that was going on as long as another third-order power didn't step in. "Let the little ones fight while we discuss adult matters," Zilug said, and under Bai Zemin's shocked eyes his body suddenly glowed and began to shrink. In just a few seconds, the 70-meter-tall body had shrunk to 3 meters, and although it still looked big, it was much more acceptable to the eyes. "What, did you think I went with that height everywhere?" Zilug snorted as he looked at the surprised Bai Zemin. "If that were the case, then there would be no females who could take me, no." The corner of Bai Zemin and King Philip's mouths twitched several times at the Orc King's words. However, Bai Zemin could feel that even though Zilug's size had shrunk, his true strength had barely dropped. "Don't tell me." Bai Zemin slowly turned his head just in time to see Mei Lin's body glow. "You can shrink too?" he asked in surprise as the obsidian-colored radiance completely covered the giant snake's figure. "Shrink me? Oh, that's right." The evolved snake's voice came from inside the glow covering her body. "For a second I forgot that you're just a young boy and not an old monster like us. Predictably, you don't know too much regarding what happens when other races reach the Third Order." Soon, the obsidian-colored brightness began to recede when it was about 1.8 meters tall. Under Bai Zemin's shocked eyes, Mei Lin's figure was revealed. However, she was no longer a snake but a great human beauty. She was covered in obsidian-colored armor that matched her long, dark, slightly wavy hair that fell down her back and draped across the ground like a cloak. Her 2 long arms and even longer legs were partially uncovered, allowing one to see the blemish-free white skin that looked to be as smooth as silk. Her face was oval-shaped, and her lovely golden eyes seemed to shine like spotlights in the middle of the darkness. However, the most striking thing, apart from the color of her eyes and her thick lips, was the fact that her 2 pupils were actually 2 straight and black lines worthy of a reptile. Bai Zemin was genuinely surprised. Had it not been for her eyes and bestial aura, it would have been hard for him to tell that the mature beauty in her 40s was not a human being but a mutant beast. Mei Lin smiled, and even though it was just a normal smile with no weird intentions, her level of charm was high enough for Bai Zemin to call her a seductress in his heart. "Come to think of it, technically, you and I became allies before the 2 old men over there, but I still don't know your name," Mei Lin said suddenly. Bai Zemin had been amazed not by Mei Lin's beauty, but by the fact that she was able to transform her giant body nearly 1 km long and as thick as an entire building into a form 99% identical to that of a human female. Moreover, since this was the first time he had formed an alliance with third-order existences belonging to other races, his surprise was even more justified. Fortunately, however, he was not a normal person but a soul evolver who had experienced many things in a short time. "Bai Zemin, that's my name." "Bai Zemin," Mei Lin blinked as if surprised. She walked closer to him and her waist swayed as if she still retained her flexibility and agile snake-like movements. "Is that a name similar to mine?" she asked somewhat uncertainly as she stared at him. Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he slowly said, "That's why your name surprised me earlier. You're the first existence I've met in Eventide World with a name so different but so similar to mine." "All right, witch, don't try to seduce the boy and behave yourself," Zilug said suddenly. Mei Lin gave him a sidelong glance and said indifferently, "Shut your doggy mouth and don't treat me like I'm an easy female. What more wouldn't you want, you green-skinned old dog?" King Philip and Bai Zemin exchanged glances, both noticing the helplessness in the other's eyes. The king stepped forward before things escalated and said quickly, "All right, how about we all go to my castle for now and have a nice chat there? We don't have much time before more alliances are born. The war that will break out over this treasure could even cause the annihilation of many races depending on the outcome. The war for a legend-grade treasure would definitely be very bloody if too many existences fought over it. A treasure of such magnitude could easily turn someone weak into an invincible existence within its order, or even allow them to skip levels with ease. The spatial storage ring granted him a large amount of stats, even though it was not an item meant for combat. How terrifying would a legend-grade sword be then? Although he already knew the answer, Bai Zemin wondered if the demons would also step forward this time. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 840 Her Reasons to Love Him. Time really flies, and in the blink of an eye 7 days passed since the third apocalypse broke out. During the 7 days that passed, the war among all races did not stop getting more and more intense, to the point where the outside of every human city practically turned into a slaughterhouse, and the forests became butcheries, where mutant beasts fought each other or other enemies that dared in their paths. The smell of blood could be breathed into the air by anyone who went out into the streets, even if they did not go near the walls of the cities in which they lived. 3 days ago, news that shook the entire human race spread throughout Eventide world. One of the western kingdoms of the world, the Syrian kingdom, which had a long history of over 6,000 years, had fallen. When the news that one of the 49 kingdoms that sustained the human race was destroyed, each and every human felt as if the ground they were standing on was shaking harder than ever. Unable to believe such news, the kings of the bordering kingdoms sent 2 scouts each, all of whom possessed strength that had already broken beyond level 50. However, to the terror of these 4 kings, the news that these scouts brought back to their kingdoms after 48 hours was chilling. The 5 cities of the Syrian kingdom had been bathed in blood, and the more than 9 smaller towns were leveled to the ground. No survivors were found at all, and the heads of countless humans were seen hanging on tree branches. Their wide-open eyes filled with fear had been eternally etched on those lifeless skulls. With something this huge happening, it was simply impossible for the other kingdoms to stand still, especially considering that whoever had done such a thing was definitely not an unintelligent creature. All of the closest kingdoms, including the Prowling Kingdom, sent at least one general above level 90 to scout around and discover something that could lead them to the culprit. /////. In the middle of the forest of the ancients. Boom, 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 boom. As the mana tornadoes spun ferociously, linking the skies and the earth, the explosions coming from within the forest were joined by the constant blasts of purple lightning flashing through the mana-laden clouds. You have received the soul power of First Order 100-foot Bloodsucker level 46. You have received the soul power of First Order Flaming Hawk level 48. You have received the soul power of First Order Disintegrator Acid Snake level 49. After killing the last enemy around him, Bai Zemin retrieved the whip he had been using as a weapon for the past 7 days, and looking at the bloody mess around him, he couldn't help but sigh. I thought that by switching weapons I would be being more delicate with my attacks, but it seems that it's impossible after all, muttered Bai Zemin under his breath as he squatted down to make a deep cut on the First Order snake's head and determine whether or not there was any soul stone inside. Little brother Zemin, haven't you heard the saying? It doesn't matter if the monkey wears silk, at the end of the day, it will still be a monkey. Lilith let out a giggle as she looked at everything while sitting on the thick branch of a tree, swinging her little feet back and forth innocently. Yes, I've also heard the saying that no matter how much a 100-year-old succubus evolves, at the end of the day, it will still be an old granny. Bai Zemin muttered without looking back. Lilith's left eyelid twitched several times. He always brought up the topic of age, which was somehow her weak point. Lilith tried to remain calm as she said with a proud smile, "Is that so? Well, you wish you could hug a certain 100-year-old succubus. Too bad you can't do it because you're too weak." Bai Zemin was not shaken by Lilith's words at all. At the end of the day, the truth was not offensive to him. While cleaning the small dark green soul stone, he calmly said, "Little Lilith, haven't you ever heard this saying? Old cow who wants to eat young grass. It's quite interesting, don't you think?" This time Lilith's right eyelid joined the left one, twitching fiercely. Frustrated at not being able to beat him in a joke she started, Lilith snorted and said in a casual voice, "Then wouldn't it be good if we sent the old cow to meet with old bulls? I'm sure there will definitely be many bulls who will want to eat the cow." Bai Zemin's movement stopped for a second, and a flash of anger shone in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down and continued wiping away the encephalic matter that was stuck to the sides of the soul stone. "Looks like the idea of having a royal harem doesn't sound so bad anymore for some reason," he said in a low voice but clear enough for the succubus in the tree to hear. "Mom said she wanted a lot of grandchildren. We'll need plenty of cows for them to have my calves." "You?" Lilith's eyes widened, and without thinking she leaped off the tree towards him as she angrily said, "I'll bite you to death, you insolent brat. You let go of me, stop biting me. I'll teach you to respect me and not to think about women anymore. Wasn't it you who started all this? Stop biting me, I'm telling you. Why do you always slap my butt so hard? You'll leave marks on my skin, you brute. And why are you always biting me? My mother found out about the bites back at the Sky Destroyer. Besides, I'll be sure to mark your skin so no old bull dares to look at my old cow. Now you're not only calling me old but also calling me fat. Surnamed Bai, this lady shall rip your skin off." For several minutes, the pair engaged in what seemed to be a deadly battle. The sound of smacks was followed by cries of surprise from the female, while the male's growls grew louder and louder as he was bitten by her. Several trees were shattered as Bai Zemin ran off like a runaway horse, trying to disengage from the rider on his back, named Lilith, who clung to him with her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. More than a few wild beasts met with the unfortunate fate of bursting into bloody mist after being struck by Bai Zemin, as he ran uncontrollably all over the place in an unsuccessful attempt to free himself from the succubus bites. About 20 minutes later, in the middle of a clearing with dozens of shattered trees around, two seemingly lifeless bodies lay motionless on the ground. Lilith and Bai Zemin looked up at the chaotic sky while holding hands. His neck had clear bite marks that were impossible to hide, while she occasionally grimaced slightly as she felt burning from the lower back of her body. After an unknown period of time during which the only three sounds that could be heard were the roaring of some creatures inside the forest or the constant explosions coming from the distance, along with the blast of lightning in the sky, Bai Zemin opened his mouth first. "Lilith, how do you think my whip training is going? It's been 7 days since you started training for real. Even though 7 days is short, you spent over 14 hours a day learning how to swing, cut, or twist a whip," she said in a low, melodious voice. "Thanks to your super warrior skill, your speed of learning and adapting is simply monstrous, but if we add your immeasurable talent to the equation, then the result is reaching the beginner level in just a week." "Beginner," Bai Zemin repeated with a frown, so low. Bai Zemin believed that he was pretty good with the whip right now, at least good enough to be able to fight a level 100 soul evolver without any problems even if he didn't activate any powerful skills. However, Lilith's words proved to him that he was wrong. "Zemin, if those existences that spent centuries to learn how to use a whip properly heard your words, they would definitely do their best to hunt you down." Lilith forced a smile and pointed out, "To reach the beginner level in mastering a weapon you never used in just a week is insane. If you could spend 1 or 2 more years training like this, you would master the whip completely, and in 5 years at most you should be able to use those attacks." Bai Zemin gently tightened his grip on her hand and said softly, "Thank you." She returned the slight squeeze silently, as if to tell him with actions that she was there for him, even if she really couldn't interfere too much with his actions and destiny. Lilith felt it was truly ironic all she was experiencing, and how much she had changed. She had come to Earth with the intention of making use of Bai Zemin's power. She never planned to get romantically involved with him or anyone else on the planet. And while Lilith didn't plan to hurt Bai Zemin, she also didn't really care if he lived or died after he paid his debt for the help she gave him. However, in a matter of months of living together, and spending every second of the 24 hours of the day together. The thoughts and feelings of the higher existence known as Lilith, or bloody Succubus, the only female capable of rivaling Uriel in terms of beauty, began to subtly change without her realizing it. Before she became aware of it, Lilith began to feel pain when he was wounded in combat. She began to worry every time he was struck down by a higher-level soul evolver, and in her heart she practically began to pray hoping that he would get back on his feet to continue fighting. Now, Lilith not only didn't care as much as before about the target she had been pursuing for so many years, but somehow hoped that he wouldn't help her since that way Bai Zemin wouldn't have to fall into such a dangerous situation. However, Lilith knew the kind of man the little guy next to her was. Bai Zemin would definitely force her to tell him everything in order to help her when he became strong enough. Bai Zemin would definitely not be happy if he knew that she could never be truly happy unless she completed what she had already started. If someone ever asked Lilith the reason why she fell in love with Bai Zemin, she would have no difficulty in answering. She fell for his perseverance. Every time he suffered wounds capable of making even the proudest higher existence bow down in pain, Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and continued to fight bravely even if he knew that every second that passed only worsened his condition and reduced his chances of survival. She fell for his kindness and decisiveness. Bai Zemin was not only a cruel monster as many made him look like. Lilith had been there for almost every one of his most important moments, so she knew that deep inside that indifferent and cold exterior was a very gentle guy who had locked himself away because life had forced him to. The number of good-hearted living beings that Bai Zemin had helped with his actions either directly or indirectly was undoubtedly gigantic, but he still knew when he needed to be firm in his decisions, even though he knew that the outcome would still not leave him satisfied despite being the best. She fell for his values. Nowadays, and for evolved beings, words were worth less than the mana that could be found everywhere. Lilith knew countless living beings, even the so-called angels that many existences worshipped as righteous and free of impurities, but she would have trouble pointing out even one that had not broken its word once. However, at least during the time she had been by his side since the beginning of his evolutive path, Lilith had yet to find an event in which Bai Zemin had not kept his word, no matter how difficult his promise was to keep. There were so many reasons she had to say regarding how she fell in love with him that if Lilith's life was a light novel of the kind Bai Zemin loved, so much it would probably take a whole chapter, and the author would surely be cursed by its readers. "Let's go back to the castle," Bai Zemin said after several minutes of silence. Lilith nodded obediently like a little wife, and followed him closely on the way out of the forest in a southerly direction. When Bai Zemin arrived at the castle, he was immediately stopped by a pretty young maid with reddish hair. "Lord Zemin, His Majesty Philip requested that when you return to the castle to inform you that he will be waiting for you in the throne room. Besides, this is just a personal thought, but it seemed to be something urgent judging by the angry expression on His Majesty's face," said the young maid as she looked at Bai Zemin with eyes full of admiration. Bai Zemin's feats had already become known throughout the world. He had gone from being an unknown nobody to a living legend after ending the life of the much-feared Shadow Killer, and from the point of view of many citizens, his importance to the kingdom was even higher than that of the king himself, making Bai Zemin one of the most important cornerstones for Gales. Just as men sought out beauties, beauty sought out heroes, and Bai Zemin was not only a handsome young man, but also had enough power to guarantee a safe and luxurious life to any woman who was fortunate enough to be his chosen partner. Therefore, the number of females in the kingdom and the world at large who were waiting for the perfect opportunity to win his favor at any cost was not small. Bai Zemin nodded and thanked the young girl before heading straight for the throne room. He was now familiar enough with the structure of the giant castle to not get lost. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 840, One Large-Scale Massacre of the Demon Race. When Bai Zemin arrived in front of the throne room, he found that the double wooden door was closed, and even the two soul evolvers who usually stood at the entrance as guardians were nowhere to be seen. It seemed that just as the pretty maid from earlier had told him, the situation was quite serious. The doors creaked softly as Bai Zemin pushed inside, opening without any hindrance whatsoever. The existences already inside the throne room stopped all conversation as the doors creaked slightly before opening. Several eyes fell upon Bai Zemin from the first instant he set foot inside the room. Serafina, Ellis, Liam, Anna, Giles, General Lazes, the young and timid assassin cat, and approximately a dozen other people who were part of the most powerful soul evolvers in all of the Gale's kingdom were inside the room. The Third Order snake, Mei Lin, was also present in her human form, and even Zilug was inside the room despite his height, thanks to the fact that the corridors and doors of the castle were exaggeratedly large, not to mention the distance between the floor and the ceiling. The two kings of their respective races within their respective territories had stayed in the castle for the past week and did not leave at all. According to them, the reason they were staying was so they could better discuss alliance matters. But Bai Zemin was beginning to suspect that Mei Lin enjoyed the high-quality service that the human maids could provide in contrast to the rough service of the mutant beasts, while Zilung was like a perverted old man looking at the girls walking past him even though he never did anything bad. Zemin, you're finally here. King Philip nodded with a serious expression and made a gesture with his hand. Sit down first, we were waiting for you. The atmosphere was really serious and even heavy. Bai Zemin nodded silently and sat down on one of the chairs that had been placed on the sides. Serafina and Ellis had saved one for him, casually in between the two sisters. Now that we are all here, I want to announce a very important piece of news I received today morning, but waited until now to tell you since I wanted to confirm the truthfulness first, even though the source is very reliable. King Philip said as he pulled out a small device with a second-order soul stone embedded in it. Ellis leaned slightly closer to Bai Zemin and explained in a whisper. That is a device that allows two or more existences to communicate regardless of distance as long as it is within our world. It also has the ability to store messages. Only nobles of great prestige from families that once had a powerful warrior or soul evolvers above level 70 can afford such a device, because only a second-order soul stone is able to feed its hunger for no more than 20 uses before it crumbles to dust. These are the devices that allow news to spread quickly throughout the world. Bai Zemin nodded silently and thanked her with his eyes. King Philip injected his mana and the soul stone immediately lit up. Several magical runes glowed on the small fist-sized device, and soon, two voices came from inside the unit. Fucking fiend, you and your race will pay for this. Scum who won't even spare newborns. Heh, is that so? Who will be the one to make us pay, though? Are they the kings of the kingdom that you humans are so proud of? Ha ha ha, laughable. I'm in 8th place among His Majesty's demon generals, but I alone was enough to kill that old thing without much trouble. Shit, I forgot his name even though I absorbed his records. Just die already, second-order trash. A sound of something breaking was heard from the device, followed by something falling to the ground with a thud. Then, the demon's voice was heard again. Humans, you have no idea what awaits for you. Then the sound of footsteps got farther and farther away until the lights on the device went out, and there was no more sound. The faces of some people like Serafina and Anna had turned pale at the sound of the demon's voice. As for the rest, their expressions were either ugly or anger-filled as they understood what the recorded message represented. After a moment of silence, King Philip said in a deep voice, the scout was a level 67 soul evolver affiliated to the Prowling Kingdom. Queen Alois received the scout's call just when he had already been captured by the demon general. He probably did it to pass on the information before he died. The Prowling Kingdom sent the same message to all the 48 kingdoms on foot. I confirmed it personally. Ella's expression was serious, and her beautiful face was slightly wrinkled by her frown. Father, let me see if I understood correctly, but does this mean that the culprits of the fall of the Syrian kingdom are none other than the demons? That demon said to be in the 8th position among the demon lords demons general. If I'm not mistaken, the 8th demon general is called Aroth. The demons are definitely behind the destruction of the Syrian kingdom and the massacre of more than 17 million humans. However, it was not Aroth who defeated the Syrian king. King Philip shook his head without any doubt on his face. 17 million humans. Bai Zemin subconsciously clenched his fist tightly and gritted his teeth until they gnashed. Bai Zemin annihilated his enemies to leave no possible future retaliation. However, the demons were clearly killing humans for another kind of incentive, and were not doing it for survival. Besides, while he knew it was hypocritical to feel this way when he had killed so many innocents, Bai Zemin did not feel good knowing that another race was slaughtering his own cold-bloodedly, even if he was not a human of this world. Moreover, Bai Zemin was open to get the wrath of an avenger who would rise up to punish him for his actions. Therefore, the demons should also be open to feel his wrath. It was only fair. The fist of the strongest was the only real ruler that existed. Ellis glanced sideways at Bai Zemin, feeling his anger. She patted his shoulder gently under Seraphina's not-so-kind eyes as she asked in a serious voice, "Father, how are you so sure that Aroth was not the one who killed the king of Syrian? Demon generals might have a lower average level than kingdom kings, but they can all leap levels to fight against stronger soul evolvers." King Philip looked at Bai Zemin even though it was Ellis who asked the question, and said in a firm voice, "The king of the Syrian kingdom was a powerful mage with 90% of his skills focused on the pure water demon element. But the general demon Aroth is a mage who uses cursed fire skills. It is well known by natural laws that fire cannot defeat weight. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for the king of Syrian to fall against Aroth in a 1 versus 1 combat. Definitely not." Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "That demon general, whatever his name was, is trying to hide something." Queen Alois and I think the same thing. King Philip nodded and said in a deep voice, "However, what would a demon general want to hide? Another demon general? I doubt it, such a thing doesn't make much sense." "Demon Lord," Bai Zemin said without hesitation. "The demon king was the one who killed the king of the Syrian kingdom, fast enough so that the latter didn't even have a chance to send a message to the other kingdoms, while his generals were the ones who took it upon themselves to wipe out all human life in the various cities and towns of the kingdom." The entire room fell under a stony silence as Bai Zemin's words echoed inside the throne room. It was as if for a few seconds everyone held their breath before King Philip finally broke that silence in a serious voice filled with murderous intent. "My exact thoughts." The king nodded with anger and thirst for revenge burning in his eyes. That damned beast of the demon race finally came out. His wife, the one woman he had loved, and the one existence he had been willing to marry to start a family with, had been killed by one of the demon generals under the demon lord's command. Although the demon general Belgo's guilty of Queen Helena's death had already been killed by King Philip with the help of Bai Zemin, the king was not satisfied and wanted the head of the real culprit, the leader of the one who killed his beloved. "That's good too." Bai Zemin nodded and stood up while saying coolly, "While we're at it, we might as well annihilate all the demons." The faces of Ellis, Seraphina, Anna, Giles, Kat, Evan, Liam, and all the younger ones who were not used to large-scale massacres involving millions of lives turned slightly pale as murderous intent leaked from Bai Zemin's words. He didn't realize it, but the moment those words came out of his mouth, the skill Lonely Wolf aura was half-activated. Therefore, the blurred image of a crimson wolf appeared behind him. However, unlike in the past, the crimson wolf was no longer on all fours but was standing like a human. This was because the skill Lonely Wolf aura had evolved. AN, Chapter 819, just in case. But annihilate all the demons. Seraphina looked at Bai Zemin with hesitant eyes and said in a low voice, "If we do that, what would make us different from them?" Zilug looked at Seraphina out of the corner of his eye and said loudly, "Digale's girl, you are too soft." Maylin said nothing, but it was clear from the way she shook her head that she did not see the second princess's words in a good light. Bai Zemin looked at Seraphina and said calmly, "Ponytails, I think you are misunderstanding something. Since the soul record linked us all within its web, there is no such thing called difference. Demon or human, mutant, beast, or orc, we are all the same. We kill to live and devour to grow. Fight, win, evolve, simple as that. Since demons are cruel, then there is no need to show them mercy." He looked at King Philip, and after a short pause continued, "Besides, I have already slaughtered over 2 million demons that lived in the center of the forest of the ancients. Elder or child, not one was left behind the day Her Majesty Helena fell on the battlefield." Everyone's hearts were shaken this time, and even the second-order generals who had made it to that stage, by slaughtering countless enemies and fighting for at least 100 years, looked at Bai Zemin in shock. Seraphina and Ellis looked at Bai Zemin's back with pale faces. Neither of them said anything. "Your Majesty, do you remember our deal from before?" Bai Zemin asked as he looked the king straight in the eyes. King Philip nodded. "I do remember, of course I do remember. At that time I said that if the demon race didn't get involved then I would let them be, but now I have to take back that line," he said in a cold voice. "Even though the demon's actions don't affect neither me nor you at the moment, leaving this kind of bloodthirsty enemy alive is no different than releasing a tiger into the mountains. It will eventually come back to hunt us." Before the king could say anything, Zilug interjected, Hey, Zemin boy, aren't you getting too far ahead of yourself? I know you're strong enough to break my jade skin. However, the demon lord is at a different level. What happened this time could have been his revenge for what happened in the Forest of the Ancients. Maybe he will stop here since pressuring all the human kingdoms won't do him any good either, and he knows it. We better stop stirring up the hornet's nest before we get bitten to death. I'm not asking for your help, don't worry, Zilug. Bai Zemin replied calmly. He looked at the green orc and said slowly, our alliance will only be until we reach the treasure and get it secured. Then we will be enemies, and probably only one of us will make it out alive, won't we? There is only one treasure after all, and I don't think you want to share it. Zilug simply looked at him silently. He said nothing. His silence tactfully was a positive nod to Bai Zemin's words. The atmosphere cooled a bit when the words that none of the four involved in the alliance had wanted to mention so far. After a few seconds, Mei Lin let out a chuckle that caused a white mist to leak out of her half-open mouth as she said with narrowed eyes, well, it's most probable that the demon lord will show up to fight for the treasure, so let's all dance together to death, and let the ultimate winner grant the fallen allies a good burial. Bai Zemin looked at Mei Lin. She looked at him too. He smiled slightly and said calmly, yeah, let's dance to death. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 842, Kali and Mysterious Object in Soul. So, is this where your friend you told me about earlier lives? Bai Zemin stopped in front of a very plain-looking wooden door in the easternmost part of Bearcrest City, where the most ordinary citizens resided. Those who not only did not have enough ability or bravery to risk their lives and fight to the death, or whose lineages had never produced a soul evolver powerful enough for their descendants to enjoy the privileges of their success. Hee, Orc. If I were you, I wouldn't underestimate this little wooden door in front of us, Seraphina said as she let out a giggle like that of a naughty little devil. Both she and Bai Zemin were covered by long black cloaks to hide their figures. Both of them were simply too popular because of the status they had, and what their names represented. Therefore, it was impossible to leave the castle in peace unless they were covered like this. Although there were occasionally people who looked at them with curious eyes in a failed attempt to see beyond the magical cloaks, no one paid special attention to them this way. 2 days had passed since the meeting in the throne room. During the past 48 hours, the war on the outside of the city slowly began to calm down a bit, and although the soul evolvers were still on guard, the number of enemies had decreased considerably and was now manageable enough for King Philip to allow the citizens to slowly return to their homes but still not allow them to approach the city walls. The energy shields had been activated to medium level as a precaution, as occasionally a powerful mutant beast of great agility would appear which required the intervention of a second-order human soul evolver. The energy shields served to buy time if necessary, and thus prevent the enemy from getting through the walls so easily. Bai Zemin put on a thoughtful expression as he looked at the wooden door, but even after several seconds, he couldn't find anything strange there except the light layer of natural mana covering the wood of some chopped-down tree. There are several magic circles hidden in that door, you little scoundrel, Lilith said as she looked at the wooden door with her bright ruby eyes. She was standing right next to Bai Zemin and Seraphina, but only he was able to see and hear her, while the second Princess of Gales was not even aware of her existence, let alone her presence. Oh, Bai Zemin made a small sound of surprise upon hearing Lilith's words. He couldn't see anything out of the ordinary in the door in front of him. Yeah, this rune encryptor is indeed good, at least quite a bit above if compared to your little sister, Meng-Chi, who just started. Orc, did you figure something out? Seraphina asked, feeling surprised by the sound he had made. She thought he had been able to see past the camouflage veil her friend had placed on the wooden door to cover up the runes and magic circles. No, nothing like that. Bai Zemin shook his head before changing the subject slightly. So, are we going in or what? HMPH. Seraphina walked over to the door and pulled out a strange metallic pink key. She put it in the lock, and soon a surge of mana spread out and covered the door in its entirety. Bai Zemin blinked in surprise at the sound of the lock opening, and finally became curious about the friend Seraphina said she wanted to introduce him to. Seraphina had gone to look for him early in his room, and when Bai Zemin asked her what she needed, Seraphina said she wanted to introduce him to someone. After following her for several minutes, the two arrived at this point. Orc, you better not fall in love with my friend, Seraphina said with a snort in warning. For God's sake, move it, brat. Bai Zemin rolled his eyes and urged her to open the door once and for all. Seraphina obediently opened, and once the two of them were inside, she quickly closed the door behind her, as if she feared the people outside would see in. Bai Zemin looked around and could not help but feel a little surprise in his heart. Because of Serafina's status, Bai Zemin had expected her friend to have certain luxuries, but apparently he made a mistake. This house was very normal, so normal that Bai Zemin could even compare it to the old house where he grew up and where he lived with his loved ones for most of his years of life so far. There was no corridor, and when entering, the first thing one would find was a small living room with two green armchairs covered with some patches, a small glass table in the center, probably intended for sharing tea during snack time, and a two-door cabinet with glass windows, from where one could see the interior filled with small plants. There were also 3 doors apart from the entrance and exit door. "Wait here," Serafina said. She took off her cloak and hung it on the wooden coat rack next to the entrance. Before Bai Zemin could say anything, she disappeared beyond another wooden door. Without much to do, Bai Zemin approached the wooden cabinet and casually ran a finger on it. There was not even a speck of dust there. What caught his attention the most, however, were the plants beyond the glass panes, as they all seemed to be quite exotic and had mysterious appearances. He glanced forward and sideways several times as if to make sure no one was there, before reaching out his hand to the handle that would open the glass doors. However, his movement stopped when an emotionless voice sounded from behind him. "Don't do it, you'll get injured." Bai Zemin almost jumped in fear when that voice sounded not too far from where he was. My God, he had just checked and there really was no one there, but he didn't even notice when this person had stepped into the room. Bai Zemin turned around as he quickly said, "I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to." His words got stuck in his throat as his eyes fell on the young girl next to Serafina. The girl had the appearance of a young girl of 14 or 15. Her small body was covered by a long light blue dress that appeared to be quite old and somewhat inappropriate for someone of her height. Her legs were covered, but her slender arms were exposed. The girl's arms were so delicate that they made one worry about hurting her if one hugged her too long. Curiously, however, she did not give the impression of bad nutrition, but of someone small by nature. This girl had the whitest skin Bai Zemin had ever seen in his life. It even looked to be a sickly white because it was just so white. Her hair was snow white, as were her thin eyelashes and fine eyebrows. Her lips were a bit pale, and as small as her whole body. Her entire expression seemed to cry out indifference and coldness towards life and the world in general. If Bai Zemin had to describe the young girl next to Serafina, then he would probably use 2 words. Porcelain doll. Pretty and delicate looking, sweet but incredibly fragile. HMPH. Kali would have been better off letting this pervert open that cabinet so he could get exactly what he deserved for sticking his nose where it didn't belong. Serafina crossed her arms and began to tap her foot softly and repeatedly on the floor as she looked at Bai Zemin with wide eyes. She looked like a jealous wife waiting for explanations from her husband for coming home late. The expression of the girl named Kali did not change at all when she heard Serafina's words. She said in a soft but casual voice, "I'm afraid my plants might have been damaged in the process. I'd rather avoid it if possible." So she warned him for the sake of the plants and not for his safety. Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head in his heart. He looked at Serafina and said in a serious voice, "Ponytails, do you want me to spank you a couple of times again? Have you forgotten what happened when you called me a pervert for no reason? If you're itchy, tell me, I'll immediately help you to soothe it." Bai Zemin even raised his right hand and made a spanking gesture, as if to emphasize his words a little more. "You?" Serafina looked at him and subconsciously brought both hands behind her body. The girl named Kali raised her small head towards Serafina and paused for a few seconds before turning her face back to Bai Zemin. Quite surprising. This is the first time I've seen Serafina being defeated. Even though she said that, the tone of her voice didn't let the surprise she was talking about show. Every word that came out of her mouth was monotone. "I wasn't defeated by anyone, not by this orc at least," Serafina shouted with her eyes closed and her face slightly red. Bai Zemin ignored the childish acts of the little princess of Gales and focused his attention on the young girl again. The reason he was looking at her so much was not due to her beauty, since no matter how one put it, she was still a little kid. This young girl was very special. Bai Zemin could feel it somehow, but he could not put his finger on where that special characteristic was. Staring at a person for so long is not polite. Kali's voice brought him out of his inner thoughts. He blinked and calmly responded, "I'm sorry about that. That's the second time you've apologized in less than 60 seconds. I'm so Seraphina's eyes went back and forth between Bai Zemin and her friend. Her pupils glistened peculiarly as she said in a weird voice, "Kali, it's quite strange for you to talk so much with someone you just met." "Is that so?" replied Kali in the same monotone voice, as always without any change in her expression. Bai Zemin hesitated for a moment before carefully asking, can you see me?" Kali turned her face that was previously looking at Seraphina back to him. After a moment of silence, she returned in her usual tone of voice, "Close your eyes." Bai Zemin did not understand but still did as she said, and closed his eyes. Kali's voice entered his ears, "Can you see me?" "No," he answered. "There's your answer," she said in a flat voice. Bai Zemin opened his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him again. Right, Kali had kept her eyelids closed from the moment she entered the room. In fact, Kali didn't seem to be able to move her legs either, as she was sitting on a small magic wheelchair that floated a few inches off the ground, and with several dozen golden magic runes around it. Ahem. Bai Zemin scratched his head in embarrassment and slowly looked away as he was caught by Seraphina again. I'm just curious, that's all," he said. Bai Zemin let out a light sigh and said in an honest voice, "It looked as if Kali was looking at me, that's why I asked that question just now. I apologize if I offended you." Seraphina looked at Kali and said in a careful voice, "Kali, this orc can be a bit of a brute sometimes, but he really is a good person, I guarantee it." "I know, or else you wouldn't have brought him here," Kali replied in a flat voice. She kept her face fixed on Bai Zemin and said calmly, "Although I cannot see your appearance or Seraphina's or that of any other being living or dead, I have a skill that allows me to see something that neither you nor anyone else in the world can see. That's why I know where you are or what you are doing, even though I can't see the kind of expression you are putting on." Bai Zemin's eyes lit up. "I see. So that's why you knew earlier that I was about to open that cabinet door." Kali didn't say anything for several seconds. She just kept staring at Bai Zemin, and even though her expression never changed from the beginning to the end, he couldn't help but feel that her stare was really intense. "Kali, is something wrong?" Seraphina asked as she noticed that something wasn't right with her friend. Kali opened her pale and somewhat dried lips, and in the same monotone voice as always, she said something that surprised not only Seraphina and Bai Zemin, but Lilith as well. "You have something inside you in your soul. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 843, Soul Manipulation, Part 1. You have something inside you in your soul. The words Kali said were so confusing that Bai Zemin frowned and inadvertently looked at Lilith, as if to ask if she knew anything about it. "Scoundrel, don't look." Lilith tried to warn him, but it was too late. Bai Zemin jumped in surprise, just as Kali's voice sounded inside the room again. "I knew it." As he turned to look at her, Bai Zemin felt a chill run down his spine when he noticed that Kali was no longer looking in his direction nor in Seraphina's direction, but was currently staring at the place where Lilith was currently. This little kid, did she notice Lilith? Bai Zemin broke into sweating bullets at such a thought. Lilith let out a big exasperated sigh. She scratched her head and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "Why is it that all the people around you are or end up becoming anomalies, little brother Zemin?" If before Bai Zemin had any doubts, then now he no longer had any after hearing Lilith's words. "This girl named Kali seems to have a skill to see the presence of a soul or even the soul itself. My skills sense distortion and invisibility are of no use here. She already knows that I am standing next to you," Lilith said as she looked at Kali, curious to know what the young girl would do now. Bai Zemin's brain showed its ability to work overtime under pressure, and in an instant he reached an important decision about what he was going to do next. Nothing. He wasn't going to do anything. He did not plan to kill the girl to keep Lilith's presence under wraps or make meaningless threats. He would simply do nothing. At the end of the day, there were plenty of excuses he could make, and since the only person present was Seraphina, there wasn't much to worry about. "Kali, what do you mean by those words?" Seraphina looked at her friend curiously and completely oblivious to what was happening. Kali turned her face towards Bai Zemin, and after a few moments sighed weakly. "It's nothing, forget it." "Oh," Lilith raised an eyebrow, and a flash of surprise shone in her ruby eyes. Bai Zemin was confused as well. He looked at Kali and could barely restrain himself from asking her why she was hiding the presence of a fourth person inside the room from Seraphina, who was her friend. Seraphina, what is your friend's name? You haven't properly introduced us yet, Kali said softly. She calmly pointed out, I don't think his name is really Orc, is it? And no, his name is Bai Zemin, Seraphina replied somewhat awkwardly. Bai Zemin, a peculiar name, better than Orc though, Kali nodded slightly. May I ask the reason you call him Orc? I assume he calls you ponytails because of your hairstyle. I've helped you with that before after all. Why, you're quite talkative today, aren't you, Kali? Growled Seraphina under her breath. She cleared her throat and said, trying to keep calm, let's forget the Orc thing for now, okay? No, I'm also curious to know the reason why you call me like that. Bai Zemin folded his arms and looked at Seraphina steadily as he said in a clear voice, I've been curious for a while now regarding the way you address me. Seraphina looked at him hesitantly for several seconds before shaking her head fiercely as if to send some memory flying. I won't tell. Believe me, if I tell you, you'll regret it later. Lilith had been holding back her laughter since the conversation had started, but seeing how Seraphina was behaving, she finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, Daddy Zemin, if I were you I'd listen to the little princess and wouldn't ask any more ha ha. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Bai Zemin frowned slightly, and an expression that was filled with confusion and doubt covered his face. Now that he thought better of it, Lilith had been at his side when he was unconscious, so she should have seen and heard everything going on around him. Could it be that something had happened with the orcs while he was out of combat? Bai Zemin suddenly didn't feel so much like knowing the past when he thought about this. Perhaps realizing that he no longer had any intention of pursuing the matter, Kali simply shrugged indifferently. Forget it then, she said in an emotionless voice. Her face looked at Bai Zemin and her eyelids trembled slightly as she calmly said, what I said before regarding you having something in your soul, that wasn't a trick feint to lure you. You really do have something inside you. What did you really mean it? Bai Zemin frowned and his voice suddenly became serious. Kali, can you tell me what you see? Please, I'll pay you whatever you want. Bai Zemin had thought that Kali had said those words earlier just to surprise him and try to force a reaction from him so that she would be able to confirm the existence of a fourth person in the room. However, it seemed that Kali had not said that just for the sake of saying it. Even Lilith's expression had become grave at this point. The matters involving the soul could not be treated lightly in any way. The soul was what strengthened the body and the container of the records that made up every living existence in the universe. If an existence had the ability to crush souls, then a level 1 soul evolver would be able to slaughter any enemy with a single thought regardless of the difference in levels. That was how important the matter at hand was. Precisely because of this, Bai Zemin felt anxious and said that he was willing to pay Kali. Although he did not trust her, it was an irrefutable fact that she had discovered Lilith, and this could only mean that Kali really could see the souls of living beings. Besides, Bai Zemin believed that at least for the sake of Seraphina, her friend, Kali would not try to harm him. Kali did not mention anything about receiving payment. She seemed to take Bai Zemin's words as nothing but air since, after a couple of seconds, she revealed what she could see. From birth until now, my eyes have always been closed, and no matter how hard I try, I simply cannot open them in the same way that I cannot move the lower part of my body. However, even though I can't see with my eyes, I can still sense souls. Kali did not mention life, nor did she say anything regarding the gods blessing her with a special skill. However, Bai Zemin agreed with her not to do so. FREEWEB, N letter 1D0FVEL, C letter 1D0FM. Why should she, who was deprived of her eyes and legs, feel grateful to the gods or to life? It was good enough that Kali was not blaming anyone and was going on with her life in a mature way despite her age. She continued, regardless if there are thousands or if there are millions, each living being has only one soul. Moreover, after many years I discovered that no matter how many living beings walked before me and regardless of their race or gender, they all possessed a soul of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, indigo, or violet color. 7 colors, the 7 colors of the electromagnetic spectrum. The electromagnetic spectrum was basically an energy carrier. An energy carrier could emit, release, or absorb, devour, another carrier, becoming stronger while reaffirming its own identity as an energy carrier. Bai Zemin and Lilith gasped as they realized something shockingly important, something that even Kali herself was unaware of because of the small place she was born and raised in, something that only someone like Bai Zemin, who was a peer of a higher existence, could appreciate. An energy carrier was like the fingerprint, the identification of a living being. Weren't souls, record containers, the identification of every living being. Was the soul record a being or thing capable of controlling the energy that the electromagnetic spectrum or energy carriers released? Was it not by absorbing the energy released by the defeated that others could become stronger? Kali continued, living beings with weak souls have red-colored souls, and they are the vast majority. Those a little stronger than normal have orange-colored souls. Then there are those who have yellow-colored souls. I have only seen a handful of people with this type of soul. Yellow souls are followed by green souls, and so far I have only met one person with this type of soul. Seraphina's father, King Philip Di Gales. Taking advantage of the momentary silence, Seraphina couldn't help but ask curiously, Kali, what about my soul? You never told me this before. Seraphina, you really should be more patient. You are a princess, do you forget? Kali shook her head slightly, and although her voice had not changed for some reason, she sounded quite helpless. Why on earth would I mention this to you before? I'm just saying all this because I discovered something new today and I'm curious about your friend, that's all. Without giving Seraphina a chance to say anything else, Kali focused again on Bai Zemin and continued. Green-colored souls are followed by cyan-colored ones. In all my life I have only seen one person with this kind of soul. Her Majesty Queen Helena, Seraphina's mother. It is really unfortunate that the Queen lost her life. Her talent would definitely have let her surpass His Majesty Philip. Seraphina bit her lips and a flash of sadness shone in her eyes. However, that sadness soon turned to conviction and pride as she learned how powerful and talented her mother really was, even more than her father the king. Just as Bai Zemin was nodding silently, since he had heard from Lilith that Queen Helena's talent was indeed high, a cry of surprise made him jump slightly. The color of treasures, Lilith exclaimed in shock. Bai Zemin didn't even bother with dissimulation. He looked at her in surprise for her sudden outburst. She ignored him and muttered with trembling eyes, red normal, orange rare, yellow magic, green epic, cyan legend, indigo demigod, violet god. Kali could not hear Lilith's voice, but as she saw Bai Zemin looking at the fourth mysterious person with his soul fluctuating, she judged several things correctly. Kali did not lose her composure and calmly continued, beyond cyan is unknown to me. Even Seraphina has a cyan-colored soul. I will surpass my father, Seraphina exclaimed in ecstasy at the news that she shared her beloved mother's talent. If you work hard, Kali pointed out. She ignored Seraphina and continued, even though I don't know beyond cyan, I am 99% sure that the colors that follow are indigo and violet. Only then can the electromagnetic spectrum be completed. This time even Bai Zemin got as shocked as Lilith, except that unlike her, all he could do was stand there frozen. Seraphina, Kali, and probably no living being in Eventide world knew that beyond the epic or legend grade, there were other even more powerful treasures. However, even if they did know, they probably wouldn't attach importance to the colors of the orbs because only Kali would be able to associate the treasures with the souls and their colors. However, you are different, Bai Zemin, Kali said suddenly. More specifically, your soul is different and that is why your existence is. What do you mean? He quickly pursued in a voice eager to know more. This was a critical point for him. No, it probably was for the entire universe. Even the proud and powerful Lilith had her eyes pinned on the disabled girl in the wheelchair for fear of losing sight of her. Your soul is neither red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, indigo, or violet. Your soul is white, pure white. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 844 Soul Manipulation, Part 2-2. Bai Zemin lowered his head and rubbed his chin as he listened to the words Kali said. When she told him that his soul was white, pure white, Bai Zemin suddenly felt a trace of momentary inspiration. He did not dare to let that opportunity pass him, so he quickly began to chase that little trace that was just within the reach of the extension of his arm. Seeing Bai Zemin suddenly fall into deep contemplation, Serafina and Kali instinctively felt that it was best not to disturb, and so neither of them said anything. Even Lilith looked at him with bright eyes. Her heart felt uneasy and anxious. She knew that this could be a very important moment not only for Bai Zemin, but also for her future together with him. This could be the crucial moment that would perhaps mark a new beginning in the history of the cosmos. The minutes passed without Bai Zemin noticing the flow of time at all. For him, The only important thing was to pursue that small trace of light that seemed to be guiding him to the only existing exit from the prison in which they were all locked into. Bai Zemin had never in his life felt so happy to have been a good student and a great reader in the past. His knowledge of physics, biology, anatomy, and many other fields were mixed with the hundreds and even thousands of theories he had read in different light novels. If Lilith knew what he was doing, she could undoubtedly slap him to death for daring to mess around like that. The body was the equivalent of the vase or container. The soul was the water or nutrient that fed the rose. The rose that grew represented life. Without a vase, the water could not be contained in one place, and consequently, the rose would soon die from lack of water. The body was the light bulb that illuminated, and the electricity was the soul that gave energy. The light was the product or result of the union between the bulb and the electricity. If the bulb was too big and the electricity too weak, then there would be no light unless the electricity became strong enough to activate the circuit switch. At the same time, if the electric current was too powerful and exceeded the limit of the bulb, then the bulb would explode into pieces. How did life form? Based on the electromagnetic spectrum, each soul seemed to have a limit, electric current, and each physical body usually had the same potential of the soul light bulb, or else problems would occur for life light to exist without inconvenience. The electromagnetic spectrum was composed of 7 colors that coincidentally or not matched the color of the souls of all living beings. However, what about Bai Zemin's soul then? His soul was white after all. Bai Zemin recalled that during his physics classes, he was once educated that the union of red, green, and blue could produce the 7 colors of the electromagnetic spectrum. This was called RGB because of the initials of each of the 3 colors. However, the really amazing thing happened when the 7 colors were joined together. If the 7 colors of the electromagnetic spectrum were united, the result was a pure white color free of impurities. At the same time, the white color was the container of the 7 colors of the spectrum. For example, if after a storm the sun emerged, what normally occurred was the birth of a rainbow, which was composed of the 7 colors of the electromagnetic spectrum. The light of the sun was white light, and when it passed through a drop of crystalline water, that light was decomposed and its true internal composition was revealed, the 7 colors. From one point of view, Bai Zemin's soul was the combination of the 7 types of souls that existed. However, from another point of view, Bai Zemin's soul was the container of the 7 types of souls, the electromagnetic spectrum itself. Now the question was the next one. How could he, who was the source of energy and container, create or nurture and destroy other souls? Bai Zemin found the partial answer to nurture, but he still needed to improve much more. As for creating or destroying, he simply could not see beyond the wall in front of him. He had already reached the end of the corridor and had caught that bright light trace that was guiding him. Now it was up to him if he could break through the wall blocking his path to see what lay beyond. "I see," Bai Zemin muttered under his breath. He raised his head and looked at Kali gratefully as he slowly said, "The white light makes up the 7 colors of the electromagnetic spectrum. If you disassemble it, you get those 7 colors. It will be up to you to manipulate and control the wavelength and wavelength frequency." Immediately after those words left his mouth, a series of messages began to flash continuously in his retinas, one after another, just like a small child, jumping happily in front of its parents, after being picked up from school after so much expectation and waiting. "Congratulations! You are the first existence in the multiverse to catch a spark of the essence of the soul record. This is an unexpected but very welcome achievement. You receive the special reward, Wishing Soul Orb. You have learned the active skill, Soul Manipulation X rank level 1. Apart from those 4th messages, Bai Zemin received a 5th message. However, when he read only the first line, he immediately stopped and decided to continue later. He wanted to savor the happy moment first, as it seemed that the 5th message was not particularly a reward for his wonderful achievement. Lilith looked at Bai Zemin in shock. She didn't know what had happened, but in comparison to the 2 girls in the room, Lilith could feel that he had become stronger. However, before Lilith or either of the other 2 girls could ask or say anything, a flash of 7-colored light suddenly covered the room. Both the surrounding records and the surrounding mana swirled into one point and were quickly absorbed. Serafina subconsciously closed her eyes, and Kali did not manage to see anything as she simply could not open her eyelids. The only one who managed to see what that object was Lilith, since Bai Zemin reached his hand up and kept it in his storage ring as soon as his fingers came in contact with it. Zemin, you. Lilith looked at him with wide eyes, not knowing from where to start. She knew deep in her heart what had just happened. It was just that Lilith's common sense wouldn't let her accept it in the same way that a past Earth human wouldn't be able to easily accept seeing another human ascending to godhood. Because while Bai Zemin hadn't become a divine being, his achievement and what he had just obtained were undoubtedly more amazing given the circumstances. After 2 or 3 seconds, Serafina slightly opened one of her eyes first, and upon seeing that everything had returned to normal, she opened the other with a snap. What was that? She asked in amazement. Kali kept her face fixed on Bai Zemin and said in a flat voice, I'm curious too, looks like you got a good thing. Bai Zemin looked at Kali for several seconds. The expression on his face was unreadable. Finally, after calming his agitated heart a little, he asked in a clear and firm voice, Kali, is there anything you want? Anything, tell me and I will do whatever is within my power to get it for you. If I can't give it to you now, then I will give it to you when I become powerful enough to get it. The small room fell silent for several seconds before Serafina looked at Bai Zemin in surprise and began to ask question after question. Orc, what are you talking about? Besides, what was that flash from before? You know something, don't you? Hey. Unfortunately for the youngest princess of the Gale's kingdom, Bai Zemin was in no mood to entertain her at the moment. Therefore, his focus was entirely on the little doll in the wheelchair. Kali didn't immediately respond to Bai Zemin's words. She simply looked at him for a few seconds before lowering her head and muttering under her breath, I see. Looks like my explanation about souls helped you a little. A little? Bai Zemin forced a smile and shook his head. He pointed out, Kali, your skill and your explanation from before might be the gunpowder that was missing for the bullet that could change history to finally be fired. If the bullet succeeds in reaching its destination, then your name and existence will deserve to be eternally recorded in the books that will be chronicled. Serafina was becoming more and more dumbfounded as she stood there, feeling like a fool left out. Ever since Bai Zemin and Kali met, the two had been talking about things Serafina couldn't understand or acting mysteriously. They hadn't even gotten started talking about runes and equipment like it was supposed to be. Kali said nothing for a full minute and simply sat still in her wheelchair. Because her expression was as unperturbed as ever, figuring out or trying to decipher what she was thinking was basically impossible. Despite her age, Kali was definitely very intelligent and mature. Not only was she very quiet and calm compared to most girls her age, even surpassing Serafina, who was 1 or 2 years older than her, but Kali was also very cognitive and analytical. Otherwise, she would never have associated the color of the souls with the electromagnetic spectrum, and thus completing the colors she was missing. It was not difficult for Kali to understand that if she was the gunpowder, then Bai Zemin was the bullet he was talking about. However, she did not understand how far the depth of his ambition reached or how great his final goal was. Even so, there was one thing Kali did understand, and that was that thanks to her, the man her friend brought today had acquired something truly great. If Bai Zemin had not brought up the proposition, then Kali would never have asked for something in return for something she was going to do anyway. However, now that the opportunity was in front of her, things were different. Life has not been kind to me, but I am not complaining as I have learned a valuable lesson. Kali raised her head to look at Bai Zemin's soul and said in a flat voice, things like pride are of no use, and stubbornness can take us far or bring us down soon. You seem to be someone proud enough to not want to owe me anything, even though I never asked you for anything in return for what I did or said. Additionally, something tells me that if I refuse to request something from you, you will continue persisting until I give up, which makes you stubborn. Strangely, it seems to be that your stubbornness will not bring you down soon but will take you far. Bai Zemin had a somewhat bittersweet smile on his face as he listened to the 14 or 15-year-old girl in front of him reading him like an open book. Kali could already understand him that well without even seeing him. How good would she be if she could open her eyes? No. Maybe she was able to do it this way precisely because she couldn't see what everyone else saw, and in return, she was able to see other things that most couldn't or ignored. I'm not like you. I can't be bullet because my legs won't take me anywhere. Maybe my destiny is to be gunpowder, to propel the bullet further. Since I can't be bullet and can only be gunpowder, then I can't be stubborn or proud. That's why I will accept your proposal and request something in return for what I inadvertently gave you. Bai Zemin didn't know why, but for some reason he felt his heart heavy now that he had heard the words of the young girl in front of him. It was strange, a kind of sadness different from the one he had felt when he had met Luo Ning or Xiang Feng. Whatever you want, ask for it. Bai Zemin nodded firmly despite the fact that the young girl in front of him was not able to see it. His voice was extremely serious as he reaffirmed his previous words. Whatever you want, no matter how crazy you think it sounds, just ask for it and I'll give it to you. Kali kept her eyes closed, but he felt as if she was looking at him. She looked at him intently for almost a full minute before finally making her request. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 840, 5 Powder and Bullet. There were many things Kali could request, and Bai Zemin was really going to give his all to grant it. At the end of the day, just as she had said, he was a stubborn and proud person. Not only did Bai Zemin not like to feel in debt to other people, but he also did not like to feel that he had somehow abused the knowledge or power of others. Just as with Lilith in the beginning, he was going to help her so that he could be on equal footing, although that had now changed, and he was going to help her because she was the woman he loved. As for Kali, the girl was a complete enigma to Bai Zemin. When she opened her small mouth and her pale lips moved, her monotone voice, but that seemed to contain a tinge of pleading or maybe, that was Bai Zemin's imagination rang out as she made her request. I don't want anything material as perhaps you was thinking. Neither do I need you to at least try to find a cure or solution for the situation with my body. I just hope you can take me with you on your travels. For a few seconds, the entire room was silent. The runes on the door of the house, and probably the ones hidden in the walls, were definitely doing a good job in not allowing the noise from the street to reach the interior. Seraphina's eyes slowly opened wider and wider as she looked at her friend with utter surprise. Although she had not known Kali for a long time, Seraphina knew enough of her personality to understand the type of person Kali was. However, in less than an hour, there had been so much out of the ordinary that the shock in her heart had finally taken away her words. Indeed, just as Kali said, what Bai Zemin had expected was for her to ask for a cure for her legs and eyes. Therefore, her sudden and unexpected request shook the ground he was standing on, making it difficult for Bai Zemin to respond to her immediately. Seraphina quickly stood in front of Kali and put both hands on her tiny shoulders as she said in a serious voice, Kali, why don't you better ask for something else? He is really strong, you know. He could give you whatever you want. Seraphina knew that Bai Zemin was not someone from this world and that he would eventually leave. It was even highly probable that their paths would never cross again. Therefore, she was trying to help him out of a situation that was probably very uncomfortable for him. After all, Bai Zemin had told Kali that he would fulfill her request, but Seraphina knew that it was impossible for him to take someone from this world into his. I do know he is strong. Even I who rarely leave my house have heard Bai Zemin's name at least a dozen times, Kali said calmly. She extended her delicate little hand and slowly asked Seraphina to move a step out of the way so she could be in front of him once more. However, there is nothing I want. If I want luxuries, I can have them myself. I don't need anyone to give them to me. That's true, but Seraphina knew that if Kali exposed her talent for reading and encrypting runes, drawing powerful magic circles, then she would be able to have everything she wanted. All the royal families of the world would do their best to please her for the sake of winning her favor. That remarkable was her talent. However, Kali never sought luxury at all, and that was precisely why she lived in such a simple house. The youngest princess in the kingdom looked at Bai Zemin with a defeated expression on her face, as if telling him that she had done her part to help him, but that she had nothing more to say. To Seraphina's surprise, however, Bai Zemin's expression was not one of helplessness as she expected, but was serious and contemplative as he looked at Kali in silence. A thought suddenly crossed Seraphina's mind, and she immediately felt her heart begin to race at such a possibility. After several seconds, Bai Zemin continued to stare at Kali and said in a serious voice, Are you sure about that? Before you answer, let me tell you that I am not someone from this world. I came here after activating a skill to take a destructive attack away from my allies. But after completing my promise to His Majesty Philip, I plan to return to my homeland where many are waiting for me in order to continue from where we stagnate. For the first time since Bai Zemin met Kali, he saw her wooden expression break slightly, and although it only lasted an instant, Bai Zemin finally cleared any doubts as to whether he was talking to a living human being or not. Her snow-white eyebrows fluttered slightly, and her eyelashes trembled as if she was trying to open her eyes when she heard Bai Zemin's revelation. That's unexpected, she said, her voice completely devoid of emotion that betrayed her surprise. Unexpected but not unwelcome. Bai Zemin blinked in surprise. Kali wasn't getting the reaction he was expecting at all. Except for her initial surprise that lasted a flicker of time, she didn't even seem incredulous at what he had revealed to her. "That's okay too," Kali muttered to herself. She lifted her head so that her eyes aligned as much as possible with his and said in a clear voice, "In that case, take me with you when you return to your world. I guess that will be the real start of my journey as gunpowder bullet." Bai Zemin forced a smile and scratched his head as he said under his breath, "I seem to be getting nicknames pretty fast lately." Bai Zemin had noticed Seraphina's eyes locked on him and could practically feel her heart racing from afar. However, he focused on Kali for now and noted calmly, "Kali, I have no problem with taking you to my world and keeping you by my side. In fact, that would be a lot better for me as you will surely be of great help to my growth thanks to your wonderful skill of seeing souls. However, what about you? Are you really okay with leaving behind your friends, your family, your home? Abandoning everything for an unknown future millions of times more dangerous than the one you are living in now?" Kali didn't even have to pause to consider her answers in the face of Bai Zemin's series of questions. Her sweet, but at the same time indifferent voice was as unwavering as ever as she expressed her thoughts and feelings. "My only friend is Seraphina. As for family, I don't know if I have one or if I was born from a rock. I only have memories from this point about 3 or 4 months back. Beyond that, everything is blank to me." "What?" Bai Zemin looked at her in shock before looking at Seraphina. "Is that right?" Seraphina hesitated for a moment before nodding. "A few months ago the guards of the North Wall found Kali passed out on the outskirts of the city. No one knows to this day how or why she appeared there. It was not long after, and while I was taking care of her, that Kali asked me if she could borrow my battle equipment. She improved every piece of my equipment to the point where it looked completely different from the previous one. We have been friends all this time." Bai Zemin looked at the young girl in the wheelchair with a startled expression on her face. Kali was indeed riddled with mysteries, from her skill of seeing souls to her intelligence clearly way above normal, and from her strange physical disability to her unknown past. Her whole being seemed to be shrouded by a veil that covered her reality. "That's why you have nothing to worry about," she said in the same tone of voice as before. "I have no great ties holding me here, so I won't feel any sadness when you take me to your world. Of course, if you refuse my request, then that's fine with me too. I'll understand. A bullet only needs the gunpowder to work just one time to go off after all." After seeing the records of the equipment that the soul evolvers of Bearcrest City used, Kali realized that her ability to understand and draw runes was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Even the equipment that such an important figure as Seraphina, one of the 2 princesses of the entire kingdom, had runes that to Kali were nothing more than waste. However, except for her ability to draw runes, there was nothing else Kali had to offer. Besides, it would only be a one-sided business deal. She knew that other people would only approach her to make her draw runes. For the first time, however, Kali met a person who valued her higher than anyone else, not for the fact that she could bestow great power with just a pair of magic circles, but for a capacity that even if she revealed it to the whole world would be considered useless except to blind people. Since Bai Zemin called himself Bullet and had her gunpowder, Kali felt that maybe she could make a good team with him. After all, she was the only living being who could see souls, and he was the only existence with a soul that contained all types of souls. However, she might have been overestimating herself. Bai Zemin had already learned about the electromagnetic spectrum, and souls, while with his strength he would not need her ability to draw runes. Why on earth would someone so strong want to drag around a 15-year-old girl who couldn't even move under her own power? It would just be a tedious drawback. "Very well, since you're so sure, then so be it." Kali lifted her small head abruptly as Bai Zemin's voice snapped her out of her pessimistic inner thoughts. For the first time since she could remember, her voice wavered for a split second. What did you just say?" "Why are you so surprised?" Bai Zemin looked at her dumbfounded and remarked, "Didn't I tell you? To me, you are someone that the closer I can keep from me, the better. I am sure that with your intelligence and ability to analyze souls, I will be able to grow much faster." Before she could say anything, Bai Zemin extended his right hand forward and said with a faint smile, "Welcome to the Transcendent Faction, Kali." Subconsciously, Kali reached out her small hand and took his hand, which was practically twice the size. She still seemed unable to believe that he had actually agreed to take her with him. Kali's hand felt very soft and fragile, therefore Bai Zemin subconsciously treated it with special care. "With you being my gunpowder, I am sure that soon the whole universe will hear our names. You'll see how fun but dangerous life is behind these walls. Well, as long as I'm alive, you won't have to worry about your safety anyway, and it's not like anyone or anything could kill me just for wanting to kill me," he said. "I'm sure we'll be a great team, Powder," Bai Zemin chuckled. Just as Bai Zemin spoke those words while still holding Kali's small hand, a green-lettered message flashed across his retina. In just one day, he had already received so many surprises, and it wasn't even 12 noon. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 846, Third Mysterious Object in the Soul. Your bases in China, Changping District, have been firmly established, and your rule has spread among more than 90% of the humans in the aforementioned area. Despite your absence, as the leader of the unofficial faction under the name Transcendent, you receive the corresponding title. You have received the title Leader of Changping. Your bases in China, Hadian District, have been firmly established, and your rule has spread among more than 90% of the humans in the aforementioned area. Despite your absence, as the leader of the unofficial faction under the name Transcendent, you receive the corresponding title. You have received the title Hadian Leader. Congratulations! The number of intelligent beings under your rule has broken the barrier of the million. Bai Zemin's eyes sparkled with joy, and even to Kali, who was still holding his hand, it became too obvious that a great wave of relief washed over him. Or did something good happen? Seraphina's eyes sparkled as she saw the slight innocent smile on Bai Zemin's ever-serious face. In contrast to his sly or fake smiles, his current smile was so different that it was very easy to identify its genuineness. Bai Zemin looked at her while still smiling and nodded. "That's right. My subordinates and friends seem to be doing quite well without me back in my world. 2 of the territories we controlled before were finally accepted by the Soul Record as mine. I just received notification of that." "I see." Seraphina looked at him with complicated eyes and sighed. "Your friends must be really powerful, aren't they? Being able to capture territories in the middle of a world as peculiar and weird as yours must definitely be incredibly difficult, especially considering that you and they have been evolving for so little time. When my father became king, it was all very smooth and simple. The Soul Record identified the transfer of authority and voila, no fighting and no wars." "Well, Gales has been an established kingdom for many years after all," Bai Zemin nodded. "But my subordinates are strong, especially my second in command. She's strong enough that even I respect her from my heart." Seraphina immediately grew anxious and asked hurriedly, "Your second in command is a woman?" Bai Zemin blinked and replied without much thought, "Well, that's why she's a she." Seraphina fell under contemplation for a moment before nodding. She muttered to herself, "If you trust her enough, then this girl has to be really quite special." Although Bai Zemin heard Seraphina's words, he said nothing as she was clearly in her own world now. He shook his head and turned his focus back to Kali, only to realize that all this time he hadn't let go of her hand. "I'm sorry." Bai Zemin nodded and let go of her gently as if worried she would break if he made an abrupt move. "Bai Zemin, what stage is your world in?" Kali asked suddenly. "Second stage." Kali frowned slightly, her second change of expression in all this time, even though the number of surprising things that had happened would have made anyone jump at least a dozen times. "Second stage? Can you tell me how long you've been evolving? Also, how old are you really?" Kali asked another question again and pointed out, "Seraphina just said that you and your whole world have been evolving for a short time. Is it 10 years? Is it 20 years? 10 years or 20 years?" Bai Zemin forced a smile and shook his head as he listened to the young girl's great misestimation in front of him. "Kali, I will turn 21 in 3 months, and my world has been evolving for approximately 7 months to the present day." Kali's small mouth opened slightly for a moment before she closed it again. "I see," Kali murmured as she nodded slightly. She kept her expression fixed on him as she pointed out in a flat voice, "In just 7 months you've made it this far. Are you aware that the stage you are at, not in terms of level but in terms of strength, is a stage that only the vast minority can reach after centuries of effort? But you did it in such a short time." Bai Zemin shrugged. "Actually, everyone in my world grows up fast. Bingzu is currently that's the name of my second in command, by the way. As I was telling you, she was at level 90 when I came to this world, but her battle power was comparable to that of a king of kingdom. I'm sure at this point she should be even mightier." Kali remained silent as she stared at him. Bai Zemin felt as if she was looking beyond him, and indeed, he was not wrong. I wonder if your fast growth, as well as that of your world and its inhabitants, is related to that something inside your soul, or if it's because your world is just special in some way, she said as she focused on Bai Zemin's chest area. Bai Zemin's expression turned serious as he listened to the words Kali said. So much had happened in such a short time that he had forgotten the reason why Kali had initiated the talk about souls and their representative colors. "Kali, can you tell me what you see in me?" he asked in a serious voice. She said nothing for the first 5 seconds before calmly stating, "Your soul is pure white, I have no doubt about that. However, right there, around your chest area, you have 3 strange objects that are clearly not part of your soul. Although 2 of them seem to be attached to you, especially one of them, the hotter of the 2. 3 objects. Bai Zemin felt the world around him spinning and was about to fall to the floor when he quickly calmed down. Those 2 objects must be annihilation of the falling sky and the endless blue lotus flame. Bai Zemin patted his chest in relief as he whispered those words. He was already scared enough with a foreign object in his soul. If 2 more suddenly appeared, then Bai Zemin might faint from fear. Annihilation of the falling sky and endless blue lotus flame. Serafina looked at him in confusion and asked, "What are those?" Bai Zemin subconsciously looked at Kali as that information was too important. However, he soon scoffed at himself. While it was impossible for him to trust Kali 100% since he was just getting to know her, she had no real way to hurt him, and even if she did, there was nothing for her to gain by doing that. Besides, Bai Zemin doubted that the little porcelain doll in the wheelchair had malicious intentions towards him. Annihilation of the falling sky is a special type of armament. It's called soul armament, and it attaches itself to the user's soul. To be honest, I don't know very well how soul armaments work since the way annihilation of the falling sky ended up in my hands is too complicated and special. Bai Zemin calmly revealed. After a slight pause, he continued. As for the endless blue lotus flame, it is an extremely powerful flame with some intelligence. We formed a special contract between us and now we are something like master and servant. Serafina looked at Bai Zemin without blinking for what seemed an eternity before sighing exaggeratedly. "You know, Orc, somehow I'm beginning to feel a little sorry for your subordinates and friends in your world." Bai Zemin looked at her dumbfounded. "What's that about?" "Don't give me that." Serafina immediately began to tremble and pointed out loudly, "Weren't you using all your strength before? No wonder if one of your men dies of cardiac failure one of these days." What kind of monster was this? Serafina was simply speechless. The more she got to know Bai Zemin, the more she felt that her whole life until the day of that fateful meet had been a farce. Bai Zemin shook his head and didn't bother with the immature girl. Kali was definitely much more mature than Serafina by far. In fact, Kali's behavior and maturity made Bai Zemin forget for seconds that she was just a girl of 15 years old at most. As if she was already used to Serafina's sometimes childish behavior, Kali continued to focus on Bai Zemin's soul as she slowly said, "So, 2 of the 3 objects in your soul are part of your strength, I understand. But Bai Zemin, are you sure there shouldn't be a 3rd one? The 3rd object is a little hard to describe." "There definitely shouldn't be a 3rd object in my soul," Bai Zemin replied in a serious voice. "Kali, what do you see?" "This object it's like it's some kind of incomplete rock. It could also be something plastic. Or is it a piece of metal?" Kali muttered, a little unsure of her own words. Bai Zemin frowned slightly but did not interrupt her. It seemed that even with Kali's ability it was difficult to understand the existence of the 3rd object in his soul, but such a thing was hard for Bai Zemin to accept. Annihilation of the falling sky was a powerful soul armament that had completely devoured the life of a 4th-order soul evolver with a single strike, and the endless blue lotus flame was one of the few divine flames that existed in the story of the universe. Even if the 2 were not at full power now, the fact that they were practically unmatched treasures was irrefutable given that both annihilation of the falling sky and the endless blue lotus flame could continue growing and perhaps return to their peak states if Bai Zemin moved his pieces right. Something even stronger than a weapon capable of crushing the life out of a 4th-order existence and a flame equivalent to a god-grade treasure. Bai Zemin couldn't think of anything crazier than that. And craziest of all was that this object was inside him, in his soul. This piece of rock, or whatever it really is, constantly releases a strange light. No, it's not light, but it's lightning. Lightning? It's lightning, Kali nodded, this time sounding completely sure. Those lightning flashes are small and thin, All of them are black with deep red edges and I'm not quite sure about this, but it seems to me that those lightning flashes are just passively there now. That piece of rock seems to be sleeping and releasing no more power than necessary. Releasing no more power than necessary. Bai Zemin opened his eyes wide and hurriedly asked, releasing no more power than necessary for what? Unfortunately for him, Kali shook her head. I'm afraid I can't reply to that question because I don't know the answer. Oh, Bai Zemin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he quickly patted Kali's head and tried to sound normal as he said, well, don't worry too much, Kali. You've helped me a lot and… Realizing what he was doing, Bai Zemin cleared his throat and slowly withdrew his hand. Sorry about that, it's just a habit of mine I have. Used to Luo Ning, Xiang Feng, the Wen twins and Bai Shilin, Bai Zemin had subconsciously treated Kali like a little kid he had known for a long time. Thinking of Bai Shilin, Bai Zemin sighed in his heart and a glint of sadness shone in his eyes. Even though the two of them were not together for long, he really loved the little baby like his daughter, and now he could not even be by her side. Kali's expression was unperturbed, and Bai Zemin's subconscious affectionate movement did not seem to shake her at all. She said in her melodious but at the same time monotone voice, Bai Zemin, since that third object has been in your soul all this time, then don't worry too much. It's probably not a bad thing. That object might even have been there since your birth. No one can say for sure. Bai Zemin hesitated for a few seconds before nodding and sighing. I guess we can just leave it at that for now. Kali, I will help you become stronger. Now that you are part of my faction and an important person to me, I will do everything I can to make you stronger. That way maybe one day you will be able to help me identify what that strange object is. If Kali became more powerful, Bai Zemin could be more at ease as he would probably not be able to stay by her side forever, and Kali's existence was too important to him to let anything bad happen to her. Besides, if she grew stronger and so did her skills, maybe someday she would learn more about souls and that would benefit Bai Zemin greatly. Kali and Zia, you were probably the keys he needed to eventually become the most powerful being under the stars. He had long since accepted his identity as an anomaly of the universe. The constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius had even tried to communicate with him during his childhood, long before the arrival of the soul record on Earth. Since before the soul record's arrival on Earth, something this abnormal had already happened in his life. Bai Zemin could not rule out that perhaps that third object had always been in his soul, except that he did not know it. Kali was silent and hesitated whether she should say her next words or not. She looked at the spot next to Bai Zemin, right where Lilith stood, but a second later she turned her head and looked at Seraphina before finally shaking her head. What she was going to say would expose the existence of that mysterious person, and since Bai Zemin was keeping it a secret apparently not only from Seraphina but from everyone, she wasn't going to expose his cover. After all, she was his powder now, especially after hearing for the first time in her life that she was considered important by another living being. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 847 Weapon Upgrade. Since it was impossible for Kali to continue talking about the third object in Bai Zemin's soul, not only because of her lack of knowledge about it, but also because she did not wish to reveal one of his secrets. What she did was to move on to the initial topic for which Seraphina had brought him to her house, and that if it were not for his soul would have been the main topic, as well as probably the only one they would have talked about if there was any conversation at all. Bai Zemin, do you want me to draw runes for you? Kali held out her delicate hand and with a gesture asked him to come closer. He obeyed like a good boy and stared in confusion as the little girl's small hand traced the lines of his armor. The person who drew these runes is definitely very talented, she murmured in a flat voice. If he or she has really only been evolving for about 7 months, then his or her achievement in rune encryption will be monstrous in the future. However, the blacksmith is also something else. The world you come from is really full of surprises, isn't it? Looks like it won't be boring. Bai Zemin subconsciously felt proud of his younger sister and said with a faint smile, "My little sister was the one who drew the runes, and it was me who forged every piece of equipment on my body." Looks like the whole Bai family is talented then. Seraphina was a bit at a loss for words. She was currently sitting on one of the 2 small armchairs as her legs felt weak as a result of all the shocks she had received in such a short time. Bai Zemin simply chuckled without commenting on it. Even though his mother was just a weak soul evolver who wanted nothing more than to be a good housewife and keep everything comfortable for her family, that would change as soon as he returned and had some free time. Even though these runes aren't as good as the ones I can encrypt, they're actually not that bad when you look at all the equipment as a single set, Kali said suddenly, interrupting the conversation that had just ended. She sat with her back straight against the back of her wheelchair and asked, "Do you want me to remove those runes for you and draw others? I can do that if you ask me to, although it will take me 3 days to finish the whole job." After considering for a moment, Bai Zemin shook his head and partially refused. "Kali, I will keep my equipment like this for now. However, I would like to ask for your help to help me draw runes on my weapon," he said. Just like Kali had said, the runes that Meng Qi had drawn for him might not be of the best quality, but when each piece of equipment was put together, they formed a truly impressive set in Bai Zemin's eyes. Considering that he had barely lost any mobility despite wearing a full set of plate armor, the value of this equipment was too high for Bai Zemin to be willing to separate himself from it. In video game terms, Bai Zemin was practically a monster with the defense of a tank, the strength of a physical warrior, the ghostly agility of an assassin, and the magic power of a mage. He also did not lack the options to perform ranged physical attacks to match an archer. Except for self-healing, Bai Zemin literally was a practically perfect combination of every possible combat style. "Let me see your weapon first." Kali nodded without questioning his choice too much. Bai Zemin looked at the surroundings and hesitated a bit. If he pulled out his Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words here, wouldn't this house end up collapsing? His greatsword weighed over 6 tons, and the magic power surrounding it was not small considering that a second-order soul stone powered its core. Just as that question was going through his head, Bai Zemin laughed at himself as he remembered that the owner of this house was the little porcelain doll in front of him, a little monster packed with talent and mysteries. "Okay." Bai Zemin nodded and took a step back before extending his hand forward. His spatial storage ring faintly glowed, and an instant later the muscles in his right arm swelled, as he felt the sudden large increase in weight. The interior of the small room immediately became slightly noisy and bright as red lightning flashed around the blade of the sword, stopping just below the guard. Serafina looked at Bai Zemin's greatsword with surprise, even though she had already seen it several times while they were in the northeast fighting other kingdoms. She still could not understand how an existence that had been evolving for a little over half a year not only possessed such a senseless combat ability, but was even capable of forging armaments comparable to her father's spear. The existence of Bai Zemin was an unsolved mystery, even when he stood in front of her for her to see. It was as if what Serafina was seeing was nothing more than the outer shell of the apple. Even Kali was a bit surprised when she held out her hand, and the records of the weapon flashed for her. "This weapon is very good. It's even better than Serafina's spirit scepter," she said in an emotionless voice. The fact that Bai Zemin's weapon was better than the weapon of an important princess like Serafina spoke enough, but the fact that this weapon was forged by himself, and with so little time hammering, added many more details capable of driving anyone crazy. Bai Zemin looked at his precious sidekick with appreciation as he said slightly proudly, "This greatsword is my pride as a blacksmith. Although I now have better materials than before, I am not confident in my ability to forge a better weapon than this one in a short period of time." Kali nodded. "Materials are certainly of utmost importance, but one's skill is as well. Furthermore, sometimes miracles can happen when the smith is enlightened during the forging process, so that even using poor quality materials, a piece worthy of appreciation could be born. I guess you were lucky." To Kali's surprise, Bai Zemin actually nodded. "Indeed, I was very lucky back then." "That's a bit surprising," she said, though her words again did not reflect in her expression. "What's that?" He looked at her in confusion. "I thought you were too proud to admit your luck, but I'm glad it was a misinterpretation of you on my part. Now I feel more assured to follow you," Kali said calmly. "I'm proud, but I am not blinded by my pride." Bai Zemin shrugged his shoulders and said casually, "If I was lucky, then I was lucky. The truth does not offend me, and lying to myself is meaningless, since deep in my heart I will know that I am lying to myself." When he said those words, for a small fraction of a second, Bai Zemin thought he saw the corner of Kali's lips lift slightly in a faint smile. However, he wasn't too sure as when he looked again, and in less than a blink of time, the expression on her face reflected no emotions at all. "Very well, I'll take care of your weapon," she said with a slight nod. "Tell me what kind of runes you want me to draw for you." "This." Bai Zemin blinked and scratched his head a little embarrassed. Kali, I'm afraid I don't know anything about runes. Not even a little bit about it. Could you be a little sharper? Physical attack runes, physical defense runes, boost runes, attack speed runes, magical attack runes, magical defense runes, cooldown runes, curse runes, holy runes, reduction runes, suppression runes. Kali named at least 50 types of runes before stopping. She kept her face fixed on him and said calmly, I can draw any rune you want. This. Bai Zemin was really lost in the field of magical runes. He had tried to learn in the past, but it seemed that his talent was really pitiful in this field. Even when Meng Qi tried to help him, it was all a waste of time because Bai Zemin simply wasn't able to learn even 3 continuous traces. After a moment of silence, his expression became serious and he asked, Kali, what runes do you suggest? I don't know much about this. I think you will be able to bring out the full potential from it, so I prefer to leave it in your hands. Kali nodded indifferently and asked calmly, in that case, could you tell me what your class is called first? I have an idea of your combat style after seeing the options of your equipment and figuring out the type of weapon you chose as your primary, but just to be sure. Blood Berserker. Bai Zemin revealed it without bothering to hide it. Basically, you're battle-crazed, as expected of an orc, Serafina said from the side. Bai Zemin gave her a sidelong glance before turning to look at Kali. Ponytails, you're asking for it. Serafina secretly stuck her tongue out at him before chuckling to herself. Kali nodded again and continued, what about your second class? I'm still in the first order. Kali was silent before she nodded slightly. Right, I had forgotten that Serafina had told me about it earlier. You really are an anomaly, Bullet. Thank you, Powder. Bai Zemin didn't know if he was being praised or not at this point. In that case, what is the class you chose for your second order? She rephrased her previous question and explained why. Surely you must not be far from entering the second order, therefore. I want to make sure I choose the right runes not only for today, but also for tomorrow. My runes are different from your younger sisters. They cannot be removed once drawn. That's why we better make sure we don't make a weapon that needs to be thrown in the trash tomorrow. Makes sense. Bai Zemin nodded and subconsciously glanced at Lilith out of the corner of his eye in search of her opinion. Tell her, Lilith nodded after a moment's hesitation. Bai Zemin looked at Kali and said in a serious voice, Blood Mystic. Mystic? Serafina jumped to her feet and said dumbfounded, aren't mystics a type of mage too? But you're a warrior, aren't you? A warrior and a mage were like sand and snow, completely different in every way. The only person Serafina had ever seen in her life use a bit of magic despite being a warrior was her older sister Ellis, the first princess of Gales. However, this was because Ellis' class was literally magic warrior. As for the blood mystic job, other than the word blood, there didn't seem to be anything to associate it with the blood berserker job. Did you forget how I killed the demons that day? Bai Zemin pointed out. My magic is no weaker than my physical strength. That's why my second job will be blood mystic. Remembering how the demons exploded into a blood mist, and those crimson chains that restricted the movements of the third-order demons, Serafina realized that subconsciously she had been suppressing Bai Zemin's real power. She did this so as not to feel that the distance between the two was as colossal as it really was. But now that reality had hit her, she subconsciously clenched her fists, realizing that she needed to work much harder, or she would be left behind with no possibility of any way for her to make a comeback ever. As a princess, and as one of the brightest talents in the history of her world, Serafina was naturally an existence that had its own pride, a very big one at that. Therefore, she felt that she could not lose too much to the one who could perhaps be her future husband someday. Destructive mage and destructive warrior then. Kali's voice drew the duo's attention again. She focused on Bai Zemin and said confidently, Leave me your weapon and come back in 2 days. I'll see what I can do. Although she said she was going to see what she could do, the confidence in her usually monotone voice told Bai Zemin that 2 days later he would undoubtedly receive a big surprise. Before leaving, Bai Zemin lent Kali his worktable and chisel as they were of better quality than the ones Serafina had given her, even if those were from the castle. However, just as Bai Zemin was leaving the small dark room in which Kali worked, her voice sounded behind him. Bullet, do you have a third-order soul stone? What? Bai Zemin looked at her in shock as he turned around. Sitting in her wheelchair in front of the work table, she looked at him and said slowly, I will upgrade the magic power core in the process. This will be my greatest creation to this day, I'm sure of it. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 848, 6-Year Time Limit and Troubled Future. On the way back to the castle, Bai Zemin and Seraphina again covered their bodies with those big cloaks in order not to draw too much attention on themselves. Different from Earth, the average level of humans in Eventide World was higher, and most of them had one or two skills either active or passive. Apart from the skills one could easily learn, such as cooking or mechanic. Therefore, it was easier to be caught upon activating a stealth skill, not to mention the fact that to avoid trouble it was forbidden the activation of skills such as invisibility. If a soul evolver was caught using invisibility by the defensive systems of the city or by a guard, then they would be locked up and interrogated until their innocence was proven. After all, why would a person hide inside the city where there were no enemies? For the first few minutes, Bai Zemin and Seraphina were silent almost throughout. However, when they were approaching the mountain where the castle had been built, and the number of people around them started to become fewer, Seraphina asked a question that took Bai Zemin slightly by surprise. "Orc, will you really take Kali with you? I mean to your world?" After a short pause, Bai Zemin replied, "That's right. Actually, Kali is too important to me, and the closer I can have her the better. Of course, I didn't expect her to make such a request either, and I would never have forced her to do something she didn't want or taken her by force." Seraphina seemed to hesitate for a moment before she asked in a low voice, "Is Kali important to you because of her ability to see people's souls?" "That's about right. Even if Kali decides to never draw runes ever again, just her ability to see souls as well as her analytical capabilities are two characteristics more than enough to make her an indispensable existence in my eyes," Bai Zemin said in a serious voice. After about 2 or 3 minutes of silence, Seraphina resumed asking more questions. "Why is Kali's ability to see souls so important to you?" she questioned in confusion. "I understand that your soul is different. I also know that you gained something good after hearing the words Kali spoke regarding the electromagnetic spectrum, or whatever it's called. But I don't understand how anyone could benefit just by knowing the color of souls." Seraphina had heard the same words Bai Zemin had heard when Kali spoke. Even Lilith was no different. However, the only one who learned the skill soul manipulation was Bai Zemin. Bai Zemin stopped his steps, causing Seraphina to stop as well. "When I said that Kali was the powder that fired the bullet, I wasn't lying," he said and sighed. "Seraphina, I wasn't lying either when I said that my name and Kali's name would one day in the future be heard far and wide across the universe." Seraphina shook her head. "Are you crazy? The universe, who knows how many worlds are out there? If all goes according to my estimates and plans, you will be hearing from me in a few years after I return to my world," Bai Zemin said, resuming his steps again. He knew she wouldn't understand even if he explained it 1,000 times. The only way Seraphina would be able to understand the magnitude of Bai Zemin's goals was by knowing of Lilith's existence and learning about the higher existences. However, she did not need to know things that would probably do her more harm than good. Ironically, he came to understand that sometimes knowing too much was not good depending on the circumstances. Seraphina stared at his back for a few seconds before following him. She quickened her steps until she caught up with him and asked hurriedly, "Okay, let's say that what you say really happens, and let's leave aside the reason why Kali is so important to you, or why it is so amazing that she can see the color of souls or the use of such a thing for you. This is the question now. How will you go about bringing her into your world with you?" "I will simply hold Kali and walk through the portal with her after I activate the title skill that allowed me to open a portal to get to Eventide World," Bai Zemin answered casually. Taking Kali to Earth was never really an obstacle for him. "That's..." Seraphina frowned under her cloak, realizing that she had actually assumed on her own that Bai Zemin would simply be teleported to his world, and subconsciously believing that no one could follow him. Her next words, however, came as a real shock to Bai Zemin. "If I asked you to take me with you, what would your answer be?" "What?" He stopped abruptly and turned to look at her with wide eyes. Seraphina looked around, and realizing that the two of them were already halfway up the mountain with no one around, she removed the hood that covered her face. Bai Zemin did the same after making sure there were no citizens nearby and asked dumbfounded, "Why would you want to go to my world? You have everything here. Your father, your big sister, your friends, your life. Everything is in Eventide World." Contrary to Kali, who had no family or acquaintances or friends except for Seraphina, The little princess in front of him had everything in this world. Kali might not feel any special attachment to this land or its people, but Serafina was definitely different. Serafina's pink lips trembled as if she was about to burst into tears, or as if she wanted to say something she didn't dare. She clenched her small fists and took a deep breath before saying in a serious voice, "I need you to answer me something in an honest way, please." Seeing her so serious, Bai Zemin subconsciously wanted to refuse to answer her question as he felt a little worried. This was the first time he had seen the usually lively and cheerful ponytailed second princess this serious. However, seeing the slight pleading in her emerald eyes, he didn't have the heart to say no. "Go ahead. When you get back to your world, will you and I ever be able to meet again?" Serafina stared into the black eyes of the guy 3 or 4 years older than her, as if she didn't want to miss the slightest change in his expression. The question she had just asked him was very important to her, and depending on his answer would derive her next choices as well as actions. As for Bai Zemin, he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief in his heart after hearing the girl's question in front of him. Luckily, and she had not asked anything that would make things difficult for him. "It seems that you still can't accept the fact that my name will shake the universe in the years to come. But that's okay too, let the actions speak and explain themselves," Bai Zemin said with a smile. His expression then turned serious, regarding the matter of whether we will be able to meet again when I return to my world. Bai Zemin purposely dragged out his next words and watched Serafina's reactions carefully. He would have to be too dense and stupid not to finally understand what feelings the young princess had for him now that he saw her on the verge of tears, and with her fists so tightly clenched that her bones creaked. Bai Zemin could only pray to any entity that the feelings of the young girl for him were nothing more than those of a great friendship close to brotherhood, as it was the only thing that could make a human feel this pressured at the departure of another person apart from love. If it was before then, I wouldn't be able to return to Eventide World probably. After all, the effect of the skill attached to my title is the opening of a portal to a random world with a higher chance of making me grow compared to my world at the time of the activation. Bai Zemin said as if he hadn't noticed anything. He continued, "However, things are different now." Serafina's eyes that seemed to be on the verge of tears suddenly lit up brightly like stars in the sky. The spark of hope burned stronger than ever in her chest, suffocating her in the process. "Does that mean we can see each other again?" she asked, perhaps a little too eagerly, but she ignored it and let herself go. Bai Zemin kept the same faint smile as before and nodded. "I don't know when it will be. It will probably be a few years or maybe it will be sooner than I expected depending on many factors. However, it is a fact that we will meet again. After all, I have a much bigger plan for this world." Bai Zemin added in his heart, but did not say it out loud to avoid confusing and overburdening the girl in front of him. That's enough for me." Serafina nodded with a big smile not only of relief but also of joy. The youngest princess of Gales couldn't tell if she was in love or not, but at the very least she was sure that she liked the person in front of her, since even if she had countless suitors none could make her feel as at ease as Bai Zemin, and those people couldn't even keep her eyes on them for more than 2 seconds. Serafina needed time to think and clear her own heart, therefore, although it would not be an easy task not to see him for a few years, at least it was better than not seeing him ever again. As for how many years at the very least Bai Zemin estimated would have to pass before they would meet again, Serafina didn't dare ask and only prayed that it wouldn't be too long. Returning to his room in the kingdom's castle, Bai Zemin removed his armor before letting himself fall onto the bed and closing his eyes. A lot had happened in just one morning and the worst was yet to come. He was really tired. He felt the mattress sink slightly, and soon that unmistakable scent of fresh roses that he loved so much covered him. Bai Zemin did not need to open his eyes and instead simply caressed the soft hair of the small head resting on his chest. After several minutes, Lilith said in a soft voice, "The existence of that little baby named Kali seems to be quite special. This is the first time I've met someone capable of seeing souls." Bai Zemin hummed slightly. Lilith added, "You will have a lot of problems because of that little baby, you know it too, don't you?" He nodded. "The higher existences will definitely go crazy to get that girl. She will become everyone's focus when your name begins to make itself known. There will definitely be disastrous wars unleashed and many worlds could be destroyed. But I guess you've already thought of all that on the way here, haven't you?" After a long pause of almost 5 minutes, Lilith opened her previously closed eyes and gently moved to turn and look at the relaxed face of her beloved. She smiled and her heart filled with pride. Any lower existence that knew what a single higher existence represented would be scared to death at the thought of being hunted by one. But Bai Zemin didn't even flinch at the knowledge of what the future held for him. I'm afraid that when that happens, even the lazy leader of my faction won't be able to lay still, Lilith added. Zemin, that collie girl's skill is tempting enough to wake Lucifer from his slumber. When that happens, the demonic army will probably be your enemy along with the other factions. It's okay, they can come to me. As long as you don't become my enemy, I don't care about the others. Lilith gently tapped his chin as punishment for his words. I'm serious. You can't underestimate any of the faction leaders, especially Lucifer. I don't know about the rest, but if I had to fight one of them, the last one I would choose would be the leader of the demonic army. I hope you guys don't need to fight. Bai Zemin slowly opened his eyes and leaned forward, kissing her softly, before letting himself fall once more. If he doesn't provoke me, I don't have any desire to bother him, he said calmly. Lilith would eventually leave the demonic army and join Bai Zemin's transcendent faction. He didn't need to ask because it was an obvious fact. The problem was this: would Lucifer be willing to let go of a talent as great as Lilith? Bai Zemin wasn't so sure about that, but if the leader of the demonic army was someone stubborn, then. But if Lucifer disrupts the peace of my loved ones or gives us problems, I'll be sure to send him into an eternal sleep from which he will never wake up, Bai Zemin added coldly in his heart. On the top floor of the castle, where the higher existences of the demonic army were staying, Lucifer was sleeping comfortably in his bed when his own sneeze woke him up. He lazily sat up in bed, causing the cotton ball of his hat to hit him in the face due to the movement. Lucifer pulled the cotton ball back and rubbed his eyes as he looked around. Damn, this daddy don't want trouble, but my trouble-detecting allergy has gone off again. Big trouble. His mumble echoed in the quiet, dark room. Oh well, let's go back to sleep. Soon, soft snoring was once again the melody that cloaked the surroundings in the dense blanket of darkness. Back in Gales, Bai Zemin looked at the fifth and last message he received from the soul record after he learned soul manipulation. Just as Bai Zemin expected, this message only signaled trouble for him. Big trouble. 6-year time limit, fuck yourself, Bai Zemin muttered to himself. Lilith looked at him in confusion and was about to ask what was going on when she saw Bai Zemin get into the blankets. What are you doing? Bai Zemin patted his pillow before resting his head. He closed his eyes and said in a flat voice, "This daddy is going to sleep." The corner of Lilith's mouth twitched several times, but even before she could say anything, she noticed that Bai Zemin's breathing had become steady. He had fallen asleep. In less than 10 seconds. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 849 Soul Records Reasons, the Golden Domain, and the Path of the Mortal. 3 a.m. Two suns of eventide world, one yellow and the other fiery red, hovered in the sky covered by a seemingly impregnable black layer. The monoclouds were no longer as dense as before, since a good part of them had disappeared after the world absorbed them to strengthen its laws. However, the purple lightning still crackled fiercely, and the monotornadoes connecting the skies with the earth were still as dangerous as ever. Occasionally, the sound of explosions caused by one or several attacks together would pierce Bearcrest City's energy shields and reach the ears of the citizens sleeping comfortably in their homes, while the army's soul evolvers battled the out-of-control enemies. However, the only sound that could be heard in the magnificent castle of the royal family was the purple lightning that broke out from time to time high in the sky. Bai Zemin looked at the beautiful woman sleeping beside him with a tenderness that probably only she had seen on his face. He knew Lilith's senses were sharp, therefore. He did his best not to move and instead focused on the fifth message of the soul record, that message he read in the middle of the day and which had drained all his will to stay awake for the rest of the day. Many years ago, this plane and all the secondary planes parallel to it were one with a different plane, where the laws are many times higher. This single plane in existence was known by the name of the Golden Domain. Due to conflict between the most powerful beings of the Golden Domain, countless powerhouses died, and most of the Earth disappeared without a trace after being swallowed by a huge spatial crack caused by powerful attacks. Those lands that broke away from the Golden Domain and disappeared without a trace are precisely the multiverses over which the soul record has control, the main and largest universe being the one where you were born. An involuntary sigh left Bai Zemin's lips as he read this far. The message was really long. He had only reached the third part of the whole message at the most, but he didn't want to continue even though he had read it once during the day. Even though it was only a sigh, Lilith's thin and delicate brows furrowed, as if she could feel his burdens while sleeping. Bai Zemin caressed her hair lovingly for a full minute, finally making that frown disappear from the innocent face of the beauty beside him. Countless eras of silence passed. However, all peace must come to an end someday, and that is what happened when the powers of the Golden Domain found this place. Using the living beings of this lower plane as training grounds and taking back the treasures that in the past were the Golden Domain's wealth, they all became cattle. It was then when the Soul Record decided to push all living beings onto the path of evolution, to avoid destruction and major suffering. To avoid further suffering in the long run and the destruction. Now that Bai Zemin had learned the reasons why the Soul Record did what it did, he realized that in reality, no existence had the qualifications to blame it for its actions, regardless of whether the Soul Record was a living being or was just a thing capable of making decisions. While it was true that countless lost their lives due to the mana and soul power that could be absorbed at the cost of another living being's life, this was the only way the Soul Record could build a force powerful enough to fight the beings of the Golden Domain. What the Soul Record wanted to accomplish was to use the lives of the weak to foster the strong. Only the strongest could be used as shields and swords to fight against terrifying existences, while the weaker ones would be killed without the existence of those shields and swords anyway. Was what the Soul Record was doing an honorable act? No, of course it was not. No matter how one put it, the fact that an unspeakable number of families had been destroyed was impossible to deny, as well as the fact that even more tears were shed due to the suffering and pain that each apocalypse triggered. However, was what the Soul Record was doing an evil act? At least in the eyes of Bai Zemin, who so far at least had not lost a loved one, it was not. The path used by the powers of the Golden Domain is getting bigger and bigger, which allows a greater number of enemies to reach this plane, and at the same time those enemies are getting more and more powerful. You have received the optional quest, the Path of the Immortal. The Path of the Immortal. Turn at least 50% of your mana into spiritual power, as you increase your knowledge and control over your soul at the same time that you rise above all living beings in the multiverse. Reward for success. You will be allowed access to Enigma World. If you fail, the chances of 70% of the life in your universe disappearing are absolute. Time limit 6 years. The Soul Record wishes you luck and silently supports you from the darkness. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Another involuntary sigh slipped from his lips as the green letters disappeared, and he stared with a helpless expression at the chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The Soul Record was asking him to become the most powerful being in the universe in only 6 years. Counting Bai Zemin's evolution time so far, that would be the same as asking a level 0 human to become the most powerful being in the multiverse in approximately 6 years and 7 months. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 850 Soul Manipulation, Awakened Soul. While Bai Zemin was lost in his inner thoughts, Lilith's still sleepy voice brought him back to the real world. What could be so important as to make you sigh like that 2 times in a row? Bai Zemin adjusted his posture a bit and drew her closer to him. After giving her a gentle kiss on the top of her head and while softly caressing her delicate bare shoulder, he replied in a calm voice, "It's nothing important, just my head thinking about what to do from here on. Go back to sleep, I'll follow you soon." Lilith did not insist and simply nodded prettily before closing her eyes again to immerse herself in the wonderful dreamland she had been away from for so long, but one that thanks to Bai Zemin she was beginning to appreciate again. A minute later, Bai Zemin felt Lilith's chest rise and fall rhythmically with her breathing. She had fallen asleep again. Bai Zemin closed his eyes but not to fall asleep, because he was trying to find answers to all the doubts he had. First, he organized all the information he had obtained in his mind, and the second thing he did after putting doubts with doubts and answers with answers was to put the matters regarding the golden domain to the back of his mind, since it was something he could not and would not come in contact with any time soon. He had learned the reason why the soul record pushed all living things onto the path of evolution. It was not something that occurred just by natural law, but a necessity. At the same time, Bai Zemin had also learned that the soul record was definitely a being, an entity, or a thing with self-awareness rather than a law. Laws had no consciousness or ability to reason or make decisions. They simply served a fixed purpose, just as was the law of gravity or the law of time. As to whether the soul record had a physical body that was machine-like, person-like, animal-like, rock-like, or even the universe itself, Bai Zemin temporarily could not be sure about it. Bai Zemin focused mainly on his doubts, in order to try to clear up at least a little bit of as many unknowns as possible. First of all, he tried to understand what was the spiritual power that the mission, the path of the immortal, demanded of him. While it was true that Bai Zemin had read many novels throughout his years as a student, and while it was true that the combination of the two words, spiritual power, was not new to him since this was a type of energy mentioned quite often in cultivation-type novels, this was not very helpful in the real world considering that Bai Zemin could not sense any strange energy other than the mana that hovered in the air naturally. The word spiritual somehow had to be connected to soul spirit. Bai Zemin was certain of this fact. However, this was where Bai Zemin's second unknown came in. How could he turn the mana in his soul into spiritual power? Since he could not answer that question at all with his current knowledge or information, what Bai Zemin did was to look up the records of the skill soul manipulation, since it was precisely this skill that had been the trigger for everything. Soul manipulation, X-rank passive-active skill, level 1. The soul is the essence of all life, and there can be no life without a soul. Life can be destroyed by anyone, but life can only be created by combining and subsequently manipulating the records that make up the souls of two existences. Currently unlocked effects are from the awakened soul phase. Passive effect, awakened soul. All spiritual attacks below the order of your soul become ineffective. Spiritual attacks above the order of your soul are weakened by 60% regardless of the number of different orders. Damaging your soul becomes much more difficult. Active effect, awakened soul. Once every 60 days, you can upgrade the order of up to 3 passive or active skills for a maximum of 5 hours. The skill goes on cooldown when it is activated regardless of whether you keep its effect active for the currently set maximum time. Note, it does not work on skills that increase the user's knowledge in any field. If not for Bai Zemin not wanting to wake Lilith up again and worry her, he would definitely have gasped heavily after reading the records of the soul manipulation skill. Bai Zemin had no idea what a rank X skill was, however. It was more than clear that these skills were even more powerful than unique skills. At level 1, the skill soul manipulation had not only strengthened Bai Zemin's soul to the point where he was now able to use overlap regeneration more freely than before, but even granted him defense against the most dangerous type of attacks of all, spiritual attacks. However, what made Bai Zemin's heart beat fiercely was the active effect. To be able to raise an entire or to the power of 3 skills regardless of whether they were passive or active was simply insane. This trump card was simply colossal in the hands of a beast like Bai Zemin who possessed terrifyingly powerful skills. Since the skills were part of the soul, runes engraved in the soul, it was reasonable that the skill soul manipulation would have such an ability. Moreover, this was only the first phase, the awakened soul phase, which meant that as Bai Zemin raised the level of the skill soul manipulation, more and more effects would begin to appear. Even though he had not obtained any seemingly obvious or clear clues regarding the spiritual power, Bai Zemin could not help but want to jump for joy. He quickly tried to see what the requirements for evolving soul manipulation were, but Bai Zemin almost spat out 300 liters of old blood and died when he saw them. Soul manipulation's evolution requirements. 4th order blood manipulation, incomplete. 4th order gravity manipulation, incomplete. 4th order air manipulation, incomplete. 4th order light manipulation, incomplete. 4th order darkness manipulation, incomplete. 7th order soul stone, 05. Bai Zemin really wanted to stand up naked, step on the bed, point at the window, and scream at the whole world to go screw itself. 5 manipulation type skills. For the love of everything pure and impure in the universe. Bai Zemin had barely managed to obtain 2 manipulation-type skills during this more than half a year of so many battles to the death, and none of them was in the 4th order yet. Besides, 5 7th order soul stones. Even the most powerful existence Bai Zemin knew of, Lilith, was a 6th order soul evolver. Seventh-order beings were existences on the level of the legendary archangels like Michael or Gabriel that were so prominently mentioned in the Bible. Not only did the evolution of soul manipulation demand that Bai Zemin should get skills he had never heard of or seen, but it was even asking him that if he wanted to reach the next stage, he would first have to defeat beings that were only one stage below beings like the biblical God himself or the legendary Satan. If it wasn't for Lilith sleeping like an innocent and adorable little angel, Bai Zemin would have really cursed even if he didn't know whether to curse the soul record or the skill and its stupid requirements. Fortunately, Bai Zemin was a considerably rational person, even if he was no longer able to keep his mind cool like a perfect combat machine, as when he had the skill Stoneheart. After calming down, he finally realized a fact he had been ignoring. Yes, the skill soul manipulation had evolution requirements just like all the other skills. However, hadn't Bai Zemin managed to evolve several of his skills by improving his own understanding of them? Maybe, if he could understand souls better, those requirements would disappear or at least become easier. With Kali's help, Bai Zemin had managed to understand the composition of souls, which was probably the awakened soul stage he was currently in. In the future, with the help of the little porcelain doll, Bai Zemin hoped to understand how each compound worked and how to break them down. By understanding the composition, Bai Zemin gained the power to improve those compounds in the form of improving his skills. When he gained knowledge of how the compounds of the soul worked, Bai Zemin was confident that he would be able to manipulate to some extent the souls, or at the very least his own. Finally, Bai Zemin believed that decomposition was the last stage he needed to learn. In this stage, Bai Zemin would probably be able to end the life of any living being just with a thought, and even if it wasn't that far-fetched, he would definitely possess terrifying power. 6 years from now on, Bai Zemin finally sighed for the last time before going to sleep. ////. 2 days later. 2 days had passed since Bai Zemin met the 15-year-old girl who completely changed the course of his life. In fact, to say that Kali changed Bai Zemin's destiny was not an exaggeration at all, since if it were not for her, Bai Zemin would not have come to understand the composition of souls, and therefore he would not have known that the universe was in imminent danger. Although 6 years was a long time in the eyes of a guy like Bai Zemin, who was barely 20 years old and had only been evolving for 7 months, the reality was that 6 years could no longer be considered a long time when it came to the almost total destruction of all life. Another proof that time was relative in the eyes of living beings and the circumstances around them. During the past 2 days, Bai Zemin tried to help Lilith so that she could obtain the skill soul manipulation, but apparently, it was not as easy as searching through the internet for the location of the treasure already discovered by someone else in an online video game. However, Lilith told him that she would not give up and would continue trying to uncover it by her own means. In addition, because Bai Zemin did not want to worry Lilith too much or make her feel bad about the short time he had to get ready, Bai Zemin did not tell her about the golden domain. Forget about the mission, the path of the immortal. Bai Zemin spent half of his time training with a mutant beast sinew to master the use of a whip. As for the other half of his time, Lilith simply looked at him in confusion as he sat like a monk, cross-legged on a rock with his eyes closed. He had tried to tease him the first day, telling him if he was playing like the cultivators in the novels he used to read and often talked about. However, Lilith frowned in confusion when Bai Zemin did not respond to her joke, as he usually would, and instead stayed serious and focused on his task. This made her suspect that he was hiding something from her, but it still wasn't enough to be sure. Therefore, she continued observing him closely with more attention than before. Except for 4 hours of sleep and his 3 main meals a day, Bai Zemin only trained to master the whip and tried to understand his own soul better in search of the so-called spiritual power. Since his soul was the total result of the 7 types of souls, if Bai Zemin could understand his soul, then understanding the others would be a simple task. Sitting on the same rock he had been sitting on every time for meditation, Bai Zemin let out a frustrated sigh before opening his eyes and slowly standing up under Seraphina's curious eyes. "Orc, you've been sitting there for 4 hours straight doing nothing," she said with a weird expression. "If you didn't wake up soon, I was considering throwing a bucket of ice water on you." "Sorry for the wait, ponytails." Bai Zemin jumped off the rock and started walking south. "Let's go, Kali should be almost done by now." Seraphina rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "It's only 8 in the morning, I don't think Kali will be done too soon." Even as she muttered, the youngest princess of the Gale's kingdom followed him obediently. Arriving at Kali's house, the two quietly entered and headed straight to the small room she used to work with her runes. There, Bai Zemin gaped at the little porcelain doll drawing with her delicate hands, and for the first time, he felt that a person's movements could be so refined. Every movement she made was packed with elegance and beauty capable of captivating anyone. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 851, Blood Dragon Bringer of Doom. She's quite impressive, isn't she? Whispered Serafina under her breath close to Bai Zemin as she kept her eyes fixed on Kali's hand movements. Bai Zemin subconsciously nodded as he watched the girl's movements from no more than 2.5 meters away. He did not dare to make a single sound or move, as if he feared to bring Kali out of the state of concentration she seemed to be in. He had seen Meng-Chi working on encrypting runes for later binding and creation of magic circles, but seeing Kali was completely different even though the two were doing the same task. Bai Zemin knew that comparing Meng-Chi to Kali was not smart at all. After all, Meng-Chi had just started studying magic runes, so it was already a miracle that she could draw considerably powerful runes even though she had not been learning for more than 2 months. However, Kali was 2 years younger than Meng-Chi, suffered a severe amnesia, and to top it off was unable to open her eyes. Meng-Chi's movements were clumsy for obvious reasons, and every stroke she made was slow and careful for fear of ruining it all. On the other hand, Kali was like an experienced pianist. Her hands came and went at lightning speed tracing rune after rune. She seemed careless as if she was not at all afraid of ruining it, however. That careless attitude of hers was backed by obvious confidence that added elegance to the movements of her delicate arms every time the chisel danced in front of her at the command of her fingers. The room was almost completely dark as the clearly anything but normal curtains denied any light from entering, and the walls took care to keep any noise from outside on the exterior. However, Bai Zemin noticed that every time Kali moved the chisel, there were bright golden sparkles coming from the tip and circling around her like tiny fireflies before falling delicately onto the huge sword, slowly sinking into it before finally dimming and ending up as a small rune that looked mysterious and archaic. I've seen Kali working before as she drew runes on my equipment, but no matter how many times I look at her, I can't help but admit that she really is amazing while encrypting, Serafina whispered once more. Bai Zemin nodded again. Even though this was the first time he had seen Kali encrypting runes, he was sure that he most likely wouldn't get bored watching her do the same process over and over again for hours. Even Lilith admitted in her heart that the little porcelain doll in front of her was really stunning. However, something that puzzled her a lot was the fact that, to her surprise, Kali's movements were even more fluid and free of awkwardness than the best encryptor of the demonic army. While this was not to say that Kali was capable of encrypting better runes than the demonic army's top encryptor, her talent was definitely being proven by those movements. Neither Serafina nor Bai Zemin realized how long they had been standing. However, the two of them had been in awe for over a full hour. Done. Kali's voice was no more than a delicate whisper that contained a certain pride in its usually monotone and emotionless tone. At the same time as the red-colored soul stone glowed faintly, a flash of deep blood-red lightning shot out and began to crackle noisily around the blade. It was at that moment that Kali received the message she had been waiting for. Blood Dragon Bringer of Doom had been completed. Her pale, slightly dry lips curved slightly, and she nodded to herself as if satisfied with the name of her creation. When she turned to look at the two not-so-newcomers, her expression had returned to normal. "Bullet Serafina, you two are here," she said as if she didn't know when they had arrived, and as if she couldn't see the soul of another invisible person next to the two. Serafina nodded, still stunned by the wonderful play she had just seen. As for Bai Zemin, his eyes were fixed on the huge sword on the worktable, and he couldn't move them away from it. "You can have it, it's done," Kali said at the same time as she pressed a small button on the armrest of her wheelchair with her right hand, causing it to move backward. Bai Zemin's legs seemed enchanted by something as they moved on their own. He stopped in front of the worktable and looked carefully at his now upgraded most loyal battle partner. To say that except for the shape and size his entire greatsword had undergone transcendental changes that had turned it into something completely different was not an exaggeration at all. Bai Zemin did not know that a rune encryptor could do such a thing. The greatsword was about 2 meters long, and the width of the blade was more than 40 centimeters at least. The normal metallic color had been replaced by a strange dark red color that Bai Zemin did not know where it had come from, while the hilt was jet black with dark gold engravings, extending from the tip of the hilt to the tip of the blade at the opposite end. Even without touching it, Bai Zemin could feel a terrifying amount of power coming from the weapon in front of him. His Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words was undoubtedly powerful, but its upgraded version was definitely way more terrifying. When Bai Zemin touched the hilt and the records flashed in his pupils, the first thing that caught his attention was naturally the name. If the name was already this ominous. Seeing Bai Zemin gasp, both Lilith and Seraphina became curious, so the two of them reached over and touched the weapon, one of them unaware of the other's existence. "Ah!" Seraphina cried out in fright and quickly removed her hand while backing away, as if she was moving away from the devil itself. That, she looked at the greatsword before looking at Kali with wide eyes. "Kali, you." Kali didn't pay much attention to Seraphina's angry shout, but looked at Bai Zemin, who seemed to be in a daze with his new weapon. "Your fighting style is destructive and domineering. Based on what you told me 2 days ago, I assume that your goal is to finish all fights in the shortest time possible. Am I correct?" she said in an emotionless voice. Bai Zemin snapped out of his daze and looked at her, subconsciously nodding at her question. "Why, yeah." Kali's expression didn't change, nor did the tone of her voice, as she said in a clear voice, "Then that sword should be the perfect weapon for you." Lilith looked at Kali with a weird expression on her face, silently pulling her hand back as she didn't want to touch the weapon for too long either. She said in a serious voice, "This little girl, despite looking like a little angel, she can actually be quite cruel." Kali held her face high in Bai Zemin's direction. Her voice sounded inside the room, along with the blood-colored lightning. "With that blood dragon bringer of doom, there are only 2 choices for you. Either defeat your enemy quickly, or you die. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 852 Failure and Birth of a New Treasure. The runes Kali had encrypted on his weapon were a mystery to Bai Zemin. However, when he saw the options on his weapon now renamed to Blood Dragon Bringer of Doom, after its upgrade all Bai Zemin felt was chills. If his Thunder Crimson Dragon last words was a greatsword worthy of its name, since most enemies were always killed when it was unsheathed, then the new Blood Dragon Bringer of Doom was a greatsword worthy of its name. Bai Zemin simply could not think of how anyone could stop that metal monster. However, as Kali had just said, it wasn't all shiny and colorful. Blood Dragon Bringer of Doom was a weapon that not only meant doom for the enemy, but also for the wielder. Even then, Bai Zemin did not flinch when he heard the words of the little porcelain doll in front of him. He took a deep breath and nodded deeply. Indeed, you are right, Kali. You just created the perfect weapon for my fighting style. To Bai Zemin and Seraphina's surprise, Kali smiled slightly. She didn't try to hide her smile this time and nodded in satisfaction. I know, it took me 24 hours to plan the combination of runes I would use on your weapon, and it was after very careful planning through analyzing all the information you gave me about you that I started working on this Blood Dragon Bringer of Doom. Kali's words took Bai Zemin by surprise. He subconsciously looked back at his weapon still on the worktable and saw that practically the entire body of the greatsword was covered with runes. You only used 1 day to draw all these runes? He asked in surprise. Although Bai Zemin's knowledge of runes was almost nil, what was clear to him was that even the simplest rune of all had at least several hundreds of records composing it. As for the high-quality runes, those runes probably had tens of thousands of records. I changed the core of the greatsword's magic power within that time as well. Kali pointed out as if to remind him that she had done more than draw magic circles. Bai Zemin sighed for the second time in less than a minute. He looked at the girl in front of him with an extremely complicated expression on his face. Kali had only requested him to take her along with him during his travels in exchange for him, not feeling indebted for the information and analysis she had shared with him regarding her study of souls. However, Kali's request was like nothing in Bai Zemin's eyes. In fact, she was doing him a favor by asking him to keep her by his side. Now, Kali had not only helped him obtain the skill soul manipulation, but had also practically tripled the total power of his main weapon. Bai Zemin owed her too much. The two had only met twice, but she had already helped him tremendously each time. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Zemin turned his right hand and soon a small crystal bottle appeared. Inside the small glass bottle were only 2 drops of bright golden liquid. "What is that?" asked Serafina, curious, as Bai Zemin was holding that bottle as if it was a great treasure even though it was practically empty. "This is a rank 3 magic potion, not created by humans or any other race, but it comes from the soul record," Bai Zemin said calmly as he looked at the 2 small golden drops inside the crystal bottle. These 2 drops were all that Bai Zemin had left for himself, while the rest had been left on Earth, and was being studied intensely by his team in search of at least being able to replicate the effects as closely as possible using different herbs. Bai Zemin had kept these 2 drops and planned to use them only in times of extreme crisis, as they were too valuable to him. However, these 2 drops were useless now that his stamina had broken beyond 1,000 points due to the many different upgrades he received even without leveling up. "What?" Serafina jumped up and looked at the small bottle in Bai Zemin's hands in shock. "That's a soul record potion. Dear goodness." Potions created by humans and potions that came directly from the soul record were completely different. For example, humans could create potions that helped recover from physical wounds, or that increased natural regeneration by a certain percentage. However, soul record potions were like magic because they had an immediate effect. The 2 drops of instant recovery potion inside the small glass bottle in Bai Zemin's hands were very precious. Suddenly, and as if realizing something, Serafina looked at Kali with sparkling eyes. "Don't tell me that potion might be able to help Kali with her condition." Bai Zemin looked at Kali, but she had no visible reaction whatsoever to Serafina's words, and only kept her face fixed in his direction as if patiently waiting for his words. He explained, "These are 2 drops of an instant regeneration potion. Back then, Bing Zhu, my second-in-command, was on the verge of death after fighting against an air-type mutant beast far above her level and order, yet half of the total potion healed the wound on her chest that was deep enough to reveal the heart, and even eliminated all the acid that had entered her body when she was causing wounds to the flying beast." Serafina listened to the story in amazement. Literally, having such a potion was no different from having a second life waiting to be used by you. Bai Zemin looked at Kali and asked, "Kali, your health stat doesn't exceed 1,000 points, right?" She gently shook her head. "I'm only level 35. "I see, that's perfect then." Bai Zemin nodded and approached her as he uncapped the bottle. "Even though it's 2 drops, your level is lower than my second-in-command at that time, and so are your stats. Besides, you are not mortally wounded, so maybe these drops will be enough to heal you. Even if it's only partially, it will be a great victory to us." The sweet smell of the potion filled the small room as soon as Bai Zemin opened the cover. Kali remained motionless for a few seconds before tilting her head back. When her face pointed to the ceiling of the house, she opened her little mouth and waited. This girl is either too naive or too smart. She really is a mystery to be someone so young. Lilith watched as Kali let Bai Zemin feed her an unknown liquid without asking questions or hesitation, with a puzzled expression. She had only met Bai Zemin 2 times, and the time they talked in total definitely did not exceed 60 minutes. However, Kali was allowing herself to drink a mysterious potion that he pulled out from somewhere. After giving the 2 drops to Kali, Bai Zemin casually put the bottle back into his storage ring and asked slightly anxiously, "Kali, how is it?" She opened and closed her mouth repeatedly as if to make sure she swallowed all the liquid properly without leaving a trace. After a few seconds, she said in a careless voice, "I felt a warm current nourishing my whole body, but other than me feeling my legs for less than a flicker of time, there is nothing different." Bai Zemin's expression turned ugly upon hearing that the result had been a resounding failure. He immediately regretted taking out the potion. Because of the failure, it was very probable that Kali would now feel terrible about having her hopes shattered. Even Lilith frowned sharply. "That's weird," she said in confusion. "Even if it was only 2 drops, that potion should have been able to put this girl on her feet in an instant, considering that even third-order soul evolvers would be healed immediately. This Kali girl probably has around 50 or 60 stamina points at most, but a potion capable of affecting soul evolvers with up to 1,000 points did nothing to her. What kind of strange disease is this?" "No need to worry too much," Kali said without any change in her voice or expression. She seemed to know what Bai Zemin was thinking, so she pointed out, "For as long as I can remember, although it is not a long time, I have always been this way. And a person who does not know what it feels like to walk or see cannot feel sadness in the same way that a person who does not know the taste of a food is not able to decide whether they find it delicious or not." Despite her age, Kali was very smart. She knew what to say and what examples to give so that her words would have the effect she wanted them to have. Besides, didn't you say that soon our names would be known far and wide across the universe? Kali pointed out. Why, yeah, less than 10 years, absolutely. Bai Zemin nodded slowly and looked at her in confusion. In that case, less to worry about, she said. Eventually, you will find a way or have the power to cure me. Waiting a few years is nothing for us soul evolvers capable of increasing our life expectancy to centuries and even millennia. All right, Bai Zemin nodded this time more firmly than before, as he realized that what Kali was saying was true. He had to become a being capable of putting everyone under his feet in less than 6 years, or at least 70% of life in the universe would be wiped out with the arrival of the enemies coming from the Golden Domain, which meant there was a 70% likelihood that he and his loved ones would perish. Bai Zemin refused to believe that, as the most powerful being in history, he would not possess the ability to heal a young girl. I will definitely make you able to walk on your own 2 feet and see the world with your own eyes, he said with conviction. I owe you a lot, let me repay you at least little by little. Putting aside the precious weapon she had crafted for him, the knowledge of souls Kali had imparted to Bai Zemin, and her analysis of the electromagnetic spectrum was priceless. There was no wealth or honor capable of repaying what the 15-year-old girl had done for him. I trust you and trust that it will be the case, Bullet, Kali replied in a monotone voice and nodded in his direction. Bai Zemin chuckled. He fingered his new weapon and put it away in his storage ring without even trying to pick it up as he said, now feeling better. The more powerful the powder, the stronger the shot, and the farther the bullet will go. /////. 2 weeks later. Here it is, here it is, here it is. The time has finally come, phha. Standing on the north wall of Bearcrest City, the Orc King Zilug laughed thunderously as his 70-meter-tall body looked off into the distance with delight and excitement. The records didn't lie after all. The Snake Queen Mei Lin in her human form laughed charmingly as she used her bright golden eyes to look up at the sky with an excited expression. I was starting to get worried and impatient. Purple-colored lightning flashes had merged into a single point in the sky and were crackling fiercely, while more than 24 mana tornadoes had risen into the sky and turned into giant eyes that swirled around the lightning flashes. As the lightning flashes joined together in the form of a giant sphere, the noise caused by the constant crackling was becoming so overwhelming that the city's energy shields were automatically activated to protect the citizens. Bai Zemin's face was slightly pale as he watched the terrifying phenomenon, definitely not natural at all. He was sure that, although the phenomenon was visible from his place, it was actually thousands and thousands of kilometers distant. However, even from that distance, Bai Zemin could sense the terrifying destructive power that was gathering and growing in the center of the giant mana eyes. So this is how a completely new treasure is born, Lilith murmured in amazement as she looked up at the sky with surprise in her pretty ruby eyes. This was the first time she had witnessed something like that. After all, she was less than 1 century old, and her time as a higher existence barely touched the decade, so there were many things she had yet to experience, see, or know. Natural treasure. Even if it's just a small possibility that it's a legend-grade treasure, I can't miss it. Bai Zemin whispered in a voice that only he could hear as he clenched his fists tightly and looked into the distance resolutely. The endless blue lotus flame that had formed a soul contract with Bai Zemin was a natural treasure that over the years had become a god-grade treasure after absorbing countless records and soul power. Now, there was a natural treasure being born right in front of his eyes. Therefore, Bai Zemin was definitely going to do his best to obtain it. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 853 Dungeon, Part 1. The constant crackling of lightning gathering at a single point high in the distant sky was becoming more and more ferocious. The tornadoes of mana that had gathered around the huge globe of ever-growing lightning were spinning and devouring the surrounding mana with such tremendous speed that those plants that needed the mana to survive were rapidly dying after losing the food that kept them alive. "This is the first time I've ever seen a natural treasure being born," Ellis said in awe as she stared off into the distance with glittering eyes. "Ha ha ha ha!" Zillag burst out laughing after hearing Ellis' words. "Child, you are just a baby in the eyes of old men like your father and me, but even centuries-old people like us have never seen a natural treasure being born. There is nothing to be surprised about." The last time a natural treasure was born was when our world broke from the first evolutionary stage to the second stage. At least that's what is said, and what the books record," added King Philip in a serious voice. "That also means that none of us know what will happen from this point on. We are all in the same boat from now on regardless of age." As the power of the lightning became more and more powerful, and the mana focused together with the records in a single point, everyone's expression began to change slightly as the minutes went by. After about 40 minutes, Lilith touched Bai Zemin's shoulder gently and without taking her eyes off the distant unnatural phenomenon said in a perplexed voice, "Say, Zemin, that thing isn't going to explode, right? Or is it?" "Explode?" Bai Zemin was surprised and his eyes widened in shock as he looked up at the sky with a hint of fear. If all that energy was released all at once then, the shockwave would probably shake the entire world. "Everyone, raise the strongest barrier you have and hold it steady," Bai Zemin shouted as he pulled his hands forward, blood wall. Rumble! Under the confused and shocked eyes of everyone present, the earth split as a huge crimson-colored wall with golden tints broke from the deep ground, and rose in a matter of seconds over 400 meters high, only 200 meters distant from the city wall. "Zemin! Orc! Bai Zemin! Boy!" Everyone turned to look at Bai Zemin, who had suddenly made such a strange move, but seeing how serious his face was, no one dared to underestimate his motives, especially for those who had seen or tasted Bai Zemin's power firsthand. To get even a soul evolver like him to become this serious, then the matter at hand was definitely no joke. Indeed, even before Bai Zemin had a chance to explain what was going on, the sky began to rumble, and the huge globe of purple lightning began to shrink rapidly after swallowing up all the lightning streaking through the now non-existent mana clouds. "Raise barriers, hurry," he shouted urgently. "If that thing explodes, then the citizens behind us will die." The expressions on everyone's faces changed, but the ones whose faces changed the most drastically were naturally people like King Philip, Serafina, Ellis, Liam, Anna, and all the soul evolvers who were fighting and watching over the safety of the Gale's kingdom. King Philip looked at the people standing on the wall and anxiously shouted, "All those with magical skills capable of reinforcing a barrier or raising one, activate your strongest skills. Bright light barrier. Earthly protection. Unbreakable defense dome. Long-lasting stiffener." Although the soul evolvers were forced to spend much more mana as it was harder for them to control the mana, now many times purer than before, but at the same time wielder, dozens of magical skills intended for protection or reinforcement of a firm structure were activated practically at the same time. The blood wall that Bai Zemin had erected was over 400 meters high and stretched over 40 kilometers. Since he only erected a wall and did not need to control anything, performing such a feat was no longer something difficult for him, and thanks to the fact that his blood manipulation skill did not consume mana to control the movement of the blood, Bai Zemin only had to spend mana to harden the already existing blood. His reserve was still large. In addition to Bai Zemin's blood wall, other large-size skills were displayed as large earthen walls, thick light barriers, glowing golden-colored energy shields, etc. appeared. Meilin and Zilug exchanged glances before shrugging their shoulders and moving. Zilug moved forward and stomped the ground in front of him with his right foot. "Jade land." Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, the ground before their eyes suddenly changed in color, and in a matter of seconds the entire ground more than 10 kilometers in front of Zilug had turned into pure, bright jade. "Ha!" Zilug roared as he kicked ferociously forward without holding back at all. "Boom! Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang." The jade land was not completely destroyed by Zilug's kick and stomp, but soared skyward like a great sea tsunami, soon turning into a large and sturdy-looking shield. At the same time, Meilin's body glowed, and in less than 5 seconds her seductive silhouette from before was replaced by a giant snake that was about 800 meters long and as thick as a building. Her snake head looked to the north, and her golden eyes glowed brightly. She opened her mouth, and her melodious voice spread far and wide along with the ever-stronger mist escaping from inside it. "Frost blast." SWOOSH. A huge beam of light shot out from Meilin's giant mouth, and in an instant struck the blood shield that Bai Zemin had erected as well as the huge jade wall erected by Zilug. Meilin moved her head from the left to the right slowly, and the beam of bright light followed that movement. The frost energy escaping from her body was so great that all the surroundings froze, and even the city wall gained an extra layer of frost. In less than 20 seconds, both the giant blood wall and the huge, sturdy jade wall had been covered by a heavy layer of ice. Bai Zemin watched in amazement as slowly the beam of bright light that turned out to be a frost beam slowly became thinner until it finally disappeared. Seeing Mei Lin's giant body cast a bright beam was not something that could be seen every day. It had been no different from seeing a legendary dragon cast its mighty breath. Really, this kind of thing is too draining. Zilug shook his head and groaned. His body had shrunk from 70 meters to 60 meters after he turned the ground into jade. It would probably take him at least a whole day to get back to full strength. Mei Lin's giant body glowed, and seconds later, she returned to her diminutive human form compared to her previous 800-meter length. Indeed, who would have thought that I would use such a strong attack skill as a means of defense someday? Mei Lin sighed. The glint in her eyes was slightly dim, probably due to the excessive consumption of mana in the midst of these circumstances where controlling mana was far from easy. Everyone, here it comes. No one had time to say anything else when Bai Zemin suddenly roared loudly and began to expend his mana like crazy. At the same time as the blood wall began to glow brightly even within the thick layer of frost, the globe of purple lightning began to grow after having contracted to the minimum possible, and in just an instant became a third sun high in the still jet-black sky. Bang, 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 bang. Like something out of a fantasy movie, the jet-black color that had covered the sky of Eventide World for almost an entire month was swept away when the huge sun of purple lightning exploded. The explosion was so powerful that it was heard from the far corners of the world. The sky was dyed purple in its entirety, and the earth shook fiercely as the shockwave dragged colossal amounts of mana through every crevice of Eventide World. At the same time that the mana carried by the shockwave fed the inanimate beings such as trees, rocks, earth, and many others, the shockwave traveled at unmeasurable speeds, turning into flesh paste, and subsequent bloody missed the bodies of all existences below level 20 that failed to take shelter in time. In just 10 seconds from the time that the shockwave hit the ground, and then spread out in all directions in a perfectly circular shape, more than 5 million lives disappeared forever, and their records remained floating at the site of their deaths. Backslash, 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 backslash. Guys, for the next 3 days it is possible that there will be only one chapter a day. However, don't worry because I plan to do a mass release on the 25th of this month. I hope you understand and look forward to the chapter release on the 25th of this month. I promise not to disappoint you, and I'm working hard for it. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 854 Dungeon, Part 2-2. As the trees grew or shrank after reaching the peak, compressing themselves into more durable and precious inanimate existences, the laws of the world absorbed most of the mana and were strengthened enormously to the point that if a human from the past Earth were put into Eventide World, they would die on the spot with their bones completely crushed as a result of the terrifying gravity. The world was benefiting, as were the inanimate beings incapable of harming it. However, the living beings capable of causing harm and destruction with their actions were the ones who, far from benefiting, were experiencing the meaning of the word terror. The wrath of the world seemed to make itself felt. BOOMs, 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 BOOM, BOOM. BOOMs, BOOMs, BOOM, 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 BOOM. No matter if it was a large main city or a small town, no matter if it was a human kingdom or if it was in the territory of demons, no matter if it was an intelligent plant or orcs living in society, all the structures shook fiercely as the massive walls received the vicious blow of the unstoppable shockwave head-on. Regardless of race, no one knew how much destruction the shockwave had caused. However, no one had time to worry about the damage caused by the resulting explosion in the sky, as every living thing with sufficient capacity in the world was doing its best to do its little bit in a desperate attempt to survive and not become part of that damage. Bang, 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 bang. Barrier after barrier was shattered, and the soul evolvers standing on the wall of Bearcrest City were slightly pushed back as their skills were destroyed by the shockwave. In less than 1 minute, there were only a handful of defenses struggling to contain the persistent shockwave. The face of Seraphina was pale as she pointed her magic staff forward. Her bright light barrier skill was one of the few skills still standing, but the number of cracks on the surface of the barrier was continuously increasing. Finally, Seraphina could resist no longer, and at the same time as the barrier in which she had invested 80% of her mana was shattered, she was forced to retreat several steps with a pained expression on her pretty face. Ellis grunted under her breath and her feet were pushed back. She held her shield in front of her body, and a bright golden light covered the surface of her precious defender. Right in front of the great blood wall, a large projection of her shield struggled to contain the shockwave, but 1 minute later, that magical projection was destroyed and Ella's stance was broken. A flash of shock shone in her eyes as she stepped back. This was the first time her defense had been destroyed, and with such ease. Booms, 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 booms. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and expended huge amounts of mana per second when the shockwave finally reached the blood wall. Even when the shockwave had not yet hit the wall, the mana he was using to strengthen the blood of the wall was being swallowed up as if there was a black hole in the aftershock. Mei Lin's thick frost shield lasted only 30 seconds before it was completely shattered, which was understandable considering that she herself had said that her frost blast skill was a skill meant for attack and not defense. The jade wall erected by Zilug was more resistant than Mei Lin's frost shield, however. Without mana strengthening the walls, all the jade soon lost its color and collapsed, once again turning to mud and dust. Finally, the only defense left was the blood wall of Bai Zemin. If Bai Zemin's defense fell, those on the wall would be hit, and even if none of them died since they were powerful soul evolvers, it was most likely that some of them would lose their consciousness for several days when the mana in the shockwave hit their bodies. The king and the two princesses, as well as the other soul evolvers of Gales, looked at Bai Zemin with nervous expressions and pale faces. If the blood wall failed and the energy shields collapsed, then it would be a disaster for the entire city. After 40 seconds, the first crack appeared on the blood wall. That crack soon spread throughout the length and breadth of the entire defensive structure, to the horror of all who watched helplessly. Bai Zemin had spent over 700 mana points on this defense, but it was being torn apart so easily. Fuck, this sucker's eating my mana. With no more options present, Bai Zemin roared and was forced to activate overlap regeneration. Strength by mana. His body was soon enveloped by the characteristic golden halo of light, and his aura seemed to rise to that of a divine figure. The wall of blood glowed brightly as great torrents of mana were injected into it, causing the cracks slowly began to recede. Bai Zemin was forced to use overlap regeneration 3 times in total before all the power of the shockwave disappeared. By the time everything returned to normal, Bai Zemin stood panting heavily as his eyes flashed with lingering fear. If something like this had happened on Earth where the races were not yet sufficiently developed, then probably most of all life would have been annihilated without a trace. While Lilith congratulated him and wiped the sweat from his face without anyone being aware of her existence, Bai Zemin was glad that no strange treasure was born in his world. If every time a treasure was born, there were such dangers to go through, then he could only feel sorry for the living beings in the worlds where those treasures were born. On the other hand, Mei Lin and Zilug looked at Bai Zemin in shock. They looked at each other and saw the same shock in each other's eyes. That halo of golden light. What the hell was that thing? They both felt their hearts beating faster, and a tinge of fear grew in them as they realized that the young human not only possessed terrifying physical strength, but also seemed to be hiding a lot more. He alone had withstood for almost 5 minutes the shockwave that had shattered so many defenses in a matter of moments. On the other hand, Seraphina and King Philip sighed in relief. As for Ellis, she looked at Bai Zemin's back with flashing eyes, as if she was impressed by his defense being even higher than hers. Hey, what's that? The frightened cry of Anna attracted the attention of everyone, and when they turned to look at her, they saw her looking with eyes filled with fear and astonishment to the north direction. When King Philip and the others followed her stare, the first thing they saw was Bai Zemin standing there looking into the distance with disbelief. But when they looked past him, they all understood the reason why even he was experiencing the same emotions that Anna was. What is that? Seraphina subconsciously took a step back. In the distance, so far away that it was impossible to measure the distance, but whose size was large enough to be seen from all corners of Eventide World, a huge jet-black spiral spun, gently joining the sky and the earth. The aura coming out of that huge black spiral was ancient, but at the same time modern, soft and delicate, but at the same time powerful and dangerous. It was as if several auras were coming together at the same time. "Dungeon," Lilith said in wide-eyed amazement. Bai Zemin turned his head towards her abruptly upon hearing her words, before realizing that his movement might have attracted attention. However, he soon found that everyone was frozen staring at the large, jet-colored spiral with white tints around the edges. "Dungeon," he whispered in a voice only she could hear. "What's the matter with those dungeons?" Bai Zemin was no stranger to the word dungeon. It was a well-known term in video games after all. However, it was the first time he had ever seen or heard of a dungeon occurring in the apocalypse. Lilith's ruby-colored eyes sparkled as she looked at Bai Zemin. "Little brother Zemin, dungeons are only born when really large amounts of mana and records are gathered in a single point. Furthermore, from the books in the library of Lucifer's castle, I read that dungeons only usually appear when a treasure of at least legend grade is born." Legend grade treasure. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed, and when he turned to look at the black spiral now it was as if he was looking at the treasure itself. It might even be a higher grade treasure, although the chances were not very high since Eventide World was a world in its third stage and not fourth. Could it be that a demigod grade treasure had been born? That shockwave had been truly terrifying, just like the explosion after all. Even the color of the sky had been dyed purple. "You'd better be careful though, Zemin," Lilith said as she saw his excited face. "Dungeons are really dangerous places. Anything can happen, and even the strongest soul evolvers of a world can die inside a dungeon. The monsters born inside there can get very powerful and dangerous." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 855 Lilith's Concerns, Toward the Dungeon. The next day, at the back of the castle of the royal family of the Gales Kingdom, a small number of people had gathered at the back of the mountain, their numbers barely exceeding 10. Apart from the people, the same number of airtight mutant beasts were waiting in a corner obediently with leather saddles for comfortable riding and reins. They resembled horses. "All right, is everyone ready?" King Philip looked at the group of people in front of him and asked. His expression was serious as he said in a clear voice, "We don't know what will happen inside that portal, nor do we know what we will run into as well, so anyone who wants to back out now is not a bad time." After the evolution of Eventide World to its third stage was completed yesterday afternoon, and after the appearance of the huge black-colored vortex, King Philip and some of the most important figures of the kingdom gathered in emergency in the throne room together with Zilug and Mei Lin, who were a crucial part of the alliance whose meaning of existing was to obtain the Born treasure. After several hours of back and forth, it all came down to the fact that the Gales Kingdom would be participating in this battle for the treasure that had just been spawned. Even if the odds were not absolute, the mere possibility of getting their hands on a legend-grade treasure was more than enough to push an entire kingdom forward, even if the failure meant its demise. Even with so many years of history, the Gales Kingdom and 98% of the human kingdoms around the world did not even possess a legend-grade treasure, making its rarity and importance more than obvious. It was precisely treasures of this magnitude that allowed the parent kingdoms to become parent kingdoms and rise above the other kingdoms over the centuries. "Your Majesty, I, Liam Anworth, was accepted by Gales and protected by its walls despite the blood that runs in my veins. I vowed that I would fight and die protecting this kingdom, and therefore that is what I will do," Lion said with a serious expression on his youthful, handsome face. Ellis nodded, standing next to him. "Father, we are all citizens of Gales. Regardless of status, we all have an obligation to fight for the good of our home." "Well, at least we can't let another kingdom take the treasure, least of all if it's from another race." Seraphina waved her staff several times as she said this, looking as if she was ready for combat. King Philip looked at his daughters with an extremely complicated expression on his face. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly as if he wanted to say something, but those words were difficult to pronounce. As a father, Philip D. Gales hoped that his two daughters could stay in the castle where they were safe instead of going to an unknown place that no one knew how it worked or what they would be greeted with. Especially after losing his wife in the war against the demons, Philip's affection and care for his family had completely exploded, and all he wanted more than anything else was to protect and care for them no matter the consequences. However, as King of Gales, King Philip knew that Ellis' defense and attacks, as well as Seraphina's support, would certainly be of great help and would probably make the difference in a battle between high-level soul evolvers. Therefore, King Philip found himself fighting against himself. In the end, he sighed heavily and shook his head. Knowing how stubborn and proud Ellis and Seraphina were, King Philip knew in his heart that neither of them would listen to him if he were to ask them to stay behind. At the end of the day, both princesses shared the stubbornness of their mother, the late Queen Helena, who pursued him for so many years until she finally succeeded in her goal of marrying him. "You have two nice daughters, old Philip," Maylin said, as if she knew the hardships the King of Gales was going through. "Risks and rewards always come hand in hand. The stronger your girls become, the greater their chances of survival will be. However, the only way to become stronger is through risking our lives." King Philip smiled ironically at the Snake Queen's words, but eventually he nodded. Really, ironies of life. 2 hours later, 11 flying beasts shot into the sky and powerfully flapped their great wings in a northerly direction. Bai Zemin tightened his grip on the reins of the black bat he was riding and lowered his body posture a bit in fright. This was the first time he had ridden a flying creature after all. However, he quickly calmed down as he remembered that he was no longer that weak human who would die if he fell from this height. The current Bai Zemin had many ways to avoid turning into flesh pulp before he hit the ground if the diurnal bat he was riding on suddenly went berserk. Behind him, Lilith sat on the giant bat's back with her legs dangling sideways. The wind blew her long jet-black hair, and although there was a nice smile on her face, the slight frown that highlighted her brows revealed that there was a lot of things going in her mind. A few minutes after the flight, Bai Zemin looked back over his shoulder and noticed the expression on Lilith's face, which made him frown slightly. He moved the reins slightly to the left, and the giant bat immediately obeyed his command, moving slightly away from the other 10 bats. Although the others looked at him slightly confused, no one said anything about his appearingly sudden movement. They were all mentally preparing themselves for what they would face in a few hours after all. After making sure that the distance was safe and that the winds would carry his voice away so that no one would hear him, Bai Zemin kept his eyes straight ahead and asked in a calm manner, "Lilith, is something wrong? You've been too very quiet since yesterday." Lilith didn't respond right away. She continued to stare into the distance for almost 2 whole minutes before opening her mouth gently. "Say, Zemin, I know what I'll say next is silly. I also know what your answer will be. But even knowing all that, I can't help but want to say it." The frown on the face of Bai Zemin grew. This was the first time he had heard Lilith so hesitant and above all so careful with her words. He looked over his shoulder at her and said in a serious voice, "Is something wrong? If there's something bothering you, then don't keep it to yourself. Talk to me, please." Lilith sighed and finally turned her face to look at him. "Can you not go to the dungeon?" "What?" Bai Zemin's eyes widened, and for an instant he doubted what he had just heard. You want me not to go to the dungeon? But why?" Lilith looked in the northeast direction and said with slight concern, "In this world, there is a really powerful soul evolver. He or she is probably the demon lord of this world. Zemin, if the aura I am sensing is that of the demon lord, then there is a possibility that even with your overlap regeneration you won't be able to be victorious." Bai Zemin's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Lilith had seen how terrifying the second activation, overlap regeneration, was, and how frightening this capacity was in the hands of a beast like Bai Zemin, who possessed monstrously high stats for someone of his level and order. However, she was still saying that in this world, there was someone who had the possibility of defeating him, even if he used overlap regeneration in combat, not to mention the fact that overlap regeneration had limits that could not be crossed, or there would be consequences for Bai Zemin. However, Bai Zemin soon calmed down. He had not yet had the chance to tell Lilith about the abilities of the skill soul manipulation after all. Besides, "Lilith, I understand. I understand that there is someone powerful in this world, probably an enemy. I also understand your worries about me. At the end of the day, I would be worried about you too if I knew that you will probably soon clash with a being capable of defeating and killing you," he said in a soft voice. After a slight pause, his voice became serious and he said firmly, "However, there is no such thing as free bread in this world. If a fisherman wants fish, then they have to jump into the sea. There are no shortcuts. We are soul evolvers. We fight against fate itself to become strong enough to control our own destiny. Nothing is certain. Even on Earth, I'm sure there are unknown enemies capable of giving me headaches. A single nuclear bomb could easily take me out of the game, and that's not a reason for me to back down, is it?" Lilith's expression was extremely complicated. At times like this, she wished she could go back to being the old Lilith who was like an emotionless machine. because making decisions was much easier at such times. It was completely different seeing a stranger fighting to the death than seeing the person you loved fighting to the death, and Lilith was more than clear that this would be an extremely terrifying battle within the rank of lower existences. If you and this soul evolver meet, then you will have to end the battle quickly. He or she is still a third-order existence, but the distance to the fourth order is not particularly big, Lilith said after a minute of silence. Her beloved was right. Turning around and retreating had never been a possibility. Turning back once for fear of dying would mean that it would surely happen again in the future, and the true soul evolvers were formed not only by bathing in the blood of their enemies, but also in their own blood. "Don't worry," Bai Zemin said in a firm voice. He narrowed his eyes and a cold glint flashed in his pupils. "If the other party is not an enemy, then that would be better, however. If he or she is my enemy, then I will make sure it never stands up again. Nothing has really changed. I just have to keep doing what I have been doing so far and continue defeating." Bai Zemin's goals were so great that even Lilith no longer knew them in their entirety. In addition to surpassing the most powerful beings in the history of the universe, Bai Zemin was even aiming to become a being powerful enough that the enemies of the Golden Domain would never dare to return again. If he turned around and backed down for a minor demon lord of Evendite world, then Bai Zemin might as well aim to become the most powerful on Earth and never leave his world. The group continued to fly in a straight line directly towards the portal for a total of 40 hours, almost 2 days, before the energy coming from deep inside enveloped them. "We are close, be ready for all kinds of situations." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 856, Wyvern of Purple Flames and Demon Lord. Remember that in this kind of situation we can trust no one, not even the other humans we will run into. The King of Gales reminded in a deep voice as he looked out over the distant horizon. From the north, from the east, from the west, from the northeast, from the northwest, southeast, southwest. No matter which way the group of 11 looked, as the diurnal bats were minutes away from reaching the center of Eventide World after more than 40 hours of continuous flight, several small silhouettes began to appear in the distance, and with each passing second they grew larger as the distance was being rapidly closed. "Father, do you think the other kings of kingdom will become our enemies?" Ellis asked in a serious voice. Her gold-colored hair was loose behind her back, and in her left hand was her trademark shield. Her magic sword was sheathed to the left of her slender waist, and her lovely body was protected by deep violet armor just matching her eyes. Ellis was not only a great beauty, but also a powerful warrior at heart, something that showed in her every action and expression. King Philip hesitated at his first daughter's question. Hard to say. In the last 2 weeks that passed, we were generous enough to release all the princes and princesses, except for the 3 confirmed traitors who allied with the demons, Edmund, Emerald, and Maximus. Serafina pointed out with a frown. She snorted and said in a clear voice, "Besides, considering that Bai Zemin sent letters of invitation to have a chat about the future of the world, I don't think the other kingdoms will cause trouble after seeing what our Gales is capable of." "I'm afraid it's not that easy," Bai Zemin interjected. He narrowed his eyes and looked down at the ground, quickly noticing that there were many approaching the center of the world by land. A high-grade treasure might be inside that dark vortex. Anyone who obtains it will become much more powerful instantly, not to mention a king of kingdom. Bai Zemin said in a serious voice. Greed is capable of blinding anyone, so it is best if we only rely on ourselves. Our allies are those who stand beside us, but most of all ourselves. The other 10 members of the group said nothing after hearing Bai Zemin's reasoning, and instead focused on looking at their skills to check if there was anything that would be good to improve at the last minute. Not long after, the diurnal bats began to slowly descend 500 meters from the black vortex. Among the flying mounts that began to descend around the black vortex were winged snakes, horses with wings similar to unicorns but without horns, birds of all kinds, and many more. Bai Zemin even saw a giant black mouse with white wings on its back. In addition to the flying beasts, giant mutant bulls, diamond-horned rhinoceroses, blue-scaled lizards, fire snakes, silver-armored elephants, and all kinds of Earth-type mutant beasts made the ground rumble as they rushed toward the center of the world. Everyone kept a certain distance from each other. Each stayed close to their group and looked at the others cautiously. Everyone knew why they had come here, so no one tried to approach anyone. Bai Zemin saw several acquaintances among the soul evolvers who arrived. Among them, Princess Diana of the Prowling Kingdom, standing next to her mother Queen Alois, nodded in his direction in greeting and probably thanks. Even Princess Bianca, who was considered the most beautiful young woman of them all, was standing next to a middle-aged man stood in the crowd. She bowed when she noticed Bai Zemin looking in her direction, to which he responded by simply nodding in recognition. "So many powerful soul evolvers," murmured the shy assassin cat as she hid behind Anna and surveyed her surroundings in awe. Giles nodded with a frown. "This is the first time in my life I've ever seen so many races together in one place. Looks like they all came out of their caves to fight for the meat." Not only were there humans among the at least 5,000 soul evolvers present, but there were also many powers of other races. Orcs, different types of mutant beasts that belong to different groups or families, large-sized mutant trees, golems, sea creatures capable of moving on land, and there was even a group of no more than 20 small fairies that were about 20 centimeters tall with small wings on their backs. Ellis seemed to notice how curious Bai Zemin was about the little fairies. Therefore, she approached him and quietly explained, "Those are pixies." "Pixies?" Bai Zemin looked at her in amazement. Were they similar to those little magical creatures in cartoons that granted wishes to a little kid with big teeth? Bai Zemin could remember that there was a little green-haired male fairy and a pink-haired female fairy. Later, they had a chubby little baby. Having no idea of Bai Zemin's peculiar thoughts, Ellis said in a serious voice, "Pixies have a low reproduction rate, so they are few comparatively speaking. However, you should not underestimate them just because of their small size. Generally, pixies are not physically strong, but at birth they are all born having a skill called mana affinity, though they are truly terrifying mages. Many prefer to feud with orcs or giant golems rather than feud with pixies." Serafina walked over noticing the two were chatting, and after listening to the topic of conversation, decided to join in. "Pixies are a generally gentle race, but in reality they can be very vengeful," she said. "If you mess with one of them, then your front door will probably get kicked down during the night, and a bunch of them will come in to kill you in your sleep." "Well, they are few in number, so naturally they have to watch out for each other," Ellis nodded. Bai Zemin looked at the 20 small flying creatures. He was really curious about this race, as it was the first time he saw such a small, but at the same time powerful and respected one. Pixies were not at all different from humans when it came to physical characteristics or skin color. Therefore, except for the small wings on their backs and their diminutive size, there was nothing unusual about them. Suddenly, one of the little pixies turned and her sky-blue eyes met Bai Zemin's black eyes, crossing distance and piercing crowds. She stared at him for a second or two before her brows curved into a crescent shape. A big, sweet, and kind smile appeared on her face, and she nodded towards him. Bai Zemin was surprised, but he nodded towards the little pixie before looking away. "Keck, wasn't that the pixie princess?" Evan walked over and put an arm around Bai Zemin's shoulder. There was an expression on his face that any man of culture would understand, and he said quietly, "Say, Bai Zemin, could it be that you don't respond to Ellis' advances because you like pixies?" Bai Zemin almost fell to the ground when he heard the words of Evan. He looked at him as if he was looking at an unidentified creature. Was this person right in the head? Bai Zemin began to have his doubts about it. "Nothing to be ashamed of," Giles stepped in next to Liam. They both nodded and said in unison, "The pixie princess is a great beauty." The two looked at each other before saying dumbfounded, "Or is she a little beauty?" "Perverts," Kat whispered and subconsciously hid even more behind Anna. Anna didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she slowly said, "Little cat, that's what all men are like. You better stay away from them, okay?" "Oh, okay." Bai Zemin had a bittersweet smile on his face. He had been labeled a pervert again, even though he hadn't done or said anything at all. "Philip, do you have any idea what to do now that we're here?" Zilug scratched his head in confusion as he looked at the black vortex that actually turned out to be some sort of door. Since Bai Zemin hadn't told them regarding the dungeons, as it would be suspicious for him to know something even they didn't, no one knew what to do next. "I'm not sure," the King of Gales shook his head. "However, I think we'd better sit down for now. It looks like the portal is closed." Bai Zemin looked at the surroundings for several minutes, but something that made him frown slightly was that he didn't manage to see even a single demon in all this time. Could it be that the demon race was planning to attack the human kingdoms, while all the third-order soul evolvers left the courtyard free? However, doing that would mean surrendering to the treasure that had just been born. If it was legend grade or even semi-god grade treasure, then it would be a great loss for them, as they would at most have time to take down 5 or 10 kingdoms. Besides, Bai Zemin knew that each kingdom had a little insurance against disappearing completely. The only reason the demons had managed to wipe out a kingdom a month ago was because the king of the destroyed kingdom did not have time to be prepared at all. Just then, a giant black silhouette appeared flying on the distant horizon. Behind this silhouette, smaller ones appeared one after another, and in an instant there were 11 in total that were rapidly approaching the center of the world. Bai Zemin's pupils contracted slightly as his eyes focused on the flying beast leading the group. He didn't even look at the rider because what really caught his attention was the mount. Was that thing a dragon? Bai Zemin was amazed beyond words. This was the first time he had ever seen a real dragon. However, he soon realized that the beast was actually a bit different from a real dragon. Wyvern of purple flames, that's the demon lord's mount. No one knew who said those words, but soon the atmosphere changed. The demon lord was the absolute ruler of the demon race, unlike the humans who, despite being greater in numbers, were separated. Furthermore, it was widely known throughout the world that the demon lord was the most terrifying and powerful existence in the entire Eventide world, and only Shadow Kaeler had so far faced him and survived to tell the tale. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 857, Powerhouses of the Demon Race. Wyvern, Demon Lord. Bai Zemin immediately looked at the rider and narrowed his eyes, trying to discern the appearance of the other side despite the distance and fierce winds. Standing on the head of the wyvern, whose scales were completely black and whose wings were at least 100 meters each, a young-looking and surprisingly handsome man was staring at the portal with a thoughtful expression on his face. His eyes were blood red and his skin slightly pale. On his head were 2 small ram's horns, and he wore purple armor. Not only was the demon lord tremendously handsome and youthful in appearance, but the aura around him was truly shocking. Even Bai Zemin was secretly surprised, as the demon lord's soul power did not seem to be inferior to Shangyuan Bingzu in terms of purity. Bai Zemin finally understood the reason why Lilith was so worried. The demon lord had a very high level, and his soul power was so pure that Bai Zemin had no idea whether he was above level 150 or not. This was the first time he had met an existence capable of comparing to Shangyuan Bingzu's terrifying talent, and Bai Zemin's killing intent immediately began to grow in his heart. He and the demon lord were destined to be enemies. There was no way Bai Zemin would forgive what the demons did to the annihilated Syrian kingdom. Since the two were destined to be enemies no matter what, Bai Zemin was determined to end the life of this terrifying soul evolver who might become a big headache in the future. The demon lord seemed to sense a strange aura in the crowd, so he took his eyes off the portal and scanned the surroundings for a few seconds before shaking his head. A minute later, everyone backed up and made room as the giant wyvern flapped its wings and slowly began to descend, being closely followed by 10 big evil bats with their riders. The atmosphere immediately became heavy, especially when the humans looked at the 11 demons with serious and angry expressions, while the other races simply stood on the sidelines waiting for a good show. The demon lord didn't even look at the humans or anyone else. Maybe it was out of disdain, or maybe it was because he was too busy with other matters to care about them. But after the wyvern lay down on the ground, what he did was sit on his mount as he stared at the portal, waiting patiently. Of course, just because the demon leader didn't say or do anything didn't mean that the 10 demons that had arrived with him were silent. A red-skinned demon 6 feet tall with a long lizard-like tail on its back looked at the various humans with his glowing red eyes. A strange light shone in his gaze as he said in a hoarse voice, "So many humans. Even though they are disgusting, they really smell good. So many beauties. I've had fun with some human women, but I've never in my life touched a princess." Another demon whose skin was deep blue licked his lips as he fiddled with his magic staff and looked at the human females with desire. Kikiki, a goat-headed demon with a large humpback, chuckled chillingly as his yellow eyes glowed brightly. "You can play with the little girls, Desgal, but leave the older females to me. Kiakiki." "Igmarun, you really are a perverted old man, aren't you?" Kakaka, a stout, bull-headed demon, chuckled good-naturedly before looking at Bianca. He pointed at her and said in a hoarse voice, "That female is mine, no one can touch her." Who's calling who a pervert, Kigdrag, Kiikiki? The goat-headed demon, Igmarun, laughed as he looked at the princess of the Litora kingdom with pity. That ravishing little body will probably be split in two. Oh well. The demons laughed as they continued chatting and joking with each other. Princess Bianca's face was as white as a sheet, and her eyes flashed with fear as she felt the bull-headed demon's eyes. She had heard that Kigdrag was a terrifying beast that raped women, then killed them and continued raping them. Worst of all, none of the females he targeted managed to slip through his hands. Even though the humans were furious, especially the king of the Litora kingdom, no one stepped forward to say anything. Unlike the demon race, which was led by a single existence, humans had more powers overall, but they were divided into different kingdoms. If a human attacked a demon now, then all the demons present would attack that human immediately. But if a demon attacked a human, then most likely the only ones who would step forward to help the targeted human would be their allies with whom they had come all this way. Furthermore, something that caught everyone's attention and frightened everyone was the fact that, apart from the demon lord, there were 10 third-order demons whose strength was comparable to that of kings of kingdom. 9 of the 10 third-order demons were well known to everyone. They were the terrifying demon generals under the command of the demon lord, the sharpest weapon and shield of the demon race. However, the 10th demon who had joined the ranks after the death of one of the demon generals in the war against the Gale's kingdom was completely unknown to all. The unknown demon was the only one who was silently looking at the surroundings while standing next to his evil bat, occasionally feeding it with meat that he took out of his leather bag. His appearance was similar to that of a human from the top up, but from the bottom down his body was like that of a goat, tail and all. Seeing that no human said anything, the demons began to behave more and more wildly with each passing minute. Some were pointing at women and blatantly saying what they would do to them after killing the males, while others were mocking the fallen Syrian kingdom. The women trembled with shame and fear at the words of the demons, while the men were ashamed that they were not powerful enough to defend and make their partners be respected. You demons think you can come and go or say whatever you please. Do you really think you are unstoppable under the heavens? All I've seen so far has been dogs barking, but apparently you're all too much of a pussy to even try to take the first bite. Who said that? Come out. The demons immediately became enraged and began to look everywhere in search of the source of the sound. The demons' personalities were mocking and explosive. The blood running through their veins was wild like that of mutant beasts, so they could go from peace and relaxation to war in just a second, depending on the actions or words of others. Bai Zemin had been watching everything from the side with indifference, however, after 5 minutes of constant babbling by the demons, and seeing no one stepping forward, he finally couldn't take it anymore. He took a step forward and walked ahead of the large circle that had formed around the portal. It was me who said that, he said in a cold voice. Any problems? If you want to fight, then come all together and don't bark so much. I'll rip your heads off one by one. The generals of the demon race stood dumbfounded, looking at the young human who was looking down on them. Even the 10th general, who was apparently replacing the place of Belgos after his death, looked at Bai Zemin with surprise. The only one who showed no apparent reaction was the demon lord that continued to stare at the portal, as if he did not care about the world around him. As the whole place fell deathly silent, Zilug and Mei Lin cursed Bai Zemin 7 million times in 1 second. The brat really couldn't stay quiet, could he? Even though Bai Zemin had said that he was not afraid of the demon lord, none of them expected that he would actually dare to say such words in front of the world's most powerful soul evolver. King Philip shook his head and forced a smile as he looked at Bai Zemin's back without knowing whether he should be laughing or crying. However, the fact that several green sparks began to flicker around his spear was more than enough proof of what his posture was as he looked at the demon's general hungrily. He even looked at the demon lord as if he couldn't wait to have his head. That's why orcs are orcs. Seraphina muttered under her breath and pointed her magic staff forward, ready to activate multiple buffing skills. As for Ellis, she looked at the demon lord with a frown and observed if he pulled any sort of action. Kakakaka, really interesting, hey? The bull-headed demon general, Kigdrag, chuckled as he looked at Bai Zemin with wide eyes. A pillar of hot smoke shot out of his nostrils as his 2 large arms reached back and pulled out the large battle axe from his back. First order, little guy, you think because you have 3 third-order soul evolvers with you that you're safe. Bai Zemin gave him a sidelong glance, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly as he said disdainfully, I didn't know cows could bark. Such seems to be the evolution of the world, brought wonderful things for everyone. Ha 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 ha. Serafina couldn't help but point at the demon general and laugh heartily when she heard Bai Zemin's words. She didn't care about her image as a princess, nor did she care about the identity of the other party. She was simply laughing because she wanted to laugh. These demons had killed her mother, let them suffer then. Backslash 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 backslash. AN. Remember to read the author's thoughts at the end of the previous chapter. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 858, Entering the Dungeon. Serafina was not the only one who laughed. Although she was the only one who did not try to hold back at all, there were several other young people in the crowd who, after holding back the urge to burst out laughing for the first few seconds, finally broke when the laughter of the second princess of the Gale's kingdom shattered the silence. Princess Diana smiled slightly as she watched with interest next to her mother, Queen Alois, and Princess Bianca of the LitRPG kingdom barely tried to contain the smile on her face as she watched the demon general who had targeted her being humiliated in front of the major powers of the world. There were even 2 or 3 demons who chuckled under their breath, while the others gave weird glances at their fellow demon general. Brat, what did you say? Demon General Kigdrag looked at Bai Zemin and asked in a low voice. The muscles in his body swelled and his eyes began to turn red as the veins on his neck and face began to visibly grow. Kigdrag was a demon over 640 years old. His level was 156, and among all the other demon generals, he was ranked number 3, which meant that there were only 2 demons more powerful than him in the entire demon race, leaving aside the demon lord. Countless lives and countless mighty warriors had been crushed by his fists, yet a human infant of the First Order had just humiliated him before his peers and before his lord. Kigdrag preferred to think he had heard wrong. What I said was that, oh wait, maybe if I speak in your language you'll understand me better. Bai Zemin cleared his throat and with a serious expression on his face opened his mouth. Woof 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 woof. After several barking dog sounds, Bai Zemin asked with disdain, I wonder if it's clearer to you now. Ha 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 ha, Serafina was laughing to tears. She didn't know that the usually serious Bai Zemin actually had the side in him. Just as Kigdrag was about to lunge forward and turn the arrogant human into meat paste, the demon lord's voice spread throughout the area. The portal is opening. Kigdrag's movement stopped automatically, and his head turned towards the huge portal. At the same time, Bai Zemin's expression became serious, and he also turned to look at the portal. Previously, the entire portal was almost 100% black with only flickers of white. However, at some point and unnoticed by anyone, the colors had reversed, and it was now almost completely white. Rumble! The surroundings suddenly began to tremble fiercely, and some soul evolvers present found it difficult to hold their postures steady. Existences like Princess Bianca, who despite being close to the Second Order, had not yet completely broken through, staggered, and were about to fall but were supported by the powerhouses next to them. Zemin, the dungeon is opening now, Lilith warned and said in a serious voice. Remember not to underestimate the inside of the dungeon. That is a different world from Eventide World. All the creatures inside are the product of the fusion of countless records and large amounts of leftover mana that was not absorbed by the land of this world. There might even be minor alterations in spacetime. Bai Zemin nodded silently. Lilith had already told him a bit regarding the dungeons, so even though this would be his first time walking into one, at least he wouldn't be completely unprepared. Soon the portal went completely white and the ground stopped rumbling. However, that calm didn't last long. The portal opened. The treasure is inside. Scram! Shouts and curses began to spread immediately as several soul evolvers from different alliances began to fight fiercely, while others were doing their best to charge towards the portal either on foot or using their mounts. Let's move! The demon lord jumped onto his wyvern and waved his hand. The wyvern was a majestic beast over 10 meters tall and whose wingspan from wing to wing in total was approximately 250 meters. Its black scales with purple tints shone under the sun's glare, and as it stood up the aura of a third-order powerhouse burst from its body. Roar! The shockwave caused by the wyvern's roar pushed everyone back, and with a mighty flap of its wings, a thick cloud of dust rose into the sky, accompanying its mighty body in the direction of the white portal. The 10 demon generals followed closely behind the demon lord's wyvern on their evil bats. However, before disappearing beyond the portal, The demon general Kigdrag gave Bai Zemin a death glare, and his image was firmly etched in his eyes. It was obvious that Kigdrag would definitely hunt Bai Zemin inside the dungeon for revenge, and that if it were not for the demon lord's words being absolute, he would have attacked him by now. However, what Kigdrag did not know was that even if he did not actively seek him out, Bai Zemin had already sentenced him to death long before. In fact, aside from Bai Zemin and King Philip, who had a blood feud with the demons, Liam had been glaring red-eyed at the demon generals, barely restraining himself from attacking them. "Everyone, remember to be careful in the dungeon." Bai Zemin approached his group and warned in a serious voice. Seeing everyone nod, he continued, "No one knows what will happen when we cross that portal, but it is a fact that we will not all be taken to the same area, as that would be against the fairness of the soul record. Therefore, no matter where you are, be sure to move in the direction of the treasure immediately. There will probably be something pointing to the location on the inside." If the portal teleported everyone to a fixed location, then those who entered first would have an advantage, as they could charge powerful attacks and launch them immediately when someone appeared. That way, the first group to enter would surely get the treasure. Considering that the soul record was relatively fair, it was natural to assume that everyone would be taken to different locations. "Understood. See you soon. Make sure to stay safe and avoid battles as much as possible." "That's right, let's regroup first." After a few words, the group quickly charged towards the portal. Although it wasn't that easy, as some soul evolvers of various races had lost their sanity and were attacking anyone who came near. Bang, 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 bang. After opening up a path of blood and slaughtering over 100 living beings, all of whom were at least level 40, Bai Zemin's group finally managed to arrive in front of the portal. After a slight nod, they all stepped forward and disappeared. Before stepping into the dungeon, Bai Zemin looked up at the sky and noticed that even now there were new soul evolvers arriving. Backslash, backslash, backslash. Bai Zemin felt the space around him twist, and his vision dimmed for a brief second after crossing the portal. When he could finally see again, the world in front of him had completely changed. The grassland, once full of life and trees, had been replaced by a sandy desert, dry and lifeless to the naked eye. Sand dunes stretched as far as the eye could see, and the blowing wind carried grains of sand, making movement and vision difficult. Bai Zemin was alone, there was no one around him. As he looked back, all he saw was more and more sand, no sign of entry or exit at all. Swoosh! Bai Zemin's lips curved slightly as he felt a light gust of rose-scented wind gently blowing against his face. Apparently, he was no longer alone. "However, this is really surprising," Bai Zemin muttered as he looked at the surroundings with interest. "It's really amazing. A world within a world. The soul record really is terrifying." "More than the soul record, what's amazing is the universe," Lilith said. It wasn't hard for her to find Bai Zemin and immediately reach him using her little knowledge of space. Besides, the laws of Eventide world were weak for someone of her level. "What do you mean?" asked Bai Zemin as he tried to identify something that could lead him to the treasure and thus reunite with his allies. "The soul record controls mana and uses it to strengthen our souls, connecting them at the same time, so that by killing another living being we can become more powerful through absorbing part of the enemy's soul power," Lilith explained slowly. "However, every law of the universe is just of the universe and not of the soul record. The law of space is its own law. The soul record is simply using that law along with the world's mana to create this artificial world temporarily." "I see," Bai Zemin nodded. He knew that the soul record was not the one who created this universe. The universe itself already existed with its laws, but there was no life until the shattered lands of the Golden Domain arrived here, dragged in by a spatial crack. The soul record was something, or someone tremendously powerful, that made use of everything it could to prevent the annihilation of all life. As for why the soul record had decided to become the guardian of life, it was a mystery that would probably remain unanswered for a long time. Bai Zemin could soon see a huge silver-colored tower rising into the clouds in a northerly direction from the point to which he had been teleported. Looking around and finding nothing else he could use as a guidepost, he quickly set off without letting his guard down. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 859, Peculiar Dungeon. Killing and eating his own childhood. 3 days passed inside the dungeon, and Bai Zemin was amazed by the size of this place. He had barely stopped during the entire journey with the silver tower he had spotted before as his target. However, the tower was clearly bigger than it looked, and the distance was definitely a lot bigger than it appeared to be. In fact, in the entire journey and despite having closed a great distance, Bai Zemin had yet to encounter any living being of any race as proof of how large this artificial world was. A couple of hours ago, Bai Zemin had finally left the desert. He was on the verge of going insane and was sick of killing mutant desert worms. These creatures, although not particularly strong as they were only level 30, were tremendously sneaky, cunning, and worst of all, they attacked in packs. The mutant desert worms moved under the sand without making a sound, but they were able to detect when something or someone moved on the surface, waiting for the perfect moment to ambush their victims. Bai Zemin once almost got bitten while sleeping the 4 hours a day he had arranged to keep his stamina and mind at maximum. Had it not been for the fact that he was alert even while sleeping, he really could have been bitten. And even if the bite of a mutant desert worm was not enough to seriously injure him, it would definitely be able to give him a good taste of pain, as they had tremendously sharp teeth. However, after having entered a new biome that was less hot, less brutish, and more picturesque, Bai Zemin somehow felt that the mutant desert worms were not so bad. This was because in this grassland he was currently in, Bai Zemin had been seeing peculiar monsters. These peculiar monsters were getting on his nerves. Leaning its large body against the trunk of a tree, a strange creature rested comfortably under the cool shade. Its body was about 2 meters tall, but what stood out the most was its big white belly. This peaceful sleeping creature snored so loudly that the surroundings trembled slightly. Aside from the belly, the neck, and its legs with 3 pointed claws, this creature's body was completely blue. On its head were 2 pointed ears, it had 3 small fingernails for hands, a large shiny fang protruded from its mouth every time it opened to snort in its sleep, and its eyes were nothing but 2 thin black lines. Bai Zemin held annihilation of the falling sky in the form of a spear with his right hand, and looked at the sleeping creature with a dumbfounded expression on his face. Shit, isn't this exactly the same as that lazy glutton named SN_Arlax? Bai Zemin was speechless. Even Lilith stared at the fat sleeper with a weird expression on her beautiful face. Bai Zemin walked toward the SN_Arlax and raised his spear. The beast still did not wake up. He lowered his spear. Red blood spurted out as the spear tip pierced the brain. The beast died in its sleep. You have received the soul power of First Order SN_Arlax. Pooh, what? Bai Zemin almost fell to the ground when he saw the name of the creature he had just killed. He looked at Lilith with wide eyes and pointed at the dead fat creature as he said in awe, "Lilith, this thing really was SN_Arlax. SN_Arlax, I tell you, it was part of my childhood." Good for you, you just killed part of your childhood. My God. Bai Zemin was still in shock, but his hands didn't stop as he cracked open the SN_Arlax's head in search of a soul stone. Furthermore, he didn't stop, and as if he was angry at the SN_Arlax for not having soul stone, he started to rip off its claws and fang. However, this was only the beginning. What are you doing? Under Lilith's perplexed eyes, Bai Zemin began to drain the SN_Arlax's blood. It's for research purposes. Later, when I become the most powerful being in the universe, I will see if it is possible to create a P_Chem_N world. Those were Bai Zemin's words as he sliced the SN_Arlax's flesh and carefully packed it into nylon bags before tossing them into his space storage ring. The blood should contain enough SN_Arlax records to help you recreate it sometime in conjunction with the records you absorbed by the kill. Why are you saving the meat? Well, I've been eating worms for the last 2 days because I have no more food in my storage ring. I refuse to believe that the flesh of this SN_Arlax is more disgusting than the viscousness of those desert worms. Cool, so not only did you kill a part of your childhood, but you plan to eat it too. My childhood will always be in me. Yes, of course, whatever you say. ////. Another day passed, and Bai Zemin did not know how much of the great grassland he had already traversed. However, there were several things that he was quite clear about now. 1. It turned out that there was actually not one SN_Arlax, but there were many SN_Arlax. Bai Zemin believed that he had at least killed about 20,000 SN_Arlax in about 24 hours, even if he had not strayed off the path to the silver-colored tower. 2. The silver-colored tower was getting closer and closer, but Bai Zemin estimated that it would take him at least another week minimum to be sure how long it would take to get there. Also, Bai Zemin finally accepted that this dungeon was as big as at very least 2 Eventide worlds put together. 3. The SN/*Arlax seemed to have awakened from their sluggish state and were currently alert, or something similar to that. Hiding in the bushes and crouching down to avoid being seen even though he was using invisibility, Bai Zemin watched the scene in front of him in awe. About 200 meters ahead, in a clearing surrounded by beautiful fruit trees, a herd of SN/Arlax had gathered. They were all identical, exactly the same SN/Arlax as the ones in the cartoons Bai Zemin had seen when he was younger. Holy! Don't tell me that smaller fat guy in the middle is the evolution of SN/Arlax, Munchel/X. Bai Zemin whispered under his breath as he stared in amazement at the P/Chem/N gathering of a single type. The SN/*Arlax seemed to be talking about something even though Bai Zemin had no idea what they were saying, as only grunts and strange snores came out of their stubby mouths. However, they were scared of something and looked around cautiously as they listened to who seemed to be the second stage of them all. Could it be that these SN/*Arlax are on alert because I've killed so many of their kind? Whispered Bai Zemin in a low voice. That could be the case. Dungeon monsters are connected to each other when they are the same type, since they were born from the same records and mana. They are like semi-copies. Lilith pointed while hiding next to Bai Zemin, as if she had forgotten that she couldn't be noticed if she didn't want to be noticed. Bai Zemin froze for several seconds as his brain processed the words Lilith had just told him. The SN/*Arlax had gathered all of their kind nearby and were planning to unite to resist the force that was slowly wiping them out. Thousands of their kin had died in the last few hours. Under the leadership of Munchel/X, who was a second-order existence, the SN/Arlax, who were first-order existences, felt safer and believed that they would now be able to sleep peacefully or eat lazily all day. Just as the gathering was at its key point, with Munchel/X raising its sharp claws skyward and making war sounds like a good leader, a fierce cry came from the bushes. What? The SN/Arlax jumped in fright, while the smallest of them directly had X marks on their eyes and fell to the ground heavily with an earth-shaking bang. Bai Zemin jumped out of the bushes and clutched his spear tightly as he rushed forward with his eyes blazing with fury and flashing with indignation. You're telling me these are all fakes? Munchel/X motioned for the SN/Arlax to back off as it activated his skill last resort. Swoosh! The evolved creature's body glowed, and in an instant it soared over 400 meters. Bai Zemin stopped and raised his head in astonishment, just in time to see the Munchel/X's body being engulfed by red flames before plummeting straight towards him. You must be an imposter too, aren't you? Bai Zemin was enraged, and without hesitation got into a throwing stance before ferociously throwing his golden spear skyward, not before activating Crimson Flame. Swoosh! 2 flashes of red light shone in the sky for a second before a thunderous explosion shook the clouds. Boom! At the same time as red flames burst out from the center of impact in the sky and flew everywhere, directly hitting some trees or slaughtering the unfortunate SN/Arlax. Bai Zemin received his enemy's soul power after shattering its head when he threw his spear, and a critical hit was triggered. You have received the soul power of second-order Munchel/X. You've got to be kidding me. Bai Zemin looked at the unlucky SN/Arlax that mistakenly decided to run right towards where he was headed, and without hesitation lunged forward after retrieving his spear. I have to catch them all. The poor Snorlax tried to put up some resistance by activating their sonic skills, or trying to catch the cruel human that kept killing them even though they just wanted to sleep in peace. Unfortunately, their movements were slow, and their giant belly hindered therefore. In less than 5 minutes, all the SN/Arlax running in a northerly direction were hunted down. This little scoundrel, Lilith didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sight of Bai Zemin acting like a child. Anyone who didn't know Bai Zemin would definitely treat him as a madman or idiot for behaving like this in this kind of situation. However, as his lover, and as the person who had been by his side the longest since he had been forced to change due to circumstances, Lilith knew in her heart that Bai Zemin was behaving like this to help her not to worry so much about what would probably be a terrifying battle with his life on the line against the demon lord. "Thank you," she whispered softly before following him with eyes brimming with affection. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 860, Yellow Lightning Mouse and Lightning Pearl. A day later, Bai Zemin finally emerged from the meadow where the SN ** Arlax lived. There was only one Muncho * X in that territory, at least in a straight line to the silver-colored tower. As to whether there were more second order within that large grassland-like territory or not, Bai Zemin did not know, nor did he intend to find out, since his focus was still on the silver-colored tower. With one foot in the grassland and the other foot in the new biome that awaited him, Bai Zemin looked back and forth with a strange expression on his face. Somehow this feels like being in between the safe zone of a shooter game, but at the same time being chased by the lethal gas. Your comparisons are getting better and better every day. We have novels, cartoons, and now we're adding video games. What's next now? Plus 18 rated videos. Little Lilith, you're getting naughty again. Could it be that seeing my new bed made you see the light? It's really beyond belief that you obtained a bed from a rare grade treasure orb. Bai Zemin shrugged his shoulders as he recalled what happened after collecting the rare grade orb that was formed from the Muncho * X soul power, due to his picky soul, rejecting a good portion of it if not all of it. Surprisingly, he got a bed to sleep in. However, it wasn't just any bed. It's a mega ultra comfortable super bed. I really want to beat you up right now. Mega ultra comfortable super bed, rare grade treasure. Sleeping is an art that only warriors destined for the battlefield can appreciate for real. Only those who know the suffering of not having a restful night's sleep are aware of how important a good bed is. Effect: when sleeping on the mega ultra comfortable super bed, the hours of sleep you get are multiplied by 2, and it becomes much easier for you to sleep. In addition, it increases your health stat by plus 200 while lying on it. Bai Zemin wasn't complaining about the bed. It was a good treasure even if it wasn't meant for combat. Moreover, the mega ultra comfortable super bed even added plus 200 health points while lying on it, so wound healing would increase considerably if the wounded people rested on it. After walking through the new biome, which was actually dry land that appeared to be scorched for about 2 hours, Bai Zemin finally encountered his first monster. However, when he saw the appearance of this monster, his body froze. You have to be kidding me. So cute. As Bai Zemin's expression rotted, Lilith's face lit up as she saw the creature in front of them. Bai Zemin gave her a sidelong glance and said quietly, I thought you women were afraid of mice. Where is your Kaya, a mouse so gross? How can you compare a disgusting mouse to this lovely animal? Lilith snorted and clicked her tongue several times as she slowly said, This little creature is a lady killer, I tell you. Be careful, or I might end up loving it more than you. That's right, Bai Zemin's new enemy was a mouse. However, this was not just any mouse. Even mutant mice were different from this mouse. Its fur was duck yellow, it stood on its hind legs, and its black eyes sparkled with innocence as it gazed into the distance, unaware of Bai Zemin's presence. However, the most striking features of this short-limbed little mouse were undoubtedly the 2 red circles on its cheeks and its lightning-shaped tail. In that case, I'm afraid I'll have to kill you, even if you were part of my childhood. Swoosh! His golden spear appeared in his right hand, and just as Bai Zemin took the first step forward, the mouse's long yellow ears with black tips twitched. The little yellow mouse turned its head abruptly in his direction, and its sweet expression looked confused as it tilted its head. Pika Pai. You're fake too. Don't. Too late. Swoosh. Boom. You have obtained the soul power of First Order Pick /CH level 38. No, little lovely mouse. Pick /CH is gone and will never come back. Get over it and love only me. Bai Zemin picked up his spear as he muttered to himself. Really, I don't understand why this dungeon seems to be full of monsters that look like Poc /M/NS. Maybe it has something to do with the treasure. It's just a guess though. All my knowledge about dungeons comes from books after all. This is my first time going into a dungeon just like you. Oh? Bai Zemin's eyes suddenly lit up at the thought of a certain possibility. However, just as he felt he was about to discover what the treasure was, that glint that was in his hands grasp slipped through his fingers and disappeared before he could chase after it. Forget it, whatever it is, I guess we'll find out later. Bai Zemin shook his head and squatted down to store the First Order Soul Stone. What is that thing? I have no idea. It's the first time I've seen something like that fall after killing an enemy. The little pick-ch/s body had been torn apart after being hit by annihilation of the falling sky thrown by Bai Zemin. Therefore, he believed that he would only get the Soul Stone. However, that did not seem to be the case. A meter or two away from where the Soul Stone had fallen, a small bright yellow pearl lay silently on the ground waiting to be picked up. Bai Zemin did not keep it waiting too long as he quickly picked it up, and the records of the pearl flashed in his retina immediately. Lightning Pearl, Rank 2, Consumable, contains a good amount of pure lightning-like energy. Effect: consuming 10 within 24 hours after consuming the first one raises the level of a random lightning-type skill possessed by the consumer by +1. Only works on skills below second order. Holy shit! Bai Zemin couldn't help but curse as he looked at the small pearl in his hand. This was a great treasure. Being able to directly level up a skill by +1 was no different than skipping the requirements of that level, which at the same time meant saving a lot of resources and headaches. Even if it only worked on unclassified or first-order skills at most, if Bai Zemin could obtain several of those pearls, then wouldn't that mean that all the soul evolvers of his faction, especially mages focused on lightning-type skills, would receive a terrifying power boost? What? Lilith was also astonished when she read the records of the small pearl. This is crazy. Just like Bai Zemin, Lilith immediately understood the immense value of the small pearl in his hands, if it was an item that could be acquired in large quantities. For someone like her, or even someone like Bai Zemin, the Rank 2 Lightning Pearl was useless. However, for a growing faction that was just learning to walk, that little pearl was no different than a tonic of the highest quality. The Rank 2 Lightning Pearl was useless in large and already established factions such as the Demonic Army or the Army of Heaven. However, for the transcendent faction that was just growing and had recently been created, it was a treasure. As Bai Zemin and Lilith were debating regarding the lightning pearl that had fallen from the previous pick-ch/s body, the sound of lightning crackling attracted both of their attention. Pick-ch/. Bang! Bai Zemin didn't have time to move when he was literally struck by lightning, as he was caught slightly off guard due to the surprise and joy in his heart. Bai Zemin looked at his body. Several sparks of lightning flashed around his armor for a few seconds before disappearing. It itches quite a bit, he said as he struggled to pull down a lock of his hair that had stood up. Bai Zemin looked to his right, and there he saw it, a small yellow mouse looking up at him in shock, standing on its hind legs. Pika burned to death. Poor Pixie H didn't have time to run away when Bai Zemin pointed at it, and a blue fire arrow shot out from his index finger. Boom! Blue flames exploded and engulfed the little yellow mouse's body, turning it into ashes in less than 5 seconds and disappearing immediately afterwards. Bai Zemin and Lilith were like excited children running towards the place where the little yellow mouse had been turned into mortal remains. There really is a lightning pearl, Bai Zemin exclaimed in delight as he saw the small round golden-colored pearl on the ground and bent down to pick it up. Quickly start hunting pick-ch/s. If each of those little yellow mice has a pearl in their bodies and they drop it when they die, then the more you kill the better. Lilith was really happy, and the expression on her face said it all. This had been a great new discovery. Now Lilith understood why the higher factions loved dungeons so much, another reason that pushed them to fight each other to gain control over more worlds and thus more opportunities to control dungeons. The dungeon was a treasure in itself. Even if Bai Zemin failed to obtain the treasure, being able to take a few thousand of Lightning Pearl home would not be a bad gain at all, not to mention that he would definitely come across more good things along the path. Just as Lilith had said, Bai Zemin quickly set off and began moving through the arid lands in search of yellow mice. Pika, die, boom, pi, boom, pick-ch/. You're fake, I am telling you. Boom. Another 2 days passed, and today was the 6th day since Bai Zemin had entered the dungeon. Although he had been almost a week locked in the dungeon, in reality, Bai Zemin was not even close to halfway to the colossal silver-colored tower that could be seen from probably every corner of the world. After learning the existence and importance of the lightning pearls, Bai Zemin decided that targeting one treasure but ignoring the rest was not wise. Therefore, he decided to be a greedy cat with the intention of taking everything home. He naturally wasn't going to give up on the main treasure after all, but he also didn't plan on leaving behind treasures that had the potential to empower his faction. For the 2 days that passed, he stayed in the pick/ch/s territory, moving slowly north while hunting them all down. No pick/ch survived more than 3 seconds after being spotted by Bai Zemin. Bai Zemin squatted down and grabbed the small golden pearl, before standing up and picking up his spear stuck in the yellow mouse's chest. With this pearl, I finally reached the number. Boom, boom, bang, bang. His words were suddenly cut off when the sound of explosions coming from the distance caught his attention. His expression changed, and without a second thought, he dashed in the direction of the sound. It was definitely a battle, and since the pick/ch/s weren't fighting each other, it meant that maybe Bai Zemin could meet up with one of his allies if he was lucky. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 861, Pixie Princess. The further Bai Zemin ran in a northwesterly direction, the more prominent the sound of explosions became. He judged from the level of constant explosions that there were definitely more than two existences fighting, or one of them was capable of launching many attacks at the same time. Worried that Serafina had gotten into trouble again, Bai Zemin stomped the ground hard and quickened his pace without holding back his natural agility at all. His body was a blur on the arid lands, and the wind exploded as it was cut in two wherever he passed by. It's behind that mountain. Bai Zemin was getting closer and closer when suddenly a startling scene occurred. The gray sky suddenly got covered with golden lightning, and the next moment that golden lightning rained down from the dark clouds hitting the back of the mountain. Boom! Bai Zemin's vision was tinged with golden color as the lightning covered the surroundings. The ground beneath his feet trembled, and a part of the mountain began to crack as the golden lightning flashes surrounded it. Bai Zemin had no idea who had cast such a skill, but the power behind the attack could definitely be compared to the attack of a soul evolver above level 100. After carefully circling the mountain, Bai Zemin did not show himself immediately, and instead activated invisibility while hiding behind a huge rock. It's her. Bai Zemin was surprised when he finally discovered who the existence fighting was. In a completely destroyed clearing, black earth completely scorched, large craters and golden lightning flashing all over the ground like a sea of thunderbolts, two existences were facing each other in what was definitely a battle in which the victor could continue to live and grow while the loser would die and become the victor's nurturer. One of them was a pick/ch/ like the ones Bai Zemin had been hunting all this time. However, this pick/ch was larger and more mature. Its entire body was mustard-colored, and its belly was slightly white while the two dots on its cheeks were no longer red but were golden yellow. Its tail was much larger and longer than that of the common pick/ch/s, and its ears were no longer long and pointed, but had a much more complex and peculiar shape. In addition, its paws and hands were now completely brown. Seeing the golden lightning flashing fiercely around this creature, Bai Zemin quickly identified it as the next evolution of pick/ch/ r/ik/. The r/ik/ was glaring furiously at its enemy, but it seemed to be that the previous attack had drained much of its energy to fight, as amidst that fury one could see growing exhaustion. "Little mouse, if you keep misbehaving, then I will really punish you." The sweet little voice of a girl spread through the place, but far from serving as a warning to the r/ik/, it only served to infuriate it even more as it quickly rushed forward. "You still don't get it, your lightning don't ah." The r/ik/s enemy was taken by surprise when, instead of attacking with lightning, as it had been attacking all this time, its tail suddenly glowed, turning white in a second. Swoosh! The r/ik/ leaped high into the sky and spun like a wheel as it slammed its tail ferociously downward, aiming straight for its enemy's head. R/ik/ was not very big, only about twice the size of pick/ch/. However, its enemy was even smaller than a pick/ch/. She was only about 20 centimeters tall. Under Bai Zemin's surprised eyes, the princess of the pixie race was forced to raise a last-second magic barrier just before the r/ik/s iron tail hit her. Boom! The R/ik/s physical attack was definitely powerful, comparable to level 99 soul evolvers. The Pixie Princess barrier barely endured for a moment before it was shattered by the enemy's tail, and she was sent flying over 40 meters with a pale face. Now you've really pissed me off. A small trickle of red blood slipped out of the Pixie Princess' mouth, and her blue-colored eyes suddenly turned green like a beast's. The R/ik/ seemed to notice the change in the atmosphere surrounding its little adversary, so it quickly reactivated the same skill as before and charged with the intention of landing another good blow. Volcano. The Pixie Princess' voice was loud and powerful despite her diminutive size. Under Bai Zemin's stunned eyes, the ground opened up in a diameter of over 400 meters around the Pixie Princess, and the R/ik/ that was now plummeting somewhere. The small wings on the Pixie Princess's back flapped as she flew out of the large hole, and after flying 600 meters, she pointed backwards with a small tree branch. Volcanic outburst. Rumble. The ground began to shake fiercely, forcing Bai Zemin to retreat to avoid being affected or spotted. An instant later, a huge column of fire and lava shot out from the large hole that had swallowed the R/ik/. BOOM. The column of fiery fire and molten rock soared over 800 meters into the sky before it began to fall back down attracted by gravity. Lava and flames danced in the sky and splashed everywhere, causing a huge mess in the process, and finally crushing half of the mountain from which Bai Zemin had been watching. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth trembled several times as he muttered to himself, "If I'm not mistaken, R/ik/ possesses good agility, high magic attack power, and is capable of doing a lot of physical damage with its tail. However, that mouse has surprisingly low defenses. That little fairy's attack could have crushed at least a few thousand R/ik/s. You think everyone knows that information?" Lilith rolled her eyes, and for the first time in her life began to regret a little that she hadn't read light novels or watched many cartoons during her childhood. The little Pixie Princess correctly received the R/ik/s soul power, and surprisingly, when the earth closed again, a green-colored treasure orb, a skill scroll, and a pearl bigger and shinier than the lightning pearls Bai Zemin had collected so far appeared on the ground. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes at the sight, and his brain began to move rapidly as he watched the Pixie Princess's movements. The light covering the small wings on her back had dimmed, and there were no longer so many bright sparks around her. Also, her small but still generous for her body-sized chest was falling and rising heavily with each breath. She was definitely exhausted and injured. Bai Zemin pointed his finger forward and slowly began to summon the endless blue lotus flame that rested in his soul. A deep blue dot began to form an inch from his index finger, becoming more powerful without increasing in size for every breath of time. The Pixie Princess' little feet had barely touched the ground in preparation to rest and reclaim her spoils of war when suddenly her already pale face grew even paler. Her head turned abruptly to the west and her pupils twitched. Half a mile away and rapidly approaching, a new, fully healthy and energetic R/ik/ was charging towards her on all fours with several golden flashes of lightning flickering around its body. She no longer had enough power to fight such a strong enemy, not to mention the fact that she was currently suffering from medium-grade wounds. Just as the Pixie Princess was preparing to fight, her body trembled as she felt the unmistakable sound of the wind being pierced by an arrow. Swoosh! The Pixie Princess barely managed to catch a glimpse out of the corner of her eye of a dark blue arrow brushing against her cheeks. The fiery heat was only there for a brief moment before it disappeared along with the arrow, but that brief moment was more than enough for her to understand what would have happened to her body if that arrow was aimed at her back. The R/ik/ let out a strange sound from its mouth, and its tail quickly glowed, turning white. Seizing the momentum of its charge, it leaped forward and spun while swinging its tail like a whip towards the incoming attack. BOOM! The blue fire arrow exploded, and sparks of flame flew everywhere. As the Pixie Princess took a couple of steps back forced by the shockwave, she saw that the mouse had been sent flying into the sky, but had not actually died. There were several burns around the R/ik/s body, and its posture had been completely broken as it looked beyond her with eyes wide with fear. The Pixie Princess didn't have time to turn around when she heard a powerful bang over 1,000 meters behind. Not even a second later, and as the wind howled, A thin but swift beam partially illuminated the clouds in deep blue as it flew towards the unprotected r/ik/. The fear in r/ik/'s eyes quickly turned to anger, and the golden lightning flashes began to crackle furiously all around it. Unable to control its body, all it could do was launch its own attack. However, although the golden lightning blasts were fast and powerful, the deep blue-colored beam possessed a great penetrating ability. Therefore, when the two attacks clashed, r/ik/'s golden lightning blasts were split in two and shredded to pieces. Boom! The sky rumbled and lit up blue for a brief second as r/ik/'s body was struck, and under the pixie princess' disbelieving eyes, a glowing golden pearl and a second-order soul stone fell from the sky along with the remaining flames. The pixie princess quickly turned around, and there she saw the one who had saved her life but might soon become her enemy. However, she was very surprised to see that this person turned out to be the young human to whom she had nodded her head outside the dungeon. You have received the soul power of second-order r/ik/ level 87. Annihilation of the falling sky was in its bow form in Bai Zemin's left hand. His eyes met those of the pixie princess again, and he naturally noticed her surprise after recognizing him. Bai Zemin said nothing. He simply used his skill blood manipulation to reclaim his own spoils of war. Then, he looked at the pixie princess again and nodded slightly in the same manner as he did days ago. Subconsciously and still dazed, the little princess returned the nod in the form of a greeting. Then, under her surprised eyes and before she could say or do anything, the human who had just killed the ferocious mouse with 2 attacks despite being only level 50 made his golden bow disappear, and dashed off in a northerly direction at a speed that left the pixie princess breathless. Following Bai Zemin silently for a few seconds, Lilith asked with a raised eyebrow, "Why didn't you kill that little princess? She was easy prey for you. You would get many treasures including those from her body, and it was clear that her soul power was very pure too." Bai Zemin could have killed the pixie princess without anyone knowing, however. He shook his head and said in a casual voice, "Killing is not always the solution, at least not in the long run even if it makes us stronger. You wait and you will soon understand the reason why I let that little girl live instead of killing her. Let's hope that little pixie princess survives though, otherwise none of this will make sense and it will have been a waste to let her go alive." Bai Zemin was looking much further ahead into the future. That was precisely why he finally decided not to kill the pixie princess and instead helped her out of a great hurry. Seeing that he didn't say anything else, Lilith shrugged her shoulders and didn't continue asking. She knew Bai Zemin and was confident that his judgment was correct as it had been on most occasions to this day. Moreover, Bai Zemin's words were true. Killing was not always the long-term solution, and there were times when letting the non-enemy live would be much more beneficial in the future. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 862, Soul-Wishing Orb and Sound upgrade. 2 days later, Bai Zemin finally left the arid land biome. He had hunted over 89,000 pick/ch/s and 19r/ik/s in total. In addition, Bai Zemin had finally encountered other living existences in the dungeon besides the princess of the pixie race. Some of them were orcs. There were mutant plants, humans, and other races as well. They were all extremely wary of each other, and when they saw each other, they immediately moved in opposite directions to avoid a clash unless they recognized the other party as an ally. The 4 biome turned out to be a snowy ground. The winds were blowing so hard that even level 40 soul evolvers would find it difficult to walk, and the snowflakes that kept falling from the sky obstructed the eyesight of beings above level 100. The snowy lands were especially frightening at night. Inside a man-made cave within a snow-covered mountain, Bai Zemin looked beyond the entrance. This weather is crazy. A level 45 soul evolver would turn into an ice statue if they stay outside all night. Bai Zemin's voice echoed somewhat in the cave as he threw a first-order soul stone forward. The endless blue lotus flame was doing its job as a temporary campfire in the middle of the cave. As a reward, it occasionally received precious food that it was devouring with great pleasure while keeping the place warm and dimly lit. This weather will be normal on Earth when it reaches the 4th stage, so you better think of something to counteract it now that you know how terrifying it can get, Lilith commented as she sat on the bed beside him. Hearing Lilith's words, Bai Zemin shook his head and sighed. There's not much I can do except make good buildings and keep the weaker citizens from leaving home. It is absolutely impossible for each and every one of them to have the talent and ability to break beyond level 45 even if they had the intention to make it. Lilith nodded silently. Bai Zemin was right. Even in Eventide world, a world that had just evolved to the third stage, most living beings were no higher than level 15 or struggled at level 25 of the unclassified stage trying to break into the first order. Out of 10 people, usually only 3 of them managed to complete the evolution requirements and advance. As for the rest, they spent the rest of their lives stuck at the maximum level if they ever reached it. Once the two stopped talking, the howling of the wind became clearer and clearer. Each time a gust of wind cut for a brief moment beyond the cave, the howl seemed to turn into a fierce, bestial roar. After learning how big this dungeon was, Bai Zemin had given up on the idea of rushing toward the silver-colored tower. Even if he arrived early, it was unlikely that all of his allies would have the ability to get there so quickly. Therefore, instead of being forced to wait for them, Bai Zemin decided that it was better to take advantage of all the benefits that this artificial world had to offer. Besides, even Bai Zemin could not see further than 10 meters in front of him, with all the snow that was falling from the sky and the thick walls of wind swirling everywhere. With no good vision because of the snow, with his sense of hearing blocked by the howling wind, with his steps hindered not only by the wind but also by the snow under his feet, with the freezing cold freezing his nerves and hindering his reaction speed. Going out in the midst of such terrifying weather in an unfamiliar place was not very different from raising his hand to ask to be ambushed. Besides, Bai Zemin needed to confirm a few things before continuing his journey. First, he took out one of the 19 golden pearls he obtained from the R/Ik/S. This pearl was no bigger than the pearls from the Pick/CH/S, but its brightness was in all aspects superior. Lightning Pearl, rank 3, consumable, contains a considerable amount of pure lightning energy, highly more effective than the rank 2 Lightning Pearl. Effect: consuming one rank 3 Lightning Pearl raises the level of a random lightning-like skill possessed by the consumer by +1, and in case the skill is at level 5 it will be raised to the next stage. Only works on skills of second order or lower. This rank 3 Lightning Pearl is a premium treasure no matter which way you look at it. Bai Zemin fiddled with the pearl as he thought about its future uses. Too bad, I only have 19 of these. If I had at least 100 or 200, my subordinate's power would skyrocket considerably after consuming one of these pearls each. Don't worry, little brother Zemin. Lilith suddenly smiled mysteriously and looked at Bai Zemin with glistening eyes. I'm sure by the time you leave this dungeon you'll have many more of those pearls, not only rank 2 but even rank 3. What do you mean with that? Hee, you just wait and see. This big sister of yours has good senses after all. Bai Zemin shook his head and didn't try to get information from her. Lilith sometimes loved to play mysterious, and if she didn't want to say something then the only way Bai Zemin could force or seduce her to talk would be in bed. But it wasn't time for those things yet, so he temporarily let it go. Swoosh! A 7-colored glow shone in the cave, illuminating the inside for a moment before everything returned to normal. Why do you continue to stare at that orb? Nothing will change even if you stare at it 1,000 more times, and I'm sure you've already learned the description to the letter, haven't you? Lilith asked perplexed as she looked at Bai Zemin. He was holding a 7-colored orb. It was the orb that the soul record had rewarded him with when he learned the skill soul manipulation thanks to Kali. Soul-wishing orb, an orb capable of sensing the deepest desire of the soul. The treasure that will be formed will represent the greatest desires and urges of the one who uses it. It can only be used by those who have the skill soul manipulation. What is this description supposed to mean? Bai Zemin scratched his head in confusion. He and Lilith had studied the orb for days, every night without exception. Unfortunately, it was difficult to decipher anything with the little information they had. Is it assumed that if I desire a treasure capable of immediately making me the most powerful being of all, this orb will fulfill it for me? Because if that's the case then, this daddy might as well use this thing now, right? Lilith shook her head. I don't think it's that simple, Zemin. I'm not sure since this is probably the only soul-wishing orb in the universe, but I dare swear that if you use that orb now, you'll probably regret it later. Call it instinct if you want. No, I know that too. Bai Zemin sighed. Forget it, let's keep it for now and see later. Since the soul record gave it to me as a hidden reward for being the first in the history of the cosmos to learn the skill soul manipulation, then this orb has to be something really impressive. Unless an emergency arose, Bai Zemin did not plan to do risky experiments with the soul-wishing orb. The value of the orb was too high to risk losing it due to a careless mistake. Careless mistakes were only allowed in situations where a miracle was able to save the day, but not at moments like this. Swoosh! After putting away the seven-colored orb, Bai Zemin brought out Annihilation of the Falling Sky. The soul armament was currently in the form of a small golden-colored dagger with opaque runes. However, those crimson runes that were previously completely black due to the loss of power now had a small glow on them that added an extra layer of mystery and charm to the weapon. Annihilation of the Falling Sky. Current form, dagger. Soul armament. Physical attack power, 8,000. Durability. Characteristics. Characteristic 1. It is currently lightly attached to Bai Zemin's soul, but its true owner can call it back at will. Other than that, no one but those who have received approval from Annihilation of the Falling Sky may wield it. Characteristic 2. Using mana, the user can change the form of Annihilation of the Falling Sky to any weapon desired as long as the user has a clear idea of its composition and features. Options. Option 1. Being a king-grade soul armament, Annihilation of the Falling Sky automatically weakens the damage of any forged weapon, treasure-type weapon, or soul armament by half. Note: due to its current sealed state, the effect is halved on forged weapons above rank 5, treasure-type weapons of demigod grade or higher, and soul armaments of count grade or higher. The description. A soul contract needs to be formed in order to reveal the true power of the weapon, and only then can the true Annihilation of the Falling Sky be seen. The requirements to form a soul contract with Annihilation of the Falling Sky are currently unknown. During the past few days, Bai Zemin had slowly felt that Annihilation of the Falling Sky seemed to be strengthening within his soul. However, all the times he summoned the soul armament and used it in combat, no strange occurrences happened, and the armament's records had not changed at all. It had changed today afternoon, when Bai Zemin was fighting against the enemies inhabiting the snowy biome, as in the middle of the combat Annihilation of the Falling Sky suddenly released a great radiance that blinded both Bai Zemin and the enemy. After the blinding radiance disappeared, Bai Zemin's enemy was nowhere to be seen, as if it had vanished, and the records of the upgraded version of Annihilation of the Falling Sky flashed in his eyes without him asking for it. Why on earth did it suddenly become stronger? Bai Zemin was truly perplexed regarding this matter. Annihilation of the Falling Sky's attack power was previously only 1,000 points. Not bad, but it was simply deficient when taking into account the kind of enemies Bai Zemin had to face. In fact, were it not for his frighteningly high strength stat and his other skills such as the endless Blue Lotus Flame, the normal power of Annihilation of the Falling Sky would not have been able to kill second-order enemies so easily. Now that the power of the soul armament had suddenly risen to 8,000 points, Bai Zemin had finally gained an indestructible weapon that he could use in normal situations under which the use of his main weapon was not required. Lilith gently touched the dagger blade, and after reading the records she couldn't help but sigh, even though she had seen them before. As expected from the legendary soul armament of the Heavenly Wolf series, Annihilation of the Falling Sky isn't even in its full form. It's barely been released a little for some reason, but not only has its attack risen so high, but its first option turned out to be so terrifying. The ability to weaken by 50% the damage that other weapons, regardless of whether they were forged weapons, soul record treasures, or other soul armaments could do, was simply cheating. In a battle between two existences, weapons represented a large part of the fighter's total power, and having the ability to weaken the opponent's weapon by half was definitely a big trap card that shouldn't exist. Could it be because of the skill soul manipulation? Bai Zemin pondered. Although he hadn't felt any change in his soul, it was certain that the skill soul manipulation recorded that his soul was now awake. Bai Zemin didn't know what it meant that his soul had awakened, but it was the only thing he could think of with the ability to affect the power of Annihilation of the Falling Sky, which rested within his soul, in a positive way. Hard to say, but it's not like there's any other plausible explanation, at least for now. Lilith was as lost as he was. Just at that moment, the skill god of war's will of Bai Zemin triggered, and his expression changed slightly. "Enemy?" he said calmly, slowly changing the shape of his weapon to greatsword. Lilith simply smiled, and without a word disappeared. Bai Zemin would soon understand what she had meant earlier. One did not always need to find things for oneself, as occasionally there would be someone who would gladly give theirs. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 863, Crimson Blood Judgment vs. LCE Beam. Oh, what a surprise. A cold, arrogant voice rang out from the cave entrance. To think I would meet a human here, and it turns out that human is none other than the brat who made fun of Kigdrag the other day, ha ha ha. Well, I'll give your head to Kigdragug so he can use you as a urinal and let off some steam. That voice? Bai Zemin had heard it before, even before the demon's general appeared outside the dungeon. Bai Zemin slowly raised his head, just enough to be able to see the other party's face, hence his hair still partially covered his dark eyes, which upon identifying the other party glistened under the blaze of the deep blue flame burning before him. The demon general who had just arrived and was looking at Bai Zemin as if he was looking at a little mouse waiting for its judge was a mage-type soul evolver. However, Bai Zemin recognized him very well. Aroth, ranked number 8 among the demon generals under the demon lord's command, and one of the main demons in the participation of the indiscriminate massacre in the now destroyed Syrian kingdom. This dungeon is so vast, but to think that I was going to be the first of the demon generals to encounter you. Fate is very interesting. Aroth smiled horribly, and the mana inside his body began to bubble. Looks like your luck isn't very good. Do you know why? It's because while the other demon generals enjoy raping human females and killing the males, I enjoy torturing. Bai Zemin continued to stare silently at Aroth through the fringe of his black hair. Hearing Aroth's words, his lips slowly curved into what soon became a chilling smile. Really, fate is very interesting. While this may not be able to bring back the children and newborns, it can at least be considered retribution in their names. He muttered under his breath before slowly commencing to stand up. Backslash backslash backslash. 7 hours later, the sky had barely cleared when Bai Zemin was already on his way north. Despite the low temperatures, his body felt very warm and comfortable thanks to the existence of the endless blue lotus flame burning softly in his soul. Moreover, his cloak contained large amounts of fire-like energy, so even if the temperature was twice lower than the current temperature, Bai Zemin would still preserve his body temperature. Little brother Zemin, what do you think about my words last night? I told you that before leaving this dungeon you would get many more lightning pearl, and I didn't lie to you, did I? Bai Zemin gently rubbed his storage ring with his fingers, and a faint smile automatically formed at the corner of his lips. Indeed, you were right. As expected of you, my little succubus. Hee, it's a good thing you know my worth. What are you talking about? I've always seen you as someone precious to me. HMPH, you sure know how to talk, don't you? It's because of that silver tongue of yours that so many innocent girls fall under your spell. After killing the demon general Aroth quite easily due to the latter underestimating Bai Zemin and getting too close despite being a mage, the number of rank 2 lightning pearls in Bai Zemin's possession rose to over 120,000, while the number of rank 3 lightning pearls now numbered 34. In addition, Aroth was one of the powerful demon generals, a pillar of the demon race. Therefore, he naturally had other resources in his bag, as well as high-value treasures. But now, everything became Bai Zemin's property. Just at that moment, the high-pitched shriek of a beast caused Bai Zemin's footsteps to stop. He tried to see beyond the snow, but it was incredibly difficult to see even 50 meters in front of him. Swoosh! Bai Zemin's expression changed slightly as he felt the wind whistling towards him. His danger sense skill immediately triggered, and in response, Bai Zemin kicked the ground to move away from the place where his feet were on. However, Bai Zemin soon encountered a problem, and that was that while he had managed to move away before the ice blade cut into his body, his feet had sunk into the snow, resulting in his explosive speed not having been as high as it should have been. Swoosh! Bai Zemin subconsciously tilted his stance back when he sensed danger, and just then he finally caught a glimpse of his enemy. The enemy was a large, icy blue giant bird with a particularly heavy mane of white hair on its chest. Its legs were long, and its talons sharp. Its long, icy blue tail was like a huge, elegant feather swaying in the wind, and its wings were the same color as 95% of its body, large enough to hug the entirety of its form. Great, now it turns out I have to face the legendary P/Chem/N Arctic / no. Bai Zemin muttered with a frown. Stupid, stop playing around and get more serious. That bird is an evolved third-order beast, Lilith scolded. I do know. Bai Zemin nodded, but just as he was preparing to attack, he felt an enormous pressure weighing directly on him. His feet sank hard into the snow, causing a powerful explosion to reverberate as a crater formed. Bai Zemin's back curved forward slightly, and a flash of surprise shone in his eyes as he struggled to lift his head and look up at the sky. This damn bird, it even has the skill pressure. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth, and it wasn't long before he noticed that his agility had dropped by at least half now. Scree! The Riddick ** didn't give Bai Zemin time to think or react, since it launched attack after attack. After activating pressure, a skill that increased the gravity of a single targeted object for 60 seconds by 200%, the giant bird began to circle faster and faster in the sky around him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The snow was swept away due to the high speed of the Arctic ** no, but consequently the wind began to gather and quickly formed a huge wind whirlwind, enveloping Bai Zemin and locking him inside. When Bai Zemin managed to repel the pressure of the Arak, no skill by activating his gravity manipulation skill, he raised his head to the sky and saw that the beast had stopped spinning after enclosing him in the whirlwind. Bai Zemin's black eyes noticed the flash of intelligence in the blue eyes of the flying beast as they looked at each other through the topmost eye of the storm. Under Bai Zemin's slightly serious eyes, the great blue bird opened its yellow beak, and an icy blue magic circle flashed before it. Breath-like skill, Bai Zemin's mind moved quickly and he soon understood what was going on. Damn sneaky bird. Activating pressure first, the Arctic / no managed to buy a few seconds to be able to activate its skill gust and thus enclose its enemy in a wall of wind that for the first 5 seconds was indestructible, impenetrable, and wouldn't let the enemy jump. Now, soaring on top of the whirlwind, the Arctic / no planned to use its skill ice beam to strike in a straight line at an enemy that could not avoid the attack in any way. Besides, Bai Zemin knew that his enemy was one of the most troublesome air-type creatures when it came to kill, because its agility was probably unsurpassed. Bai Zemin knew that he had a few seconds to make his move before the ice beam skill was fully charged, so he quickly extended his right hand and created a blood spear using the blood of a second-order mutant beast whose main element had been fire while it was alive. Determined to wipe it all out in one hit, he activated his main destructive skill. He stood in a throwing stance with the blood spear firmly gripped by his right hand, and with his right arm curved at a right angle upward, raising the spear slightly above shoulder height. Crimson Blood Judgment. The endless blue lotus flame glowed and burned over the blood spear, but its flames were tinged with crimson as the skill was activated. Bai Zemin's mana fell, and just as a beam of icy energy shot out from above downwards, he swung his right arm upwards with all his strength. An attack that was similar to a bright blue beam fell, and an attack that traced a thin dark crimson line rose up. There was but a single track due to the thin whirlwind, therefore. The attacks met head-on in less than a second. The Arctic * no's ice beam skill was certainly powerful, probably on the same level as Mei Lin's Frost Blast skill. However, the Crimson Blood Judgment skill was a skill that increased in power depending on various factors such as the power of the flame used, the caster's magic power, the quality of the blood used to shape the spear, the order the blood manipulation skill was in, etc. The unstoppable and dominating power of the Crimson Blood Judgment skill was immediately shown as the Arctic * no's magic attack in the sky did not even manage to stand up when the flame spear pushed it upwards with complete ease as it continued its unstoppable ascent. The beast's blue eyes flashed with disbelief, and its movements froze in shock just an instant before its body was struck by the crimson flame-wrapped spear. Bai Zemin quickly squatted down and covered himself with his cloak while covering his head using his arms and hands. The shockwave hit his back once, but that was not the end, as immediately after the first there was a second, then a third, fourth, and even a fifth shockwave hitting him and causing his body to sink into the ground. Rumble! Bai Zemin felt the snow under his feet sinking slightly deeper and deeper, and the skies rumbling loudly. It wasn't until almost a full minute later that he finally felt everything start to calm down, and he slowly straightened his posture to observe the surroundings. Bai Zemin's face was slightly pale. If not for the fact that his Solitude's armor of infinite trials had 2 options that served to reduce the damage of the shockwaves by 30% and double Bai Zemin's physical and magical defense. When he was fighting alone on the battlefield, he would definitely have suffered wounds after being hit fiercely several times by the remnant power of the explosion. When Bai Zemin looked around, the first thing he noticed was that all the snow within a range of at least 5 kilometers around him seemed to have disappeared. Another thing he noticed was that his eyes could now see much farther than before, as the temperature had risen high enough to clear the snowflakes and clouds from the sky. Several snow-capped mountains that were in the surrounding area had disappeared, or had collapsed to the point where they were nothing more than slight elevations barely above ground level. The power of the Crimson Blood Judgment skill was truly horrifying. Bai Zemin hadn't even tried his best, but the level of destruction was already so high. However, remembering what his then weaker version in Oblong World had caused when he gave his all to boost the power of Crimson Blood Judgment beyond the limits, Bai Zemin made a vow to never use that skill to its fullest capacity unless he had no other choice. The power of the Crimson Blood Judgment skill was already too high. But for an instant, Bai Zemin could not help but feel the sudden desire to want to evolve the skill to the next order since he had the required number of third-order soul stones. You have obtained the soul power of third-order Arctic / no level 151. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 864, Legend Grade Treasure and Demon's Cruelty. Despite the fact that the Arctic / nose agility was unmatched, and its magic attack power was extraordinary, its defense was as poor as that of any other feathered or furred mutant beast. Precisely because its defense was low, the level 151 bird lost its life immediately when it was hit by such a terrifying skill. To Bai Zemin's surprise, the third-order Arachno not only dropped a third-order soul stone after the total destruction of its body right after being hit head-on by the crimson blood judgment that Bai Zemin threw at it, but also dropped a feather. Is this the tail feather? That seems to be the case, though it got shrunk. There's probably a reason for that. Look at the records first. I'm on it. Feather of the Frozen End, Treasure Grade Legend. When worn by a bird-like beast or added to a piece of equipment, the effects of the Feather of Frozen End go into immediate effect. Effect: increases the power of ice-type skills by 20% and reduces the mana consumption when activating an ice-type skill by 25%. All stats plus 200 when the wearer possesses at least 5 ice-type skills. Bai Zemin gasped in shock, and his grip on the feather tightened automatically. Jesus, a legend-grade treasure had just fallen into his hands without him expecting it at all. Bai Zemin had entered this dungeon to fight for the chance to obtain a hopefully high-grade treasure, but little did he expect that, even before he reached where the treasure was born, he would obtain so many treasures and resources capable of taking anyone's breath away. In fact, even if Bai Zemin simply decided to quietly leave without fighting for the treasure that caused the formation of this dungeon, his gains were more than enough to make the 8 days he spent inside worth it thousands of times more. Seeing Bai Zemin freeze and feeling his heartbeat suddenly become irregular, Lilith frowned slightly and reached out her index finger to touch the tip of the beautiful icy blue feather. However, before she could touch the object, Bai Zemin seemed to wake up and hurriedly put the feather away in his storage ring without letting the records manifest for her. "What are you doing?" Lilith looked at him puzzled and confused. "This." Bai Zemin hesitated before quickly saying the first thing that came to his mind. "That feather is actually a mana storage container. You can save mana inside." Lilith looked at him suspiciously, and after a brief pause pointed out, "If that's the case, then why did you put it away in such a hurry when I was about to touch it?" "It's because just at that time I was in the process of connecting to the feather so that the mana container would be attached to me. I was afraid that something would happen in the process if you suddenly touched the feather. That's why I subconsciously put it away," Bai Zemin said without even thinking about his words. Ahem. Lilith was still suspicious about Bai Zemin's strange attitude, but temporarily decided to leave it at that for now. She would raise questions about it later. Bai Zemin sighed, relieved in his heart. It was a good thing that Lilith had not seen the records of the Feather of the Frozen End, because he had plans for that feather. Although it was a legend-grade treasure, unfortunately, it was of no use to Bai Zemin at all since despite being intended for combat, it was only focused on soul evolvers with strong ice skills. Even if Bai Zemin wanted to benefit from the stats it granted, he would first have to learn 5 ice-type skills, something that would definitely not be happening considering that he had a greater affinity for fire and lightning than ice, not to mention the fact that he would not be willing to spend 5 precious skill slots of scroll skills that did not fit his path. Since the legend-grade treasure wasn't good for him, Bai Zemin decided its owner right away. Still, 200 points to each stat, 1,200 stat points in total, as expected of a legend-grade treasure. Suddenly, Bai Zemin began to feel even more enthusiasm and curiosity towards this dungeon's treasure. Backslash backslash backslash. A week later, finally out of that damn snowy area, Bai Zemin raised both arms to the sky and shouted his joy regardless of whether he was exposed or not. He had been in that icy biome for 8 whole days and was about to go crazy. Although Bai Zemin did not know if in the other 3 cardinal points of the dungeon, the biome and the monsters were the same as what he had experienced, what he did know was that the number of competitors for the treasure was now much smaller. During the past few days, Bai Zemin found the frozen corpses of at least 300 soul evolvers, and among them there was no shortage of humans. The only thing that relieved him was that among the frozen corpses he did not find any familiar faces, so even though he was a bit worried, Bai Zemin managed to continue his route without any problems. The only thing that relieved but at the same time made him feel disappointed was the fact that the Arctic /No he killed during the second day on that biome seemed to be the only one in that area, or at least it was a rarity among rarities, since Bai Zemin did not come across another one. The enemies in that area were another type of snow, an ice-type P/Chem/*N. All of them were first-order level 50 creatures. Those snow-type monsters dropped an item called Rank 2 Ice Pearl, and similar to the Rank 2 Lightning Pearl, it served to raise the level of an ice-type skill by +1 as long as one consumed 10 ice pearls consecutively in the same day. Of course, the skill had to be below the second order, or there would be no effect at all even if one consumed 1,000 pearls. After more than half a month of being inside the dungeon, Bai Zemin faced a new type of biome. This biome was a mix between desert and grassland, as there was a lot of dry land with nothing in sight, but there were many mountains with trees and grass surrounding them. Bai Zemin had barely been in the new territory for about 30 minutes when he suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of an explosion coming from up ahead. He stopped for a moment, and after a brief pause of consideration, decided to go and take a look just in case. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the earth, and the 2 soul evolvers that clashed with a mighty collision of swords recoiled. One of them was a demon with the face of a snake but a viped body as robust as that of a rhinoceros. His name was Orzon, and he ranked 9th among the demon generals of the demon race. His main weapon was a large, heavy sword. As for the enemy the demon faced, it turned out to be a human. However, the curious thing about this human was that its entire body seemed to be encased in futuristic-looking golden armor, and even its swords were actually golden sabers. Judging by the design of the armor, this human was a male. The human was forced to retreat more than 50 meters while Orzon only 30. The difference was more than obvious. However, the human was not interested in continuing to fight against the demon general as he turned and tried to head to a specific place as if he was in a hurry for something. Unfortunately, the demon general was not only stronger, but also faster, so it didn't take him long to catch up. Kekekekek, to think that strange armor can boost your power so much and allow you to fight me for so long even though you're just a little second-order riffraff. Orzon chuckled and used his long tongue to lick his lips. The demon general didn't seem eager to attack for some reason either. Bastard, the human in armor roared furiously, as he knew the reason why the demon general simply wanted to obstruct his path instead of actually killing him. His name was Gu Lim, and he came from a very humble family from the Prasan Kingdom to the west of Eventide World. Gu Lim's talent was not very high, and on his own he would never have reached his current level using normal methods. However, from a very young age he was good at mixing with technology and mechanics, so, after many years of hard work and effort, he managed to create a combat suit armor that over time he improved as he found better materials. It was only thanks to his armor that he had reached level 67 at the age of 27. The problem was that his armor in its maximum condition, despite allowing him to fight a demon general for a brief period of time, drained too much energy, and soon the core that was a second-order soul stone would be depleted. Gu Lim looked past the demon general Orzon. About 600 meters ahead was another demon general. This demon general was much more powerful than Orzon, and Gu Lim knew that he could not defeat Orzon, not to mention the demon general beyond. However, Gu Lim still decided to step forward when he saw what was about to happen. He would rather die than let the demons have their way when the victim involved was a woman of his race, A human. Kigdrog, bastard. Under the helmet of his armor, Gu Lim's eyes were bloodshot, and without hesitation he pushed forward again, only to be stopped once more by the demon general Orzon. You stay there and wait, restless boy. The bull-headed demon general, Kigdrog, licked the white swan neck of the woman under his body, who was struggling to free herself as he said with depraved lust, "As soon as I am done with this woman, I will see to it that I rip off every limb of you slowly." Kigdrog's large right hand was squeezing the girl's throat hard enough to keep her from screaming but not hard enough to kill her. He saw those beautiful eyes filled with horror looking back at him and couldn't help but smile proudly. "Beautiful princess, I told you you would be mine, do you remember? I'm just keeping my promise." Princess Bianca looked into the big bull eyes of the demon general Kigdrog, and her blue eyes were covered with tears that fell down her beautiful face without stopping for a second. She couldn't move or scream. She couldn't even kill herself because of the overwhelming power difference between her and her captor. Even if Bianca would rather kill herself than let a demon stain her purity, she didn't have the power. Even though she had worked so hard and had left the safety of her castle, stubbornly insisting her father and mother to come to the dungeon in search of strength. Although she had finally managed to reach the second order recently, it wasn't enough at all. Hearing the sound of her dress being ripped apart bit by bit, Bianca closed her eyes, causing tears to fall even harder than before. She tried to bite her tongue, but she couldn't even move her jaw. Thousands of thoughts and images ran through her head. Bianca used to be indifferent to love or similar feelings. She had always thought that she would marry a talented and powerful prince of a great kingdom who would make honor to her title as the most beautiful young woman in the world, as well as her status as princess of the LitRPG kingdom. She was proud, arrogant, and looked down on anyone who did not have high-level blood. However, recently she had rethought many things in her life and her attitude towards others after the events in Gales. The heart of the princess of the LitRPG kingdom was filled with bitterness, as if a snake had bitten it. She was just trying to turn over a new leaf and become a better person, but just at that moment life seemed to decide to punish her in the worst way, a way that was even worse than death itself. Soon, Bianca's magic robe was completely torn by Kigdrog's powerful hands, and the wind made her skin bristle even more than it already was due to the fear and the feeling of humiliation she felt. Kigdrog looked at the porcelain-smooth white skin of the woman underneath his body and could not help but lick his lips. He enjoyed human beauties very much, not only because they were relatively more beautiful than females of the demon race usually, but Kigdrog also enjoyed their expressions of terror, so he took his time with them. Especially with a top-quality product, like the one he had just coincidentally caught. "This brother, please lend a hand here." The anxious yet slightly hopeful voice of the annoying armored human made Kigdrog's movement stop for a moment. His eyes widened slightly in surprise at the sight of a silhouette charging towards him with an expression brimming with fury. At the same time, the eyes of the princess of the LitRPG kingdom opened abruptly when she heard the words of the human man who had jumped in to help her, and the only reason she had not yet been tarnished. "You demons are truly the lowest and vilest creatures I have ever met in my entire life. Kigdrog, I have come to take your dog's head." The princess's eyes finally gleamed with hope at the sound of that voice. However, how could Bianca not recognize that voice? The owner of that voice was the main reason why she had rethought so many things about her past attitude and had decided to change for the better. That voice was absolutely unmistakable to Bianca. Even if she was reduced to ashes, she was confident she would recognize the man owner of that voice. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3.